In today's video you will be listening to the book titled, The Baby He Never Knew, by Tasha Blue. Billionaire Kevin Horton was young, free, and single. Or so he thought. This was because the young playboy was totally unaware that he was actually the father of a 4-year-old boy. Brina Webb was not sure if she wanted Kevin involved in her child's life. And to this point, they had already done pretty well without him. However, fate would soon intervene, and Brina would have to introduce Kevin to the baby he never knew. Could Brina and Kevin possibly work through their differences and actually become a family? Or was this meeting going to end in tears and heartbreak in more ways than one? This is a unique spin on the typical billionaire romance book. Expect to get completely enthralled in this dramatic and emotional romance novel. Welcome to our channel, where we are passionate about providing valuable content that helps you grow and improve in all areas of your life. If you're looking for romantic audiobooks, inspiration, motivation, and practical advice, then you're in the right place. We are so excited to have you here, and we hope that you'll join our community by subscribing to our channel. Chapter 1. Kevin dreamt of her. He awoke gasping for air and shot up from the bed. For the first few seconds he was disoriented as he fought to remember how to breathe, his forehead beaded with sweat, and his hands clutching the sheets for dear life. His heart felt as though it had collapsed, and as the waves of feeling got tauntingly around him, he lifted his eyes to the bright array of city lights beyond the floor-length windows of his bedroom. The room was dark, and the memories of his nightmare hazy, but underlying it all was the unmistakable throb of ecstasy that coursed through his body. Who was she? What was this? He shut his eyes against the frustration of wanting to drive his fist into anything. He couldn't even make out her face. All he felt was her touch and her breath everywhere, all over his body, all at once. And his heart wanted to burst. But then he would awake and all he could feel was panic. At what? He could not tell. Furious, he jerked the sheets away and strode over to the windows. He was hard, and for the first few seconds he just stared down at his body and listened to his still furiously pounding heart. He had only started receiving the threats a few months back, but he'd been tormented by these dreams for the last 4 years. At first it had come occasionally, and had been peculiar, but easy to ignore. However, its frequency in recent times had now become downright disruptive to his peace of mind. He felt possessed. After giving it a few more thoughts, he called his doctor, and was scheduled for an appointment later in the day. Sleep deserted him afterwards, so he began his day, and as it wore on, his mind remained on the scheduled doctor's visit. Just after midday, however, a bomb was dropped on top of his desk. He read and reread the handwritten letter that had been delivered to his office, and for the longest time just gazed ahead in confusion. "We have a son together," the note read. "I have been trying for weeks to get a hold of you without luck, so I hope that this will get your attention. For proof, I need not say any more than my knowledge of the burn scar in your inner thigh. I will await your response." Kevin knew that he was supposed to find this amusing, but for some reason he stopped his assistant, Mark, just before he left the office. "Who delivered this?" "Kerry said a woman left it at the reception a few hours ago. Find her," he ordered. "I want her here within the hour." It was as he had demanded, and barely half an hour later, a woman with the most nervous eyes that he had ever seen was seated before him. Her dark curly hair was all over the place, and her hands hidden beneath her thighs. "What is your name?" he asked quietly, and for the first time since she had walked into the room, she met his eyes. He heard her exhale, and watched with bated breath as she opened her mouth to speak. "Brina," she answered. "Brina Webb." Her voice was soft, but it was firm, and it all made him wonder about her even more. He could see that she was nervous, but the determination in her eyes, however, he could not miss. She was here for something, and he couldn't wait to hear what she had to say. Settling even further into his chair, he folded his hands across his chest and watched her closely. "I saw your letter," he said, and couldn't help the accompanying huff of amusement. "We have a child together?" "A son," she responded, and he cocked his head in genuine wonder at her. "And when did you have this child?" "5 years ago," she replied, and he sat up, his interest the most spiked that it had been in years. "5 years ago," he repeated. She nodded. "Then why are you just contacting me now?" She said nothing. "I don't remember sleeping with you. I don't even think we've ever met." "You won't remember," she said. "You were drunk." He felt a smile spread across his face. "You took advantage of me?" She reacted as though he had insulted her. "Of course not." She sat up and was close to jumping out of her seat, her gaze now unashamedly holding his. He wished that he had more time to enjoy this play, but the hectic engagement still awaiting him kept him in check. "So where is this child?" he asked. "He is with me." "Do I not get the chance to conduct a DNA test?" "You can," she replied. "I mean you will, but first there's something you have to address." "Here it comes," he thought to himself. He sat up, and with his chin supported by his hands glued his gaze on the fearless woman before him. Whether she was fearless or just insane, however, he could not wait to find out. Brina was out of her mind. She couldn't believe that she was seated here before him and announcing the existence of their child together in this way. The almost immediate response to make her way over to the company's headquarters had shocked her, but then after the bolt had worn off, her heart had threatened to break with sadness. She'd had to make a decision, do what she presently had to save her father, and in exchange, throw away the seed of possibility for the future that she had dared to dream of at the very back of her mind, or ignore the invitation and act as though she had never succumbed to desperation and sought him out. She had chosen the former. It was now too late for everything, and she wanted to wail out her fury. She kept herself in check however, and held the weary and forlorn face of her father, the only man she loved more than the one that was currently seated before her, in mind. The meeting was being held in his office in downtown Boston, and it was as grand as she had imagined. Nothing less was to be expected of the billionaire heir to Horton Pharmaceuticals, and the reminder of how insignificant she was compared to all of this strangely strengthened her resolve. There was no use dreaming when she had a more important reality to protect. "Carlton Webb," she began. "He has been working in the factory at Stockbridge for the last 35 years. She could see the simmering amusement in his eyes instantly disappear the moment her father's name was mentioned, and it confirmed to her that he was aware of what she was about to say. "His final hearing is in just a few days." "And Mr. Horton, he is innocent." "He was not." Kevin rose to his feet. "Who are you?" he asked, and as she stared into his eyes, she felt something chill her to her bones. "Brina, is this a joke to you?" She opened her mouth to speak, but no words would come out. Eventually, she found her voice, and stood up also. "None of this is," she croaked, trying her hardest to hold herself together. She only had one chance at this, and if she failed, her whole world would crumble into nothing, right before her very eyes. "My father has worked for your company almost all of his adult life, and now he is about to go to jail for something he had no hand in. And you came to me?" he asked, his tone filled with incredulity. "No one else would listen," she said. "And you came to me?" He gazed at her with shock in his eyes, and she began to tremble. She couldn't even look away. "Kevin, you need to save him," she said. "He is not responsible for the forged report. He's been there all his life. Why would he do something like that?" "Kevin," he repeated. Brina also could not believe what she was doing. She had come personally to the CEO of one of the biggest companies in the country to ask for her father's salvation. She kept going. "We have tried everything," she said, "but the case is going downhill. If he goes to jail he will never make it out alive. He has been battling with diabetes for the past month." He called and calmly turned away. He headed back to his desk, and Brina looked around in panic as a tall brawny man dressed in a pristine dark suit came into the office and began to head towards her. "Mr. Horton, I'll let you meet our son," she blurted out, and the room once again fell into a dead silence. "What son? Are you still trying to be funny? I could throw you in jail this moment." "I'm not joking," she said to him, her voice rising. "I have a son with you, and if you do not help my father to get out of this and clear his name, you will never meet him." He watched her, and the moment she realized that she couldn't read anything on his face, she panicked and started to head towards him. Mr. Hort, however, at the last moment, her arms were caught, and the force made her wince in pain. "Ah," she cried, and lifted her eyes to his as she spoke. "Get her out of here," Kevin ordered. "Yes sir," came the response, and before she could comprehend what was going on, she found herself bundled into the reception area. "I need to speak to him," she insisted as she tried to move past the man before her, her eyes glued on Kevin's door. "I need to." "I'm going to need you to leave this instant," the man said to her, "otherwise the cops will come and get you themselves." "I need to speak to him," she pleaded, her eyes filling with tears. "My dad, he'll die," she yelled. "Kevin. Kevin." She was forced out, and in no time, she found herself standing before the reflective glass high-rise, staring up at the chance that she had just lost to save her father. The tears fell continuously down her face as she tried to breathe. Her legs eventually gave out, and she squatted in place, her face hidden in her hands. A phone call a few minutes later jerked her out of her stupor. "Where are you?" the caller yelled into the receiver, and she instantly recognized the voice. It was the vice principal of her middle school. She immediately stumbled to her feet. "Catherine. Where are you? Lunch is over already." "I'm so sorry," she apologized as she hurried towards the street to hail a cab. "I had to quickly sort out something urgent. Veronica needs your help in her English class. I will be right there." It took her a few minutes to return to her teaching assistant post at the Lakeland Middle School, and on the way, she tried without succeeding to stop the tears that threatened to drown her. The moment she pulled up at the entrance to the gates, however, she wiped away the tears from her cheeks, plastered her smiley face, and began to walk in her usual chirpy manner. But when she began to pass by the playground, however, she felt her heart sink to the bottom of her stomach. Looking up to the sky to stop the tears from falling, she took in deep shaky breaths and tried to force the memory from her heart, but it wouldn't leave. 20 years had passed, but the boy who had found his way into her heart back then had still refused to leave. However, seeing his actions today had hurt her more than she had been prepared for. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. She had always been afraid of heights, and on that day 20 years earlier she had joined the kids of the employees of Horton Pharmaceuticals in the designated playground as they'd awaited their parents' new occupation and the opening of its first factory. She'd heard the screams of delight of the other kids and the ease in which they found their way to the ledge and then down the plastic slides with pure unadulterated joy, and she had wanted to be a part of it. A few moments later she had found her way, her entire frame trembling, and her eyes shut as she stood over the slide. "Go on," she heard a shout from behind, and it forced her into even more panic. She recalled that her eyes began to fill with tears, and she started to step back in defeat. However, at the last moment, someone had pushed her, and down she had gone, into impending disaster. She remembered screaming her heart out, expecting to meet with indescribable pain, but then someone had caught her, before she could connect with the ground, and pulled her into his arms. For a few minutes afterwards, all she had done was wail, too terrified to open her eyes, but then when she had calmed down, she had pulled her head away from the jacket she had stained with tears, to meet the quiet grey eyes of a dark-haired boy. For the first few moments, all that passed between them was silence, and then her heart began to pound a bit faster. This time, however, It was not out of fear, and it did not make her want to cry. She couldn't remember what he'd said, but would never forget when he'd lifted his hand towards her. She'd shut her eyes, awaiting his touch, and it had been warm. He'd gently brushed the tears off her cheeks. His name had been called then, and she had been hoisted from his lap. "See you around," he'd said, and ran off, and she'd watch him hurry to join a small procession of men in suits. Kevin Horton, she'd later found out, was his name, and he had been her first love, before she'd even known what the word meant. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. "What do you see?" the doctor asked him. Kevin's eyes were fixated on the golden globe seated atop the shelf behind the man's head, however he could see nothing. "Kevin," the man called, but yet again there was no response. A sharp tap on the oak table brought him back to earth, and with a lazy turn towards the man, his eyes connected with his. "What do you see?" the doctor repeated, "in these dreams?" He took a few moments to ponder on this. "Nothing." "Nothing?" Kevin gave him a nod, and then looked away towards the overhead window. "I feel. All I do is feel. Now that I think about it, perhaps that is not a bad thing after all." "What do you feel?" "Fear. Panic. I don't know why." "What else?" Kevin met the doctor's eyes. "Ecstasy. Every time. Every single time. It underlies it all. Sometimes I feel as though something is toying with me." "Does any of it feel real?" "After you awake, it does, and I have felt like this before." The doctor's eyes perked up from his notes. "You have?" "I have. It was a few months before my father died. I felt it also when it happened. It was as though I had already been grieving for months. There was no ecstasy then, just the grief." He looked away, and she came into his mind yet again. It immediately turned his inside sour, so he pulled out his phone and placed a call to Mark. "I want you to keep your eye on her," he said. "Do you suspect some truth in her words?" "There is truth. I just do not know how she obtained it. Watch out for the child that she keeps mentioning. The possibility of any truth to that is impossible, but just keep your eyes open." "Yes, sir." He ended the call. However, just before he put the phone away, something suddenly struck him. As if on cue, the doctor asked him a related question. "When did these dreams first begin?" He thought back, and then it hit him. In Positano 55. 5 years ago. Chapter 2. Brina did not want to go home. As she rounded up her work for the day and headed over to the preschool to pick Kevin up, all she could think about was the grossly unstable foundation beneath her feet. Her world felt as though it was fumbling on stilts, and at any moment, everything could come crashing down. She hadn't spoken to her father in 5 years, and it killed her to think that the possibility existed that she might never get to again. She remained buried in her thoughts as she rode home with her friend and neighbor, and the moment she got in, she began to make dinner. A few moments later, a loud banging on the door brought her mind back to the room, and to the smell of burnt food beginning to permeate the air. She had been headed somewhere she could not recall in their apartment, and was gazing at nothing, as her mind had taken over once again. Hurriedly, she turned off the stove, and rushed to the door, a hand over her mouth to keep from choking. "What is going on?" Her friend Joan coughed, the smoke instantly making its way down her throat. Brina left the door, and hurried towards the couch where she picked up her thankfully still napping son, and moved him to their bedroom. Famished, both in mind and spirit, she placed a hand over her chest, and when recollected enough headed back to the kitchen to meet Joan putting the tray of Korean side dishes in the fridge that brought with her. She stood on tiptoe to peek over her friend's shoulder. "Did you bring the anchovies?" "We're out," Joan replied. "The dinner with my mother-in-law last night wiped us out." With a pout, Brina turned away and took in deep breaths to lessen the weight on her heavy heart. "You're so out of it these days," her friend commented, and she couldn't have said it better. "Have you thought of a new plan?" Brina nodded and plopped down on her couch. However, just before she could settle in, her phone began to ring. It was her mother. "Brina, the lawyer just called me," she said. "He says that he has submitted the evidence proving the origin of the lump sums that your father received over the years from Horton Pharmaceuticals. However, he is still concerned because not only does the evidence dent his credibility, but making it disappear is not an impossible feat for Horton." Brina felt her heart sink into the ground. "Then what does he want us to do?" she cried. "All he brings are the problems, and no single solution." "He is doing his best, Bree," her mom replied. "He is just letting us know the facts as they are. It's a good thing he is not sugarcoating anything." The tears fell from her eyes before she could stop them. "Mom, this isn't working. The trial is in a week." The older woman sighed heavily. "All we can do is wait and trust that, Mom," she yelled, unable to hold herself back, and her mother yelled back at her. "Why are you raising your voice? Is your aggravation going to lessen anything?" Brina felt 1,000 times worse at her inability to control her emotions. "I'm sorry," she said. "We'll be fine. Her mom replied, and Brina knew that she was barely holding on, so she kept on talking for the both of them. "Kevin learned to count up to 100 today," she said. "He kept reciting the numbers on his way home. He is so smart." She could feel the smile in her mother's voice as she responded. "He is. I cannot believe that it's been almost 2 months now since I have last seen him. I don't even know how big he has grown. He is still very skinny, Ma," she said. "It bothers me sometimes. Do you want me to come over?" Brina hesitated. She knew that it would do her mother good to have a few hours away from the thought of her imprisoned husband, but something made her hesitate, and she wasn't sure what. "Your father has never even seen him," her mother said, her sighs heavy as Bree's heart. Joan peeked her head through the kitchen window. "I'm leaving," she announced, and Bree dropped her head to hide the tears that had filled her eyes. She nodded and waved her friend away, but Joan came over and sat by her side. A short while later she was done with her mother and had tamed her hair into a ponytail. "You're crying again," Joan said. Brina turned her face away and began to ponder on the next step that she should take. Eventually she spoke. "I'm going to go to the press." Joan froze. Brina rose to her feet. "I'm going to tell them everything." "Tell them what?" "That your father's present predicament was caused by his insistence on exposing Tidoxin's harmfulness." "You don't have any evidence." "I don't need evidence right now. I just need the attention. I need it to be delayed, and from there, until I can begin to search for the evidence that I will need." "You're dealing with Horton," she reminded her. "My father's life is at stake. It doesn't matter who I'm dealing with." Joan looked towards the bedroom at her sleeping child. "What about his father?" she asked. "You once told me that he was powerful." "I was joking." "No, you weren't," Joan said. "Who are you trying to fool? Have you sought him out? This is your father's life. Pride doesn't matter." "I have," she responded, and her friend was stunned. "Does he then know about you?" "And I mentioned that he had a son, but I don't think he believed me." "It doesn't matter anyway. He was a big disappointment." Silence. "I have to go home. Lily needs to be fed. Do you want me to come back when everyone's in bed?" "No need," Brina said, a smile on her face at her friend's care. "I need to rest before I collapse." "Come get dinner around 7 p.m., Joan said. "Soon I'll convince my husband to increase your rent for all the choking you subject us to at your burnt meals." "You wouldn't dare," she responded and clung onto her friend's arm like a younger sister as she escorted her to the door. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. She finished at the middle school and then headed over to a preschool a few blocks down to pick up a little boy. Then she met a woman in a coffee shop. She seems to be the owner and rode with her back to the apartment complex downtown. They haven't come out since then. Kevin responded as his assistant drove through the grand black gate of their compound. "I have noted the child, so tomorrow I will find out more about him." "Alright," Kevin responded, and ended the call. He was exhausted, a headache raking through his head, so the last thing he expected was to find company in his home. All the ruckus was coming from the kitchen, so he didn't have to guess to know whom had forced their way in. However, when he also met the girl sitting by the counter, he was taken aback. Mom said to let her in, his brother Matthew explained, and the girl shot him a sour look. Matthew gave his sweet boyish smile as he clinked his wine glass against hers, and gave her a wink that immediately wiped away her offense. Kevin turned away before her eyes could meet his. He headed straight to his bedroom, and began to change. However, soon there was a knock on the door and the click of heels as they made their way into his closet. "You shouldn't have your shoes on in my home," he said to her. "Well, I wasn't sure if I would be kicked out." She had a point, Kevin acknowledged, and went on without care in stripping off his clothes. She made herself comfortable on the cobalt blue couch by the corner. "Wow," he heard her say. "I've wished 1,000 times that you were ugly. Then I'd be able to find at least one reason to stay away." He didn't respond as he put on a pair of sweatpants and a thick white cashmere sweater. So unaware was he of her presence that he didn't even hear her move until he felt her hands encircle his waist. Her touch was feather light and deliberate, and suddenly it catapulted him to his late night haunts. "Her touch is always feather light," he recalled his narration to his doctor. "You've been alone for quite a while," Tamara said to him. "I don't even understand how that is possible." "Did my mother tell you that?" he asked, and turned around, displacing her arms from his body. "She has too many eyes on my home. She wants me to keep you company." Kevin stared deep into her eyes, but it was all in his attempt to place a face to the one that haunted him at night. Suddenly, Tamara moved, and in the next instant, she had tiptoed herself onto him and placed her hands on his shoulder. Without asking for permission, she tilted her head to give him a deep kiss, and the suddenness of the assault took him aback. He felt a slight pang of desire, but then, and just as it always was, it was gone as quickly as it had struck. She deepened the kiss, and he grew even more bored, until he was forced to pull her away from him. However, she held on. "You're not immune to me," she said, as though trying to convince herself of the fact. "I can feel you." If only was all he could think. "That's not for you," he said, and made his way out of the closet. Matthew had dinner at the counter ready by the time he arrived, so he took a seat and gazed suspiciously at the plate of pasta, infused with what looked like octopus tentacles and breadcrumbs. "The sow went home early?" he asked, referring to his housekeeper. "Of course not. I begged her to stay so she could handle the dishes after I was done. You know how much I detest that chore. Lazy fuck." Kevin swore under his breath, and his brother burst out laughing. He came over to Kevin and was able to place a kiss on his cheek before he could stop him, and Kevin moved away as though he had been burned. "I've missed you, Ice," he said, and came over to sit next to him with his own dinner. "How's the restaurant doing?" "Well enough," Matthew answered, "but I'm usually so sick of New York this time of year. It seems as though the noise doubles down and the crazes multiply. I'm going to be staying here a bit longer this time around." "Move into your own building," he said. "Or better yet, stay with Mom. I need peace and quiet." "Hell no. I'll be married with at least 2 kids by the time I'm ready to return to New York." "Speaking of marriage, your betrothed is here," he whispered. "I left some food for you," he said to her, but she refused it. "Nah, I'm already done with my meals for the day." She turned to Kevin. "Do you want me to keep you company?" Kevin could hear the bitterness in her tone. "No," he responded. "I have a headache. But let's have lunch late this week. Contact Mark to set up a time." He heard the amusement in her tone. "Would be nice if you for once made the arrangements personally, wouldn't it? Guess I can't ask for that much. I'll be in touch." She waved and saw herself out. Matthew was chewing noisily beside him. "Don't you need her tonight? She's just our family friend, Matthew." "Still, she's willing. My wonder is why you aren't." And I hear you haven't gotten laid in a while. If news got out on this, there would be a commotion." A smile found its way to Kevin's lips despite himself, and Matthew made a loud fuss about it, accompanied with loud clinks with his cutlery against the bottle of wine before them. Finally, a smile. "I was beginning to doubt your humanity. But seriously, though, what is up with your attitude? Mom has basically betrothed her to you. Or do you have someone else in mind?" At Matthew's question, his mind went to the girl who had come into his office with the ridiculous claim earlier in the day. He had come to a conclusion. 5 years ago, the dreams had begun, and it had been during his Positano trip. Perhaps he did remember drinking, but not much else thereafter. So had things really happened as she had suggested? But still, how was it that he would have had no record of it, or even concerns thereafter? The dream occurred to him once again. Maybe that was his record, the only one that his consciousness had been able to register. The fork dropped from his hand as he pushed back the stool and headed back into his room to find his phone. Mark was on the line in seconds. "Are you still at her home?" Kevin asked. "I am," he responded. "I was waiting outside, but now I'm contemplating whether I should take a peek inside. She has just left the apartment now, after handing the boy over to her neighbor." "Follow her," he ordered. "We can always check her home some other time." A few minutes later, Kevin was seated in his home office and going through the new drug launch plans when his phone rang again. "She's at a restaurant called Thursday, and she seems to be meeting some man. I cannot make out his face." All of Kevin's attention was grabbed in that moment. "Is it a date?" he asked, something uncomfortable churning in his stomach. "I can't tell. Let me watch it and get back to why. Wait a moment." Kevin heard him disembark from the car and shut the door behind him. "I'm crossing the street now to get a closer look. Her date seems familiar." "You have not confirmed that it is a date," said Kevin, more upset than there was reason to be. A short moment later, Mark's conclusion came. "It's not a date. She is meeting with a reporter, Daniel Lawler." Kevin shot up from his chair. "What? I'll intercept them right away." "Wait." Kevin ran his hand through his hair. Why the hell was she bent on causing so much trouble? It was not yet the time. "Is there any way you can listen in on them? I want to hear what she is revealing to him." "I'll get close," Mark responded, and a few minutes later Kevin received an update. "Their voices are quite low, so while I passed by I caused a small accident. She was in the restroom. Now there's bug attached underneath their table. HM." Kevin responded. "They're speaking about her father's embezzlement case. There is no new information." She's lowered her voice. He's leaning towards her. Kevin knew what he meant. She was ready to tell the reporter why she had called for the meeting. Mark listened and then reported quietly. "She says that she suspects that his embezzlement case is to cover up something bigger about one of our drugs. She knows that they're trying to silence him." "Did she just say one of our drugs?" "Yes, but she didn't mention anything specific." "Stop her," he ordered. "Her father might have told her everything." Mark rose to his feet. However, just before he approached the table, she rose and headed yet again to the restroom. "She just left to the restroom," he reported. "Again?" "Yeah." Mark returned to his seat. However, just as he was about to settle down, another call came in. The caller ID confused him for a short while before it registered in his brain. "She is calling me." "What? Brina? Who's Brina?" "That's her name." "Oh. Answer it." The call was disconnected, and Kevin found himself slowly pacing his office. He was a bit restless, but he could not place his hand on what his main worry was. Mark's call came in a few minutes later. "She wants to speak to you," he said. "Should I give her your number?" Kevin pondered on the request. "No," he responded. "But accept the phone call from her and take precautions. Reserve a table for us. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Brina stared down at her phone in awe. What the hell was she doing? She turned around to face the restroom's mirror and slapped a palm to her head. Make up your damn mind, she cried. Why are you torturing me? Her heart was in turmoil. Was she to feed him to the wolves in order to save her father's life? Was this the only way? One last chance, she said to herself. Let's give him one last chance. She walked out of the restroom then, and was taken aback when she met his brawny bodyguard, Miss Webb. Her heart began to pound in her chest as she quickly looked around. There were people passing by, so she did not think that he would harm her. Still, however, she took a step backwards. How are you here so quickly? I just called you. And how did you know too? He ignored her rambling and took her phone from her. I just input his number, but I have already contacted Mr. Horton, so he will be here in a few minutes. Send the reporter away. What? She stared with incredulity at him. They had been following her. She should have realized this. With a sour look at him, she stepped to the side and made her way over to her table. The reporter, Daniel, already had his recorder and notepad out, so he straightened to begin work the moment she took her seat. Just tell me all that you know for a start, he said to her. I'll decipher it all later and put the pieces together. She lifted her eyes to his, indecision wreaking havoc on her insides, but she knew already what she was going to do. With resentment at how gullible she was, she sighed deeply and sent him away. I'm sorry, but I just received a call from my neighbor. My kid needs me. Could we reschedule? Sure, he responded, visibly disappointed. She apologized again and went on her way. She called Mark again after she had left. There is a Burger King 2 blocks away. Tell your boss to meet me there instead. The message was passed, so she found her way to the fast food joint and settled in. At every swing of the entrance doors her heart did a painful dance, until eventually, she thought that she might pass out. She had a kid with him, but she could count on one hand the number of times that they had actually met. She couldn't understand what kind of life that she had chosen. True to his schedule, he arrived a few minutes later, and his assistant led him to their seat. His regality almost made her rise in greeting, but she sat herself down and allowed her anger to ride the waves. He was out of his formal ensemble, but looked no less problematic for her mind and senses. He had on a white sweater that looked like it could pay her rent for the year. Dark slacks and hair brushed away from his face. A light stubble also covered the lower part of his usually clean-shaven face. His eyes were an enthralling grey, and his scent reminded her of rumpled sheets and bizarre dreams. She cleared her throat as he took his seat opposite her, and got straight to the point. I do not want to bring harm to Horton Pharmaceuticals, but its safety can never be at the risk of my father's life. Is that why you have set out to fabricate whatever story you were about to feed that reporter? She frowned at his ever so cocky demeanor. How did he always seem to be in such control, while the rest of the world was barely managing to make it through? Fabricate stories? How can you remain so bullheaded until now? My father tried to expose Ty Darkson's deadly effects and to silence him. You want to throw a man who has worked his whole life for your company into jail? Is that your conclusion? At his statement, she then realized that he was going to be cautious about every word that left his mouth. It is my understanding that Ty Darkson has been responsible for countless deaths, and yet there is little awareness about this. Thousands of people are being hit with its side effects, and yet it still remains on the market. What the hell are you doing? A crease appeared between his brows as he folded his arms and leaned into the chair, and it unconsciously registered in her brain that she had his attention. What proof do you have for any of these claims? It doesn't matter whether I have the proof or not. What are you doing? How could you let this happen? Are you scolding me? Yes, I am. Do you know how disappointing all of this is, especially under your watch? He was taken aback, and she could see that, but she could not hold herself back. He was better than this, a greedy good-for-nothing executive that had no conscience or value for lives. She couldn't accept that the man she had loved and rooted for so long, and the father of her child, had become like this. I don't want to damage your reputation or that of your father's company, but my father was there from the beginning, and for you to blatantly dismiss that at this moment and throw him like garbage at the end of his life, it's unforgivable." The tears fell from her eyes as she suddenly couldn't breathe, but she didn't turn her face away. "Kevin, fix this," she said, her forefinger tapping the table in conjunction with her words. "Otherwise I'll come after you. I swear to God." She could see that she had surprised him, but she didn't care. She could barely contain her frustration. So, she rose to her feet, and he did too. "The child?" he asked. "There is no child," she yelled. "What is his existence or lack thereof to you? Fix this. I'll give you 2 more days or else I'm going to the press myself." She snatched her bag off the chair and stomped out of the restaurant. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Kevin didn't even realize that he was standing until Mark took the seat that the woman had just vacated. What had just happened? He wondered as he took his seat. "She's a feisty one," Mark stated quietly, and Kevin turned a still startled gaze to him. "Pictures?" he asked as he shook his head to clear it, and Mark slid an envelope towards him. "She acts like she knows you." Was his response as he pulled the pictures out to see her hand in hand with a little boy, about 4 years in age. "It's not clear," he said. "I couldn't get closer than that, but I will return tomorrow." He stared at the picture a bit harder and felt a tightening in his heart. "He has dark hair," he muttered, and luckily for him, Mark brought him to his senses. "So does she." Silence. Time passed as he continued to stare at the picture, his thoughts swirling about until Mark brought his attention back. "So where do we go from here?" Tonight was a close call. Kevin replaced the pictures in the envelope and pushed it away from him. "I want to confirm the non-existence of the child, and then I want this shut down," he said, and rose to his feet, "before it gets out of hand. I'm already on it." Chapter 3. For the next 2 days that followed, Brina threw herself into her job. It was truly in times like this that she appreciated her choice to work with children. For one, it exhausted her and allowed her little time to think about much else, and secondly, there was more than enough for her to occupy herself with. She had just sent the kids off for recess when her class's teacher came up to her, thoroughly amused. "I cannot believe you let Ryan wrestle you to the floor. He's never going to take off that superhero cape now." "I know, right?" she laughed. "He is convinced now that his strength is superhuman. Hopefully, he doesn't try anything funny with his parents today, or I'll be in deep shit tomorrow. One of the few times that doesn't sound dreadful. Good work." Brina smiled brightly at her and then turned around to begin rearranging the paint that had been used by the children. She had worn an apron to protect her clothes, but she could spot numerous paint blotches everywhere. She forced a smile at it, but instead found tears filling her eyes. "Argh," she groaned and wiped at the tears. Her fingers came away with paint and she collapsed from her squat and onto the floor. A laugh escaped from her lips as she guided her back onto the floor to gaze up at the ceiling, bright with origami. She let out a deep breath and thought of Kevin. She was yet to hear back from Horton, and today was the end of her 2-day time lapse. She was worried and had exhausted herself from praying that he would come through. She did not want to have to choose between her child's father and her own, and the disaster that was sure to unfold if he did nothing was more than she could fathom. "Brina? Brina." She heard her name then and instantly sat up, a huge smile on her face. "I'm here," she bellowed, just as the door swung open and her vice principal walked through. "Hey Catherine," she greeted cheerfully, however the confusion and fear in her eyes startled Brina. What is?" Catherine stepped aside, and behind her were 2 cops. "They're here for you." "Why?" They instantly came into the classroom. One of them went behind her, and before she knew it her hand was locked in a grip, while the other held up a warrant before her. Brina Webb, you're under arrest on charges of blackmail and extortion. What? Her and Catherine both exclaimed at the same time. How is that possible? Who could she possibly be blackmailing? Catherine asked. It didn't take long for Brina to put two and two together, and when she did, an anger that she almost couldn't contain surged through her. Don't take me through the playground, she said to the cop. I beg of you. They shared a look at her earnest plea and the cop behind her unshackled the handcuffs from around her wrist. He read her Miranda rights to her, and in no time, she was being escorted out of the premises and towards a waiting police car. Brina dropped her paint-stained hair and tightened her hands by her side to keep them from trembling into numbness. Once she was at the back seat, however, the cop replaced the handcuffs around her wrist and she stared with incomprehension at the shiny steel. Kevin, she thought to herself. You will regret this. After processing her arrest, Brina was led into the jail cell. She turned around just as the bars were pulled shut with a bang and her legs instantly gave out. She collapsed onto the floor. Her father's lawyer had been called, but that was currently the least of her concerns. Kevin, he needed to be picked up from preschool. She needed to call Joan. In her panic she had forgotten all about that. Her mom, she could hold out on calling for now, until she was released. She intended to rise, but couldn't get herself to. It was as though all the strength had been sapped from her body. Eventually, however, she was able to get herself together, and with trembling hands held onto the bars, and called out for a phone. I need to make a call. Please my son needs to be picked up from kindergarten. She shook the gates. Please, I beg of you. You're being unruly, ma'am, a police officer said to her as he passed by, and she grabbed onto his sleeve through the bars, refusing to let go. My child will be left alone in kindergarten. I need to tell my neighbor to pick him up. You already had your phone call. Please, just one more, she pleaded, and he gazed upon her with pity. Alright, he agreed, and she almost collapsed again with relief. A few minutes later she was on the phone with Joan, and the woman was sure that she was joking. Blackmail and extortion? What? I'll tell you the details later, but now explain this now to me, she said. What the hell do you mean by you're in jail? Joan, I will be cut off from this phone call any minute now. Please pick up Kevin from school and have him stay with you tonight. I will return soon. With that she ended the call and returned back to her dorm. Her lawyer arrived a short while later, with tired eyes from his day, but still in a pristine suit that for some reason gave her a bit of comfort. You contacted Kevin Horton? He asked, and she could almost feel the frustration emanating from him. He was as perplexed as everyone around her at her actions. Why would you do that? She sighed, holding on to the bars of the cell for dear life. I needed him to drop the charges against, and why the hell would he do that? The lawyer snapped in a frenzied voice. Do you know how much more complicated your arrest has made everything? I didn't think that he would. Why? He tried but failed to control his temper. I cannot understand why you would think that. I'm told you threatened him on the grounds of your father's release, and that you would otherwise reveal damning evidence against Ty Darkson. I didn't threaten him. The lawyer didn't even hear her. And there are some claims also of an illegitimate child whom you were demanding financial support on behalf of. I did not. What? Financial support? What? The lawyer took a step back to allow her to process what he had just said, but Brina could not believe her ears. Eventually a higher worry overshadowed her current predicament. What of my father? She asked. How will this affect him? He sighed heavily. This is Horton we are dealing with, thus, it can be used every which way. Conspiracy, extortion, questionable testimony, it goes on. Please keep this away from him, she pleaded. As you wish. Also, when can you get me out of here? I need to return to my son. Her voice broke on the thought of her son, so she dropped her head and fought to regain her calm. The prosecutor will interrogate you soon. It was great that you refused to speak to them without my presence. We will just have to get through this. Do not be worried. She could hear his words, but in her heart, she could feel the doubt that he was too polite to express. It felt as though her world was truly standing on stilts with the possibility of falling completely apart much sooner than she could fathom, and it terrified her shitless. As I have said, all I do is feel. There is never a face to her, Kevin stated, and watched as Dr. Mark jotted down. Are the dreams all the same? Not necessarily. What do you mean? They probably are, but I don't know. I don't remember seeing much, or maybe I'm always too to take note of anything else. That is one of the reasons why they are so problematic. It feels so real, he snorted, and bit his lip at the memory. It's beyond that. I woke up trembling this morning. I couldn't even find the will to open my eyes, much less get out of bed. Her skin is warm, but the way she touches me, it makes me cold. Cold? He was as surprised as the doctor at this revelation. Yeah. Today her touch was cold, but it was perfect at the same time. I sounded sane. He sat up. What are your theories? I need more details. What do you want to know? The doctor removed his glasses and settled into his seat. Okay, how do the dreams start? I can't remember that. Then what do you remember? She's kissing me and it is so sweet. He cleared his throat. This is what almost always shocks me at first. I never want it to end. But then it does. And then I feel her hands in my hair. He chuckled under his breath. That too almost feels as good as a kiss. It's soft, and it feels like she's in love with me, or maybe I'm in love with her. She goes down on me multiple times, or maybe it's just once. The memory is all in patches, but the feeling, it's indescribable and vivid. I feel myself within her, so I do make love to her, and it blows my mind every single time. As I have said, I woke up trembling this morning and drenched in sweat. Just thinking about it even now, I need this to stop. It doesn't make any sense. Have you tried sleeping with someone else? Not in recent times, especially over the last few months, when the dreams became rampant. It hasn't even crossed my mind. I almost look forward now to falling asleep at night. The doctor commented, and scribbled one more time, before putting his pen down. We need to monitor it for a while more, but my best presumption at this moment is that this might be a suppressed memory of yours. Silence. Suppressed? Yes. It might have actually happened. An amused snort escaped his lips. And I wouldn't remember? Well, that could explain why it's haunting you now. Maybe you consciously couldn't register it, but it made such an impact that your subconscious has not been able to let it go. You said this started 5 years ago. His mind was lost in thought. Lightly. Do you remember meeting a woman then? You said you were in Positano. Was it a business trip or a holiday? It was a conference. Horton had just developed the codeine drug. It was a conference and vacation in one for executives and a few employees. Anything else? No. Any woman from these employees you might have possibly connected with, or perhaps the hotel's staff? Absolutely not. I'm the heir to the damn company. I'm not looking to get caught in some extortion scandal. Oh, that reminds me, this has been kept quiet, but you know I have my way around your circles. You are currently dealing with some extortion scandal, aren't you? He took a moment to ponder on it. It's nothing. Just some inconvenience that will be wrapped up soon enough. Ping. He received a text message just then and looked down at the screen. I'm leaving, he said to the doctor, and walked out of the office. Mark was waiting with his Mercedes at the entrance to the office, and the moment he got in the back, he tossed the phone to him. Get on this. Mark caught the phone. What should I be looking at? The text messages from that number. It looks untraceable. I think so too. It might be a payphone or a burner. Mark studied it. It keeps saying the same thing. It's time to pay. He turned towards Kevin. These sound like threats. Any ideas? None. I don't even know how they got my phone number. Do you want to change it? That's bothersome. Either trace the number or get rid of its access to me. Alright. How often do you get this? Twice a month. It's been going on for a while now. A lot of bothersome things have been going on for a while now, he muttered more to himself. What's the update on Brina? She was denied bail this morning, and her first hearing has been set for Friday. He took a moment to acknowledge the pinch of guilt that stung in the pit of his stomach and ignored it. The child? He is with a neighbor. Do you want me to take the chance to go in depth on the investigation? Her house is empty now. No need, he said, and his response surprised Mark. Their gazes met briefly in the rearview mirror, just before he pulled up at the front of the downtown Boston skyscraper of Horton Pharmaceuticals. When is her father's final trial? The day before. HM, was all that he said as he pushed the door open and strode out of the car. Chapter 4. Defendant Brina Merriweather approached the CEO of Horton Pharmaceuticals on the 30th of September, first with the claim that they had a child together, and used that as a leeway in gaining a meeting. Her desire was for the release of her father from the current embezzlement charges against him, and then a payoff with a sum of $7 million, said the district attorney. Her basis of this was her supposed possession of damning evidence concerning the negative health implications of Horton's Pharmaceuticals' famed dioxin drugs. For this, I hereby indict her on the charges of blackmail and extortion. Brina panned her eyes around the courtroom and couldn't believe where she was. More incomprehensible were the charges that had just been read against her. When had she ever blackmailed him for $7 million? She had never been so distraught in her entire life, and for the first time since the entire debacle, she truly began to consider the fact that she might lose and be thrown in jail. The possibility gripped her heart with a vice. This was Horton Pharmaceuticals she was dealing with here. They were one of the few who got to decide what happened in the world and the fate of whomever they willed. She looked towards her lawyer and hoped to God that he would be able to shine the light on the truth before they succeeded in ruining her life. Attorney Murphy, the judge asked, do you agree to the charge made by the prosecutor? Her attorney rose to his feet and refuted their stance. No, I do not, Your Honor. The defendant Brina Merriweather pleads not guilty to all charges. And with that, the first hearing began. Witnesses were brought in that she had never even laid eyes on before. Members of the company stating that she had been sighted on that day, and then his bodyguard, Mark, came and gave the details as the charge read of her demand, to which he was present for. Then the restaurant staff confirmed their later meeting. She didn't even have the mouth to argue. She just looked on as though she were not the subject of the entire story, and through it all, Kevin was nowhere to be found. Her attorney countered their testimonies with the claim that she had indeed been present at these meetings with Kevin Horton, but then neither of them could prove the true contents of what had transpired between them. Kevin Horton's assistant, Mark, was also not a credible witness, as his loyalty laid with his employer. She was called to the stand after Kevin Horton's unavoidable absence was explained away and allowed to narrate her own side of the story. It is true that I met with Mr. Horton on these two occasions. However, the content of what transpired between us as presented to the court are not correct. Did you approach him with the claim that you had a child with him? The prosecutor asked. Yes, I did. And is that in fact a correct claim? She looked around at the attendants in the court and fought the tears that surged to her eyes. My poor child. She swallowed as she responded. Yes, it is. The accompanying mutters were deafening, and she knew that there was no way that this was not going to explode beyond the courtroom. But that was not the purpose of my visit. What then was it? My father was wrongly accused, and all I did was approach him to look into this fact. I never demanded for any money. Did you threaten to reveal potentially damning evidence against their drug dioxin? She shut her eyes briefly in frustration. Yes, I did. But, do you have the evidence to support this threat? Is it in fact the truth? She opened her mouth, but no words would come out. I Miss Webb. I currently do not. What about your claim that you have a child together? I also currently do not. What about your insistence that you did not in fact demand $7 million from Mr. Horton in exchange for your silence about supposedly possessed evidence of Ty Darkson's danger? Do you have the evidence to prove your innocence? Your Honor, her lawyer interjected, but the judge's look at the interruption sent him back to his seat. No, I currently do not. That will be all, Your Honor, the prosecutor stated, and returned to his seat. And that was the way the rest of the trial went, until she ended up back in the detention room, forlorn and forsaken before her lawyer. How can they be so bold in making all of these claims? Does evidence to back any of these up even exist? They have probably created and submitted it already. All will be revealed in the next trial. Is there any detail that you might have left out that could strengthen or further weaken our standing? She thought hard and said all that she knew. I did send him a letter requesting the initial meeting, but that is all the evidence that exists of our meetings. The content of my conversation, except it was recorded without my knowledge, does not exist. They probably have something else. Otherwise these claims are too bold to make without the incontestable grounds. It still amazes me that all of these has been kept relatively quiet even after the sentencing today. The lawyer had been speaking more to himself than her, so when he mentioned the word sentence her eyes popped open. Sentence? What do you mean? What sentence? The lawyer gawked at her and let out a deep breath. Is this about my father? Isn't his trial next week? He shut the file before him and focused his gaze on her. It was better not to tell you, so that you could maintain your calm before your trial today. What do you mean? Your father's trial was yesterday, and the verdict was given. She jumped to her feet, as though she had been set on fire, but then sat back down, wringing her fingers to keep from going insane with worry. Is it good news? She asked. Was he acquitted? She refused to meet his eyes, and instead kept her gaze glued to the cuffs around her wrists. I'm truly sorry, Brina, he said. But he was not. She felt her heart collapse as she tried to take in what he had just said to her. How many? 4 years. Brina shut her eyes and bowed her head as the tears rolled down her cheeks. He won't make it. Her voice shook. He'll be lucky if he has another 6 months in such conditions. Can we appeal? She lifted her head. We cannot let this end here. We will, he said, and placed his hand on hers to comfort her. This is not the end but a break. We will gather concrete evidence and appeal his sentencing. Kevin, she cried deep in her heart. Why didn't Kevin Horton show up in court today? She asked. Who knows? He won't have much to lose anyway. He probably has deep ties with the judges. I want to see him, she said. Right now. Where the hell could he possibly be at this time, while he is destroying every part of my life? I could be sent to jail with my father for doing absolutely nothing wrong, and he's too busy to even show up to the hearing. How is he this confident? Get him here, she said and rose to her feet. The court wants evidence. I will give it to them, and then I'll take care of Kevin Horton. Fucking bastard. She kicked the chair out of her way and stomped out of the room towards her holding cell. Kevin answered her summons without question. He sat awaiting her in the detention room as he went through the details of the initial proceedings with his lawyer. She acknowledged the existence of the child he asked for the umpteenth time. She did. That was what had made him come. Now he was concerned about all that she had been saying since she had first approached him. A few minutes thereafter, and she was escorted in by a police officer, a pair of handcuffs around her wrists. The first thing he noticed about her were her swollen eyes. They were bloodshot and strained, and once again the very sight plucked the guilty strings in his heart. He ignored it. Her lawyer, Mr. Murphy, took his seat, but she did not. Brina? Her lawyer called. This won't take long, she responded, and turned to address him. My child is yours. How are we going to settle this? He stared dumbfounded at her. When did we sleep together? Positano, 5 years ago. I was one of the students on the Daniel Horton scholarship and was brought along for the trip. He ran his hand through his hair in confusion. Why don't I remember anything? You were drunk. I never get drunk, he countered. Well, on that night you were. She gave him a moment to let it all sink in. You just sent my father to jail. He rose abruptly, the scrape of his steel chair torturing the linoleum floor. You make all of this seem so light, he spat. Are you fucking telling me that I have a 4-year-old son that I didn't even know existed? I told you this more than a week ago. Are you insane? He roared. Silence. The room was taken aback by his outburst. None of them had ever heard his tone above its usual bored pitch. Brina straightened her shoulders and folded her arms across her chest. I am, she replied. I'm crazy to have been in love with you from before I even knew what the word meant, to sacrificing it all just to keep a part of you with me. Sacrificing it all just to keep a part of me with you? What are you talking about? This was your plan, wasn't it? Somehow get me to spill my seed and have a rope around my neck that you can pull anytime you want, isn't it? He saw her flinch at his words and her hands fall to her side. A rope around your neck. She moved slowly towards him until she was a mere inch from him. She gave the most bitter smile that he had ever seen and cocked her head up at him. I was disowned by my father, and for the 4 years since then I haven't been in the same room with him. I was forced to drop out of school and have been a second-class member of life since then. He snorted in disgust, looking briefly away. Second class? More like no class. Trash. He didn't see the blow coming, but the slap stung like the devil and made him see lights. Both of their lawyers jumped to their feet. Let's calm down, his lawyer began, but he held a finger up without taking his eyes from her. Did you just hit me? She smiled. You're lucky you're not dead, she said. You deserve to be. You are the biggest disappointment of my life. In all his life, Kevin had only felt as used and furious as he currently did one other time, and causing him such an emotion that had been paid with someone's life. He wanted to kill her. I will confirm if the words that you truly speak are true, he said to her. And if they are, you can say goodbye to that spawn of yours. No child of mine will exist under the same roof as you do. She had just been about to turn around, but the moment she heard that, she turned right back to face him, her composure gone. What did you just say? She grabbed into his collar so quickly that he only registered the sting of the scrape of her nails against his neck before his brain processed the assault. I'm going to give you 2 seconds to get your hands off me, or else you will spend the rest of your miserable life in jail. Her lawyer immediately jumped up, but it took a lot of prying to get her to release her grip on him. However, her eyes never left his, and her words did not stop replaying in his head. You are the greatest disappointment of my life. Not mistake, but disappointment. Something about that tore at him. A light pat to his neck revealed a smudge of blood, and it made him curse under his breath. After a deep breath to calm his fury, he straightened his collar and stormed out of the room. Brina realized the full extent of Kevin's deviousness in the following trial. Miss Webb, the prosecutor called. I have been asking you a question that you have still been unable to answer. Under what pretext was the hope nursed that Mr. Horton would listen to your pleas to somehow "save your father" as you requested? Did you truly convince yourself that your claim made on the existence of the supposed child would be enough to set things in motion? I did, she responded quietly, her eyes set on Kevin Horton. Why? Because I had faith in him, she said, and that was the first time since they had begun the proceeding that his cold gaze turned to hers. You had faith that he would be able to save your father? She returned her gaze to the prosecutor. No, I had faith that he would do the right thing the moment he heard the truth. But what is this truth, Miss Webb? You attended the meeting without any evidence. That was my mistake, she replied. But never again. Perplexed, the prosecutor turned around and clicked at the projected screen before the courtroom. The first piece of evidence against Miss Webb is this note that she sent up to Mr. Horton's office demanding a meeting. "We have a son together. I hope that this will get your attention. I will await your response." Your Honor, the note doesn't prove anything other than her claim that they have a child together. Her lawyer objected. "Perhaps," the prosecutor replied. "But what about the next piece of evidence?" He clicked on the button once more, and it revealed the text message in a phone. "Since you have refused to respond to me, I will now put all of my cards on the table. I demand $7 million from you, or else I will go to the press with all I know of the faults of Ty Darkson." Bree's eyes popped open at the screen as the stirrings in the formerly quiet court rose. "That is my first time seeing that," she said to the prosecutor. "Are you saying that you are not the one who sent this text?" "I'm not," she said. "But this above is your phone number, is it not?" he asked. Silence. "Is this your phone number, Miss Webb?" he repeated. "It is." He turned back to the screen. "If you also look closely, you will see that this was sent just before their second meeting, and out of curiosity and irritation at her disturbance, Mr. Horton obliged her and attended the meeting. There are recordings of their phone calls proving this available. I never sent that text message." Bree gritted her teeth painfully. "It is not on my phone." "Well, deleting a text message is not that difficult. It is not on yours, but it is on his. Or do you want to put forward the claim that at some moment in time your phone was away from you, leaving the avenue for the text to have been sent without your knowledge?" She couldn't think of any. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words would come out. "I thought so as well. Well, Your Honor, I advise that Miss Brina Webb be sentenced to 3 years in prison." "That will be all, Your Honor," he concluded, and returned to his seat. Brina turned towards Kevin to see that his eyes were impatiently on his watch, as though he had more important places to be. She shut her eyes from the heart-wrenching scene and turned away. "Your Honor," her lawyer stood for his concluding statement. "There was no reason for my client to blackmail and extort, said some from Mr. Horton under false grounds. If she needed to obtain financial support from him, all she needed to do was to file a claim for parental support." The judge fixated his eyes on him. "Are you confirming then that her claim of a child is correct? The plaintiff has already testified that he holds no memory of meeting or even having sexual relations with the accused. For his claim I can give no explanation. However, for the proof that he is in fact the father of the child, he also can give no explanation. The child is present right here in this room, and I want to request that a DNA test be conducted." Brina turned around as Joan rose from the pews with her son on her hips, and his playful ignorant smile of where he was tore at her heart. The secret she had hoped to hide for as long as possible was finally out, and for the first time in all her years she regretted the day she met and fell in love with Kevin Horton. Chapter 5. To Brina, coming home was a bittersweet moment. For one, she was grateful to be able to return to the place that had been her haven for the longest time, but at the same time she wondered how long it would remain that way. Little Kevin was in her arms, deep asleep with the rosiest cheeks ever to grace a child's face. Ever since she had been discharged from detention, she had taken him in her arms and refused to let go. She headed straight to their bedroom, and they laid on the bed together with him cradled tightly in her arms. Joan stood by the door and watched them. "He is not going to disappear, you know," she said. Brina didn't say a word. If only she knew. Underneath the covers she was trembling. "Do you want me to make you both dinner?" "No need," Brina said softly. "We'll cook together when he awakes." "You have no grocery," she reminded her. "And possibly a job," it occurred to her. "We'll get some together too." "Alright then, I'll put some side dishes in the fridge just in case. Call me when you're awake, we have a lot to talk about." "Thanks, Joan," she said, and nodded off to sleep at the door's click of her friend's exit. A few hours later, She took her son with her, and they headed down to the grocery store, he riding in the carts and she picking out what they would need for the next week. When they returned home she sat him down on his chair in the kitchen, turned on the old small television by the corner to hold his attention, and began with dinner. It would be macaroni and cheese, a personal favorite of hers, since she had been a child, and one that little Kevin enjoyed very much. However, as she worked she noticed how jittery she was, and wondered how long this would last. It was almost as though she could not function properly, dropping vegetables and plates across the counter, and jumping at the sound of every little thing, even the ruckus of her child. After putting the macaroni to boil, she turned around to feed him some yogurt, and was just about to plant a kiss on his lips when the door to her apartment rang. Her heart jumped the moment she heard it, and everything went still within her. It's probably Joan, her mind reasoned, but it was immediately countered. Joan only ever knocked or yelled. Even Brina herself had forgotten that she had a doorbell. She looked towards her son and wanted to hide him, but instead she brought herself to her feet, turned off the gas, and planted a kiss on her child's face. "Mommy will be right back," she said, and headed over to the door. She grabbed the knob and, just before she twisted it, the knock came again, this time harder and more impatient. "I'm coming," she forced herself to say, but the sound only seemed to resound in her ears. She pulled the door open, wide enough to not show her fear and close enough to not leave herself completely vulnerable. Before her door stood two men, Mark and Kevin Horton. "May I come in?" he asked. "What do you want?" she asked, and was about to shut the door on them when Mark pushed it open. The force displaced her hold and almost sent her to the ground. "Wait for me here," Kevin said to Mark, and walked into the apartment. Furious Brina shut the door and turned to him. "I didn't say you could come in." He stood in the middle of the small dingy room and looked around for a bit before turning back to him. "Where is he asked. The child answered the question, as if on cue, with the drop of the plastic cup of water that had been placed on the table of his high chair. "This is your final warning, leave my house this instant." He ignored her and strolled with his hands in the pocket of his coat into her closet-sized kitchen. In the corner was her child, and though her heart was pounding, she found herself just watching with bated breath as he stood gazing down at his son for the first time. She couldn't move. "What is his name?" he eventually asked, and it woke her back up. She remembered who she was with and the danger that lurked in her horizons. Instantly she pulled out her phone from her pocket and dialed 911. "I have a trespasser in my home." She immediately spoke into the receiver and the operator began to question her, but he grabbed her attention when he turned around and announced to her, "I will be filing for sole custody." With his hands in his pocket, he strolled out of the house. Brina froze on the spot. "Ma'am, hello ma'am," the operator called through the receiver. "Are you alright?" Brina felt arms around her, and it was at the warm touch that she realized that she had collapsed to the ground. Joan was irate with worry. "Are you alright? Was that him?" She picked up the phone, ended the call with the operator, and pulled Brina to her feet. "I want to go to bed," Brina simply said, and with no comprehension of anything, turned around and headed into her bedroom. She stopped by the door, and without turning around said, "Please take care of Kevin for me," she said. "I'll sleep now. And perhaps when I wake all of this would be nothing but a dream." She awoke the next day into the same nightmare that she had slept out of. However, the hint of light within the tunnel came in the phone call that she received just as she was about to return to sleep, that her job still remained. "Of course, you still have your job. What do you mean? We're excited to have you back." "Thank you, Veronica," she said, but the relief was short-lived, because if that were the logical assumption of all, there would have been no need to call her to confirm this. She heard a knock to her door and dragged herself out of bed so that she could open the door for her friend and son. "Why aren't you dressed yet?" Joan scolded. "I'll be ready in a few minutes." I need to go back to help the kids. I'll be ready to leave in 20 minutes. She said as she pulled herself away from little Kevin's kiss and rushed into the bathroom. It was silent for a few minutes before she heard the question. Are you thinking of bringing your mom here with you? Brina rinsed her mouth as she stared into the mirror at her sunken eyes. I would like to, she said. Until my dad returns it would be great for us to spend that time together again, but I doubt she'd agree to leave their house. I'll dress Kevin, she said. You'll be too late otherwise. Yoonji nodded and jumped into the shower. They were soon ready to leave with each of their kids and got into Joan's car for the commute. However, when they turned on the radio and a few songs in, the suddenly discovered child of the year to Horton Pharmaceuticals made the top news. Brina stared at the radio in shock. Joan quickly shut it off, and Brina didn't even realize that she was wringing the life out of her hands until Joan took one hand from the steering wheel and laid it atop hers. You'll be fine, she promised. The words brought a remembrance to the first time they had met years ago. She had been a pregnant 21-year-old without a job and abandoned by her family, and Joan had taken her in and said, "You will be fine." She hadn't believed it then, but time had proved the words true. So, hanging into it this time around too wasn't a bad idea. As long as you're the one saying it, she said, and Joan laughed. They arrived at the kids' preschool and met a barrage of reporters and cameras waiting outside of the gates. Brina began to shake her head in despair, wishing it all away. Joan, however, was offended. How dare they do this in front of a preschool, she yelled, unbuckling her seatbelt. Why is the school accommodating this? It's free publicity, Brina answered and was about to get out when Joan stopped her. I'll go in with Kevin. You might get ambushed if you come along. She glanced at her sleeping son with worry, but her friend reassured her. Don't worry, they do not know what he looks like. In the eyes of all, I should just be taking my 2 children to school. Thanks, Joan, Brina said and got out of the car to find a taxi. In no time she was at her own middle school and met a scene there double the size. She did not want to get out, however a back door to sneak in through did not exist. She called her vice principal. Just brave it and come in, she said. They will be gone from here the moment you do. Just keep your head low, and I'll guide you. And that was what she did, and never had she been shoved as much, or had to keep her head as bent in her entire life. The questions and barks roared, but she could hear none of it. Eventually she was in the safety of the teacher's room, and surrounded by people she had only ever exchanged a few words with. Are you alright? Damn, it must be tough out there. You got a good one though, she smiled where she could, and then quickly sauntered off to the normalcy of her classroom. Kevin Horton waited in the car as he sent Mark along, until he realized that he would have to do this himself. So he stepped out of the back seat, and for the first time since he was a student himself, walked into a preschool. The kids were out in the playground, running around in high pitches, while the parents were beginning to arrive slowly. Mark was already in talks with one of the teachers, so he headed over to him and took over. Finally realized that he did not know his name. He shares your name, Mark replied and turned around to search for him. The teacher addressed him. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Horton, she greeted with a bright smile, and he nodded in response. Can I pick him up? Is his mother aware? She is not, but I'll give her a call. Alright then, she said, and a few moments later his son was walking hand in hand with Mark and towards him. They stopped before each other, and for a moment it was as though they were both sizing themselves up. His son stared him in the eye, and so did he. It almost made him smile. But at the corner of his mind was the nudging and incomprehension that this was his actual child. Up until a few days earlier he hadn't even known that the boy existed. Who are you? He asked, and Kevin slipped his hands into his pocket. You can call me Kevin, he said. My name is Kevin, the little man said. And so is mine. Where's my mom? He looked towards Mark. I'll be picking you up today. We will see her soon. The boy's smile at the promise almost blinded him. and for a moment he felt a pang of jealousy in a corner of his heart. She had kept this from him for years, without ever having given him the option of even accepting or rejecting the child. Her selfishness bothered him to no end. "Let's go," he said and took the boy's second hand. Brina had a lot to answer to, starting with the fact that she somehow had not taught this boy not to ever leave with strangers. They went to his office at first, because he had a meeting, and when placed in the corner with the toys already pre-arranged for him, Kevin found him easy to ignore. He was a quiet child and, just like he had been, knew how to keep himself busy. Mark came in from time to time to join him at play, but when Kevin looked up a while later to find the boy staring directly and quietly at him, he felt guilty once again. This feeling had haunted him quite a lot already in the space of a few hours and he did not like it. However, he put away his files, rose from his chair and headed over to his son. He sat on the adjacent couch at first, but when he saw that the boy had to raise his neck too high, he moved to the floor and sat down with him. The boy truly looked like him with round emerald eyes and dark hair that was much curlier than his thanks to his African American mother. He was going to be quite the looker when he grew up. "What are you doing?" he asked, and just like that the boy seemed to forget he was even there. He turned clumsily away and went back to playing with the toy car that he had purchased for him. Mark came in then and was a bit taken aback to see him on the floor. "How do you spend time with children?" Kevin asked, already feeling despair. "You go into their world," Mark responded, "because they don't know how to come into yours." Kevin wished he knew what Mark had said, but a few hours later, and in the company's park that he had forgotten existed, he pushed his son up and down in a swing for the very first time. The boy's squeals as he went higher and higher did something to his heart, and he found himself slowly falling for the little human that was born from him. Lunch was an indecisive affair as he did not know what the boy was allergic to, so he stayed away from specific foods and settled with rice and vegetables. The boy didn't seem too excited about this, but when he topped it all up with a simple cake, never had he seen someone's attention be that easily grabbed and held. Kevin watched him eat, and when he was done, wiped the crumbs and icing off the corners of his mouth. There was a stack of tissues by his side, but after checking to make sure no one else was in the room, he put his stained fingers to his lips and cleaned it off with his mouth. Love was the first thought that came to his mind. This was love. It was warm and soft and giving. His phone began to ring then, and when he couldn't even be bothered to rise to get it, he realized that he was in trouble. For the first time in his adult life, someone had appeared that was more than enough to command his attention. Brina was sure that she would go crazy. "What do you mean by he has already been picked up?" she asked as she gaped at the preschool's teacher. "His dad came by a while ago to get him." She couldn't hold herself back. "How did you know that he is his father? Have I ever introduced anyone to you as his father?" The teacher was shaken. "Miss Webb, where the hell is my child?" she yelled, tears filling her eyes. The director of the preschool came up to her then and tried to catch the reins of the situation. "Please calm down, Miss Webb. We all know Mr. Horton, and given the recent developments in the news we automatically assumed that who are you to make assumptions with my child?" she asked, and with an uncontainable fury, wiped the tears from her eyes. "If anything goes wrong, you all will pay dearly for this," she swore and stormed out of the school. She headed straight to Kevin's office, however they wouldn't let her in. "Mr. Horton is not here right now." "Then where he is?" "His assistant. I've been trying to call him, but he is not picking up my phone calls." "I'm sorry, but we cannot help you. You will have to come back another time." She was ushered out of the building and yet again found herself staring up at the insurmountable skyscraper that was Kevin Horton. She was furious, but out of options, so she headed over to Joan's coffee shop and collapsed onto one of the tables. "What is it?" Joan immediately came over to her. "I can't find Kevin," she reported. Her face soaked with tears and her friend was taken aback. What does that mean? He is not at the school. I went and they told me that his father Kevin had already taken him. And he didn't call you. Can you believe this selfish bastard? I raised that child on my own, abandoned and close to dying from starvation, and then he goes and does this? He wants full custody. Joan. Can you believe this? She lowered her head back to the table and covered them with her hands. Her friend's warm touch not enough to even calm her trembles. He will be alright, she said. As long as he is with his father, he is safe. But she knew, as did Brina, that was not the only problem. Brina was terrified of his growing interest in their child, because as it grew, her ability to keep her son by her side diminished. She returned home and awaited his call, and only when the sun had gone down did she finally hear the knock on her door. She sped towards the door, but just before she opened it she stopped and took a deep breath. Let's be calm, Bree, she muttered under her breath, but she didn't trust herself. She pulled the door open, met his gaze with a deadly one of hers, but the sight she met kept her mouth closed. Her son was fast asleep in Kevin's arms. She gazed at her son's small head as it rested on the shoulder of his father, and held out her hands to take him. However, she was refused. Show me where to put him, he said, and with a deep breath her son continued on with his blissful sleep. When the adult stepped out of the room, Bree said to him, "We need to talk." She turned around and saw that he had already taken his seat on the couch behind her, so she leaned against the wall and folded her arms across her chest. "I will not condone what you did today," she said to him. "What offense have I committed? You took him out of school without my permission?" He cocked his head to one side. "I wasn't aware that I had to request permission from you." Her voice rose. "I'm his mom. How can you do this? At least you could have given me a call to tell me that he was with you. I left the message at the school. Were you not informed?" She glared at him. "Let's move on to other things," he said in the bored tone of hers, and it sent her temper to the roof. "Why did you not tell me about him before he was born?" And just like that, the tension came back into the room. She thought that he would first ask for a refresher of how they actually made a baby together, so she was a bit taken aback. "There was no need to," she answered. "Am I not his father? Then on what basis did you make such a decision?" Somehow, she felt as though the tables were turning on her. "We don't need you, Kevin," she said, and watched as his face darkened. He rose to his feet. "You," he said, "do not need me, but that little boy, he is mine." Brina panicked so, just as he was about to walk by her, she stopped him with a hand on his arm, but he shrugged it away. "Don't touch me." Something chipped at a part of her heart at his words. "What do you mean by he is yours?" "Exactly what I said. This will be over soon." He turned and it was meant as a consolation. He was about to reach the door, however, when something suddenly crashed from the bedroom. They both stopped and shared a look, and then instantly hurried into the bedroom. They found the source of the crash, and it was the empty vase that had always sat on her dressing table. However, when she turned to look at her child, her heart failed her. The clothes that he had been put to bed in were drenched with blood. She screamed, her entire body trembling with disbelief, and ran towards her child. Kevin got there before her and stopped her before she could move him carelessly. "Don't touch him," he said. "I need to find out where he is injured." The blood seemed to have originated from his side and then spread all over his cream-colored shirt. However, at the noise, the child began to stir. "Wait, I think he is fine." Somehow, she was able to hear him over her sobs and trembling. "What? He's breathing fine," he said, and lowered himself to inspect the child's body. He then pulled up the shirt, and it revealed slightly blood-stained skin, but there was no wound. "What is this?" Kevin looked around, and it was then that they both noticed the open window to the corner. "Someone came in here?" Brina muttered, all energy sapped from her. Kevin went to inspect the window, and saw that indeed the window had been tampered with. Brina heard his sigh of relief as she took off her baby's shirt and enclosed him in her arms. "I'm so sorry," she apologized as she rocked him in her arms. Kevin's voice eventually came through to her. "I've been receiving threats for a short while. I suspect that this might be as a result." The thought of him in danger caused her more concern, but she dared not show it. "I'll call the cops," she said. "Do not sleep here tonight, whoever it was. I'll handle it," she said, and, after pulling her door open, stood by it until he decided to see to her request. He walked out of the house, and she shut the door behind him. Chapter 6. For the days following after, Brina did not see or hear from Kevin, much to her relief, but then on the Saturday afternoon of that week, a tall man walked into Joan's coffee shop. She had been seated, having tea with her friend, when he arrived, so they both turned around to ogle the handsome stranger. He was tall with a slim figure and an innocent face, but eyes that hinted at the lack of innocence underneath. His hair was styled into a full ash-colored fringe and he wore a thick camel coat, with a stark white dress shirt and blue jeans. Joan's nails dug into her fingers as they ogled the man, and she had to pry them away from hers, before they dug a hole into her skin. "You have a husband," Brina reminded her, and was about to turn away when her eyes connected with that of the stranger. He smiled as though he knew her. "You're welcome," Brina greeted, but was surprised when instead of continuing to the counter he began to walk towards them both. "You're Brina, right?" he asked after giving Joan a warm smile. She immediately excused herself. "Yes, I am," Brina replied and watched as his smile almost tripled in size. "I'm Matthew," he said and seated himself before her. Brina was wary. The smile began to leave her face as she suspected that perhaps he was from the press, so she began to rise, but then he said something that took her back in time. He called her mophead. "Excuse me? You can't remember? Didn't you go to Dawson High with us? You always sent my brother a card and a pen every holiday we got from school." Brina was confused, but then she took a closer look at him and it all came back to her. "Hey." He frowned. "You still never bothered learning my name. I mean it's Matthew, mophead." She burst out laughing and covered her face with her hands in embarrassment. "Stop calling me that. I stopped speaking to you when you started calling me that. Well, I ran love errands for you at least 3 times, and every time you still called me hey. Same as today." He clucked his tongue. "Women. AWW. Oh my god, you're so handsome now. I've always been." She cleared her throat and looked away, and he leaned forward to lightly pinch the skin off her wrist. She cackled in response, just as Joan came over then to take his order. "I saw a picture of you in my brother's office a few days ago and immediately recalled the mop curls. Hey. My curls are now elegant." He looked away and cleared his throat, so she reached out to pinch him as he did her, but he was better prepared and moved his hand in time. "I heard that I have a nephew," he said, and Bree's smile faltered a bit. "Wow," he said. "My brother's made you quite defensive." "The damn bastard," she smiled. "Can I see him?" "He is at a daycare right now, so perhaps soon, one of these days." "I live in New York, so it has to be soon." "Alright then, I'll make it happen before you leave." "Thanks, mophead." She made a face at him, and then they went on to speak about his restaurant in New York, and how difficult it had been for him to opt out of working for the company. "My mom said, at least once every day, that I was going to be the death of her. Good thing she's still alive, otherwise I might have been taken in for murder all because I wanted to cook for a living." They spoke for longer than she had expected, but then soon he rose to leave. He never once mentioned his brother. "Remember to make the meeting happen soon. I need to bond with him before I leave." "Sure," she promised and rose. However, she couldn't help herself. "Why aren't you asking me anything?" she asked. He cocked his head in thought. "There are only 2 questions to ask. The first one I know the answer to and the other," he laughed, "I think only my brother needs to know the answer to." "What are the questions?" "Former, why did you keep it from him for so long? And the latter, how he didn't even suspect it, even after you made the claim. But as I said, that's for him to know, not me. Why do you think that I kept it from him for so long? He smiled at her and reached out to pull one of her curls until it bounced back into position. Every time you told me to pass the card and pen to him, I tore it open and read it. He quickly dodged her hit on his arm. Have a beautiful summer break. Have a beautiful Christmas break. Hope your year was amazing. She cringed. Please stop. You never wrote your name, he said. It was almost as though not knowing who you were was alright to you, but then you truly wanted him to have great school breaks, whatever that meant. And by the way, he never did. Our dad always made him slave away at the company, but I got to roam free as the wind. The curse of being the eldest. Did he ever look at the letters? I have no idea. I always tossed it on top of his desks without a care. My bad. I still can't believe I did all that, she said. I truly hope you don't regret it. Kevin is a cold one, but when he loves, he is true and loyal like no other. She rolled her eyes and he chuckled. Why don't you and my nephew come for dinner at our home? He asked. It'll be a great chance for me to show off my skills. She instantly shut him down. That won't happen. For the first time since they had started conversing, his face became serious. Why? It's just not necessary. Why isn't it? He'll get to meet his grandmother for the first time and spend time with his dad. The smile left her face, but he went on. There is so much tension between all of us right now, and I know the pride that you are trying to protect, but my nephew has nothing to do with any of this. Meeting his grandmother will be amazing. And seeing his father's home and spending time with us will be great too. That pride already denied us all of watching him being born and growing up to this stage. Don't do that anymore, Brina. It's too selfish of you. I'll call you with a date soon. He smiled and took his leave. Kevin returned home after an exhausting day with Brina and his son on his mind. In his hands were the sole custody documents prepared by his attorney and ready to be served to her. However, he was hesitating, and he wasn't certain why. The sound of Matthew's laughter permeated the air, but he couldn't work up the enthusiasm to speak, so he began to head quietly to his room. However, just before he began to climb up the stairs, he heard the laughter of a child and stopped. More voices followed, and his suspicions took him back down the stairs. He arrived at the kitchen and met his son seated on the counter and being fed something from Matthew's hand, and behind him was a ponytail of curls with a glass of wine in her hands. Kevin, his son squealed upon sighting him, and all eyes turned to him except hers. A smile came out of nowhere at the clumsy squeal of his name, and he found himself going forward as the boy was brought down with the help of his uncle. He ran towards him, and Kevin waited till he arrived at his leg and gave it a hug. How are you? He asked, ruffling the boy's hair, and his smile was heart-melting. Pine. His mother turned around then, and their gazes met. She smiled at her son, and then turned back around. Kevin ignored her as well, and looked to his brother for an explanation of the circumstance. We are having dinner together, he said. Mom has been dying to meet this little fudge. I cannot believe I'm an uncle, man. You're just now starting to do great things with your life. Well done. Kevin gave his brother a look, and then sent his son back to the kitchen, so that he could head up to change. He went into his office thereafter, and sat with the papers in front of him. Doing this would create an animosity between he and Brina that he wasn't completely sure that he wanted. He was incredibly offended at her for a lot of reasons, but then, what of his son? She was all that he had known for the last few years. Raking his fingers through his hair, he leaned into his chair, but was called down only a few minutes later for dinner. He was going to decline, but then when he heard his mother was on her way, he shot up from the seat. He met Brina, his son and Matthew on one side of the table, so he took his seat at the head of it. The doorbell rang then, and a few minutes later, his mother sauntered in along with, and to his annoyance, Tiffany. With their arrival, He waved away any pleasantries that could have occurred during the evening and immediately began with his meal of rice and curry. "Kevin, you couldn't even wait to be done with dinner," his mom commented. "I don't blame you, my dear." Her tone was especially high-pitched this evening, and the laughter that accompanied it was the most ungenuine one he was yet to hear from her. He shook his head and continued with his meal. "Oh, is this our little man?" She went over to where his son sat, and Kevin lifted his head to see that Brina had stood up in greeting. However, much to his expectation, his mother completely ignored her and focused her attention solely on the little boy. His son was wary of her, but the moment she pinched his cheeks all of his smile came out. "I brought so many presents for you," she said. "Come sit by me." She took the boy's hand and settled him on the seat between herself and Tiffany. Tiffany came over to place a kiss on his temple, and all he did was shoot her a glance at the play of ownership. Another glance at Brina showed that she preferred the sight of her meal to whatever else was going on, and he hoped that she also felt that way. Dinner continued on, and all the attention was on his son. However, he had almost finished his meal when his mom began to cross lines. "This is Tiffany," she introduced. "She is going to be your mom." His head shot up at the statement, and so did his brothers and Brina. "Mom, that is rude." His brother immediately stepped in. "His mother is right here." She acted as though Brina didn't even exist. "Tiffany, you need to start bonding with him," his mother said, and Tiffany couldn't contain her smile. She played with his hair and fed him clumsily from his plate. "Your son is adorable, Kevin," she commented, but he just kept on with his dinner. "Our son," his mom corrected much too loudly for the dinner table, and Tiffany almost blushed her head away. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw Matthew place his hand atop Brina's in consolation, and a pang of jealousy hit his heart. She had a bright smile for Matthew, and for some reason it made him feel cheated. Perplexed, he turned his gaze from them and focused on rounding up his meal. However, the axle fell when his mother turned to his son and said, "Her name is Mommy. Say Mommy." Everyone watched as the boy turned to Tiffany and said Mommy. Tiffany placed her hand on her chest in surprise, and Brina let her fork clang noisily under the plate. "Excuse me," she began, and Kevin calmly lifted his head to watch her. His mother, for the first time since the dinner began, turned to even acknowledge her presence. She was not pleased. "Is it that easy to become a mother?" Her mother laughed and turned to Tiffany. "Apparently it is. All you need is to drug the right man and have your way with him, isn't it?" Matthew dropped his cutlery on the plate. "Mom, Brina is our guest and your grandson's mother." "Unfortunately," she said, and returned with a smile to patting the child's cheeks. Brina pushed back her chair and said to her son, "Kevin, we are leaving. Say goodbye." He turned to his mom at the order, but then his grandmother placed an arm on his. "What do you think you're doing? How dare you?" Brina stared at her, and Kevin could see her struggle between not wanting to be rude and not wanting to tolerate the insult. His mother kept going. "How dare you even open your mouth here? Who invited this trash into my house?" Kevin pushed his chair backwards and rose to his feet, and all the eyes on the table turned to him. He glared at his mother. "This is my house," he said. "I wanted her here. We need to talk," he said to Brina, and began to walk away. However, she didn't follow him. "Kevin, get up right now," she said, and started to head over to the boy when Matthew rested his hand on hers. Again, that pang of jealousy that he could not understand. They shared a look, and then he said something to her that Kevin could not decipher. He stood up with her, and then taking his hand in hers led her up the stairs and after him. Kevin headed over to his office and shut the door behind him. A few moments later, Matthew came in to speak to him. "Brina doesn't deserve any of this," he said. "Please be kinder to her. You don't know this, but 4 years in school she sent you cards and pens before every single break wishing you an awesome time. She actually does care about you and has known you for she sent me what? I regret this now, but I didn't think it was a big deal then. She was a few grades lower than us, and I think she had a crush on you for a while then. I never gave these to you, and I don't think I even have them anymore. She's known me for that long?" Matthew sighed and shook his head at him. "You're usually so good at reading people, but then sometimes you get in your own way. There's more to this incident than either of us know, and I'm not telling you to get married to her, but she is a great girl. So at least for the sake of your child together, do not completely alienate her. You will regret it. You've already put her father in jail, and I know she doesn't know that you're doing your best to fix that, but that's already an insurmountable strike against you. I'll tell her to come in now. Play nice. Also, one more thing. She is proud, but she's also uninhibitedly honest. Remember that." Kevin found it hard to process all that his brother had just said to him, but then it suddenly allowed a lot of things to make sense to him, like while she felt so familiar with him at first and kept calling him by his first name, she had not approached him as though he were the CEO of Horton. He glanced at the envelope of sole custody papers that he was about to serve her with, and just before she arrived, he felt a wave of panic wash over him. He eventually dragged his eyes away from the envelope and watched her come in. He rose to his feet and the first words out of his mouth he did not expect. "How did we meet?" She was a bit taken aback by the question and folded her arms across her chest. Her beauty, he noted, was very elegant. "Which of the times?" she asked, but then, just before he could respond, she unfolded her arms and shut him down. "I don't have time for this. You said you wanted to see me." He glanced at the papers on his desk and then turned to her. "I'm going to need you to move in," he said, and watched her eyes pop open. "What?" He took a deep breath and continued despite every alarm bell in his head going off. "As you saw, I'm being threatened, and now that Kevin's existence is known, he also has become a target. So until things are sorted out soon, I'm going to need you both to be as safe as possible." For a moment, it seemed as though she were battling with herself in the inside, but then she gave her response. "No." She turned around and began to leave. "I'll take Kevin from you if you refuse," he said, and she turned back to him. "I have already filed for sole custody, but with time that can be reviewed. However, my major concern right now is his safety, so either you move in with him, or I make quick work of the suit and gain full custody of him." She seemed appalled. "And what makes you think that you will win?" "I think we both know the answer to that," he said. "Think this over and get back to me tomorrow at the latest, or else I'll take the needed actions. I've heard you're proud, but for once put away your concocted reservations and place Kevin's safety above all else. Asterisk asterisk asterisk." "Of course you have to move," Joan said as she chewed carelessly on an apple in her living room. "I still haven't recovered from what you told me. His shirt was soaked in blood. I don't know how you're able to sleep here. I've reported this to the police. And is that enough? Don't do this to me." "Also," Brina said, "I cannot move in with Kevin." "Why not?" Brina blinked at the question. "I mean, apart from the fact that it would hurt your pride." Brina started to get defensive, but then she changed her mind. "And what is wrong with that? You of all people know what I had to go through these past few years, but that was your choice," she said. "You never gave Kevin the chance to choose to be present or absent. The only thing wrong that he has done so far is not remember, and his company's wrongful accusations of your dad. Isn't that more than enough? Perhaps, but this is your son we are talking about. Nothing else should matter when faced with threats about his safety. What about my mom? She's meant to stay with me until my dad returns. Have you asked her about this? You said it yourself, that she might refuse you. She's lived her whole life over in Stockbridge, so I don't see why she would be comfortable moving away. Plus, you can always go see her frequently with Kevin. I mean your son Kevin, not Kevin. Kevin. Ugh, why the hell did you make your son his namesake?" I wanted to remember him every time I called my son's name. Neither of them had expected an answer to the question, so in the following moments, Joan just stared at her. Your pride has done you a lot of damage, she said thoughtfully, and it amused Brina. What? Did you ever approach him during all the years you were in love with him in school? Not really, except once when I worked in the swimming club. Joan sighed deeply. This conversation is over, she said and rose to her feet. You're making me upset. Hey. I proposed to Joseph, you do know this, right? Not everyone has your confidence and guts, Joan. Perhaps, and that's why they never get what they want. What's wrong with being vulnerable and asking for what you want? Hold up, where is this conversation spiraling down to? Move in, and this time don't just tolerate him until you do not have to. If you still have feelings for him, make the move and try to create a family out of you three. If not for you, then for your son. I hate him, and also that's what everyone thinks I got pregnant by him for. Well, I guess everyone is more important than your son's joy, she said, and began to head towards the door. He sent my father to jail, she said, dark clouds gathering her face. I cannot forgive that. Well, on that note, I truly do not know what to say, but I will leave you with this. Put your pride down and go after what you want, whatever that is. You know you best. Chapter 7. The lawsuits keep piling up. Kevin addressed the only 4 members of the board that shared his sentiments via the speakerphone in his office. His voice was strained with barely contained frustration and fury as he spoke. In the last month alone, 2,500 people have come up with claims of heart-related side effects and bone fracture. The settlements we have dished out so far is running up to $3 billion towards almost 50,000 people. For how long is this going to continue? The gains that Tide Arxin has brought the company is almost 10 times that. That is why the rest of the board see no problem with this continuing, one of the shareholders said. And moreover, no one has, or might ever have, the guts to fight this, especially with Newman still around. He's been getting rid of every evidence and puppeteering the entire organization to his deviousness for decades. We're all as frustrated as you feel, Mr. Horton. Their conversation continued, and at the end of it, Kevin ended the call and flung the stack of papers in his hands away from him. Bastards. He cursed under his breath and furiously pushed back his chair to rise. He began to head towards his desk, and before he sat down, Mark came into the office. You can leave, he said. I'll be here a while more, so I'll drive myself home. I'll wait, he said, but Kevin pulled out a folder from his drawers and began to flip through the files. Go home, he ordered, and Mark got the message. Kevin was left to himself to think about all the countless cases that his executives kept manipulating and burying. He had allowed a pretty broad speculation, but the sheer numbers and brutality towards the victims stunned him. He couldn't even go home because he was certain that sleep would desert him tonight. Over the last few days he had been so stressed with the cases that sleep had been more of an unavoidable nuisance. It was also as if she could sense his stress, because the dreams these days were light and sometimes he didn't even have them at all. He hated to admit it, but whether real or imagined, he missed the escape that they gave to him. His very thoughts questioned his normalcy, so he pushed them all away and returned to his files. However, a few minutes later, and he could hear some light banging noises beyond the office, and it made him wonder how anyone could be present at that hour. It was already past midnight. There was a knock to his door then, but he didn't respond. However, an entrance was made, and for the first few moments he waited for whoever it was to speak, and did not bother looking up. Eventually he turned the page of his report, and raised his head, and was surprised to see a male janitor staring directly at him. For a brief moment his sudden presence alarmed him. What's going on? Why are you here? I apologize, sir, he laughed. I did not realize that you were still here. There was something peculiar about him, but he continued with his work and only realized a few moments later that the janitor had not left. He raised his head then, and watched as the janitor took off the hat from his head. His cell phone on the table buzzed then, and he glanced at it to see a text message from the number that had been threatening him. "I'm here," was all it said. It took him a few moments to establish the suspicion, but by the time he did, the janitor was already by his desk, both of his hands resting boldly atop the oak table. Annoyed, Kevin leaned back into the chair and folded his hands across his chest. "Are you the one who's been sending me these texts?" His responding cackle was deceptively nervous. "It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but I can't help but be a little obsessed with you." The man raised his head then, and only when Kevin could see his full face did he realize that he looked familiar. He would be no older than his age of 30, but the air of frustration around him made him appear much older and dangerous. "What do you want?" Kevin asked. "You don't remember me?" Silence. "Wow." He laughed cynically. "You're apparently more important to me than I'm to you, but that shouldn't be the case. You owe me a lot." "And what exactly do I owe you?" He made a show of nodding his head as he pondered. "My life, that of my fathers and siblings. My mom has been having a hard time also." Kevin had had enough, so he began to rise. However, out of nowhere the man pulled out a gun, and in a roar of unconfined anger, he yelled, "Sit the fuck down." His voice broke. "Or else, I will end your life right now." Kevin did as he was told, and the man pulled out the chair to sit before him. "I heard you have a son," he said cheerfully. "It's the perfect timing, isn't it? For once it seems as though the powers that be are helping me. You now have more of what matters to lose. I couldn't be happier for you, man." He looked around the office, nodding his head in approval. "I always knew you'd be this big actually. I couldn't really fathom how big you'd get, because it would be proportional to how big your dad's company was. You could be living it up way more than this. Glad to know you still have that streak of humility left." "Who are you?" Kevin asked. "We used to go to school together." "What school?" "High school." Kevin searched through his memory, and then the resemblance struck him. "I see you recognize me now." He exposed yellow, nicotine-stained teeth. "That was quick enough. I'm touched. I would have been easier to recognize if you didn't mess me up. Back then I was the lackey to the rich kid. Except you weren't the typical rich bastard, so I guess I was some sort of friend." "You were a friend," Kevin said. "A close one." "That's what I thought too. You knew that people got close to you because they wanted to use you in one way or the other, but you never took it too personally. Also, it never really took much away from you. However, the one time I needed your help, you for some reason broke the gates of hell and came after my entire family. Looking at you now, I realize that you've always been this way. Decisive and adamant, but with a hint of vulnerability. That hint of weakness is what hides your true colors. I heard you've been sending innocent elderly men to prison, and one of them is even the current father of your child's mother. You sure do hear quite a lot," Kevin said. The gunman, Eddie Bretman, rose to his feet then, and began to walk around his desk and towards Kevin. He placed the gun behind his trousers, and left his hands free. "I only have one question for you," he said. "Why did you do that to my father? Why did you make my family lose everything? You got me in trouble." Kevin replied. "I had never even seen the pack of cocaine, but suddenly our class was being searched for it, and it was all found in my swimming bag. I warned you when you began to walk with Timothy and those other idiots, but you didn't listen. And then when everything was falling apart, you went ahead and framed me for it. Were you even human? Still, was that enough reason to do what you did?" "I did that because you could get out of the trouble. Your father could get you out of the trouble, but neither of us could. No matter how bad it got, your father could make it go away, but none of us could. So, what was so bad about using the help that a friend could give?" "You did not ask me for it," Kevin replied. "You forced me into it, and I had to bear it all alone. You used me. Everyone used you at every chance they got," he said. "You had more than us all, What was so bad about being used? In your case, the price was more than I was able to pay. He saw tears fill Eda's eyes just as he roared. What price could you possibly not afford to pay? Do you know what you getting my father stripped from his position did to him and our family? And then you made it so that he would never be able to find decent work in his field or anywhere else again. He died of frustration. We had to move, and in the only place that we could afford my sister got raped and took her life. It's just me and my mother now. I couldn't further my education, couldn't find a decent job or the will for one. You completely ruined us. For the last few years I keep wondering what punishment would serve you best, and honestly I couldn't think of any, until I looked towards my own self. Nothing will ever top watching my family fall apart, and die because of what you had done. That is what I will let you feel. You should get ready for it. He was now standing before Kevin. We will start with your newly found son, he said. That one will be quite painful I suppose. You should stop before it's too late, Kevin said, and he watched Eda's eyes grow even darker. He could almost feel his temper rising and getting out of control, and before Kevin could catch his following action, a knife had already appeared. The blade was thrust into his lower abdomen with such force that Kevin doubled over at the staggering pain. I will stop, he said. When it is too late. Brina had not been to her parents' home in Stockbridge, Massachusetts since she had been driven out by her father. She could still remember and relive the day, as though it had happened that very moment. Getting pregnant as a student had not been her offense, but blatantly refusing to get rid of the baby, and at the same time refusing to reveal its father's identity had driven her father mad with rage. He had been furious with her and frustrated, but above all else the disappointment that she had seen in his eyes had been what had almost caused her to cave in. Up until then she hadn't realized how much she had based so many of her life's choices on his approval, but in that moment her confidence in the decision that she had made had overpowered it. Now, as she stood before the door to their home, she asked herself if she regretted it, and her head's response was immediate. She did. However, her heart felt differently. Seeing all that she had of Kevin over the past few weeks had greatly let down her expectations. However, those expectations she still secretly cherished. Her mother had sneaked out to rent a motel for her for a little while, and then she forced herself to go her own way. Never had she been so scared, but now all the fear and uncertainties of that period she seemed to be living through all over again. She had just returned from the prison in West Concord, and the pain that she had felt had weakened her to the core. Her father had refused to see her. Even after so many years, he still couldn't bear to look her in the eyes. She didn't know what to do. She wiped her eyes just before her mother opened the door, and smiled the moment their gazes met. Brina, she called in her boisterous voice. Hey mom. Just as she expected, her mother's eyes filled up, and she cursed under her breath as hers did as well. She went into the older woman's embrace and they remained that way for a while. You're getting taller, her commented. I doubt that. You just haven't seen me in a while. It's not been that long. I'm making lunch. Come join me, she said and hurried off to the kitchen, but Brina took her time in getting there. Her mother wasn't surprised, because when she was younger the words "come help me cook" were probably one of her most hated phrases. When it came to baking she didn't need to be asked but any other, and it seemed as though her world would collapse. She inspected the home that she had spent the first 21 years of her life in. The rustic furniture and her mother's trinkets still maintained their place. However, the one big and hard to ignore change was the flat screen television before her. Dad finally changed his TV, she said, and her mother smiled. The other one was getting too small and troublesome to maintain. You know, he practically lives in front of the thing. Her mother tasted the sauce she was making, and then turned to offer her a taste which she accepted. It felt like home. Your cooking never changes, Ma. I've missed it. I've missed you, she said. Why didn't you come with Kevin? I'm not coming directly from home, Mom, she said. I stopped by to see Dad. Her mother stopped her stirring and turned to glance at her with worried eyes. Brina answered her silent question. He refused to see me. He loves you, her mom said. I doubt that. I wouldn't blame him if he was even more furious with me now, especially now that things have come out. I still can't believe Kevin's dad is Mr. Horton's son. How did it happen? The question was unexpected and mighty uncomfortable, so she answered quickly and moved on. We met at a conference. I want to use the bathroom. Is that all you're going to say? Come back here. Just a second, Mom, she said and scampered away. She was headed to the guest bathroom when she changed her mind and sauntered up the stairs towards what used to be her old room. Everything was still, just as she had left it, except the mattress. The mattress had no covering on it as it hadn't been used in a long time. She felt nostalgic being here, seeing once again the corner that she used, play her guitar in, pretending that she could sing well enough to dream about a musical career, and in the shelf above her bed, where she never got rid of her childhood books. At the remembrance of her dad coming in multiple times to chat with her on her bed, she turned away from the room and shut the door. She headed towards their bathroom to use the toilet, and when she was done she was washing her hands when she caught sight of the pills on her father's stand. She glanced through them, and when she noticed the most familiar of the bunch, she received a punch to the gut. She flew down the stairs in seconds. Mom, whose drug is this? Her mother looked up from the table that she had been setting. Of course, it's your dad's. Those are his company's Thai dioxin. He's been taking them? Of course, he has, for years. They're to help his diabetes. Brina was shocked. Why would he do that? What do you mean? They work. Moreover, he literally spent his life marketing them at Horton. What's wrong? Her mom had no clue, and she could finally now understand why the lawyer had insisted that she not inform her of what her dad had told him. Nothing, she stuttered and went over to the dining table to take a seat. Her mom placed a bowl of spaghetti and tomato sauce before her, but her appetite was completely gone. She rose up and excused herself. Before she left, however, she asked, Mom, did Dad ever have any notes or journals that you are aware of? I was sure he did, and I used to see them around the house for a while, but after we got robbed a few times I didn't any longer. You got robbed? Yes, there were break-ins but nothing was ever stolen. It was as though they were searching for something in particular and your dad mentioned this to me, but never said what. I just assumed that as a senior employee in the factory, there's a lot that he knows that people want to obtain. You have no idea of where he could have possibly hidden his notes? No, I do not. Perhaps you could ask him the next time you pay him a visit. She sighed painfully. That's if he agrees to see me. Your dad loves you and misses you so greatly, she said. He's just too ashamed to have you see him that way. What? Her perspective surprised her. Your dad is a proud man, and he cannot tolerate pity. Don't take his coldness to heart, and keep visiting him, alright? I need to make a call outside, she said. Sure. Wait. Your dad has a box of your childhood clothes that he wanted to send to you a few months back. He never got around to it, so he just left it in his trunk. Childhood clothes? My child is a boy. That was what I told him, but he didn't respond. The keys are by the entrance. Make sure to get them. Sure. Brina responded and left the house to place an urgent call to his lawyer. She told him about the pills that she found in his cabinet. What could this mean? She asked. Your father could not have been taking the drugs. He knows how harmful they are. Exactly, but my mom says that he has been taking them for his diabetes. I'll find out more about this and get back to you. Alright, but wait, does this then mean that there's nothing wrong with though? It can't be. He spoke to me himself about why the powers that be were trying to frame him. You will have to pay him a visit immediately. I will. They ended the call, and in her father's trunk she saw the plain box labeled Brina's. She carried it with her, and when she entered the house placed it by the doorway. "Mom," she called, but there was no response. "Mom, where are you?" She headed into the kitchen and found her mom glued to the television, fright in her eyes and her hand upon her chest. "What is it?" she asked, and she turned to Brina with trembling hands. "He got attacked," she said, and Brina hurried over. "Who?" She saw Kevin Horton's name written across the screen and froze in place. "He has been rushed in for an emergency surgery, but there is no word yet on if his life is in danger," the news reported. The chatter went on, but she could hear nothing anymore as countless frightening and tragic possibilities scrolled through her mind. She immediately pulled out her phone from her jeans and placed a call to Matthew. He didn't pick up. In desperation, she continued dialing his line without a response until another call was able to come through. It was Mark's. "Miss Webb, where are you? How's Kevin?" she asked. "He is alright. I have just picked him up from daycare and taken him over to the house. I mean his dad." The assistant was a bit taken aback. "Oh, he is still in surgery. I don't have an update. Where are you right now?" "I'm at my parents' home in Stockbridge. I'll be right there to pick you up. Please text the address to me." "Why? What's going on?" "Mr. Horton was attacked by someone who has been threatening him. He has instructed me to oversee the safety of everyone connected to his family. I will be there as soon as possible, so please stay put." "What about my mother?" "A team will be assigned to watch over her home until all quiets down." A short while later, there was a knock on her door and in came Mark. "We need to leave," he said to her, so she bid goodbye to her mom and picked up her box of clothes by the doorway upon her mom's insistence. "I don't need these," she said. "Your dad kept mentioning wanting to send them to you. Just keep them in your home." On her way she wondered if it was because he wanted to completely get rid of any memory pertaining to her, but then if that were the case he would have packed up her entire room, which was still very much intact. She pushed the thoughts out of her mind and focused on prying information out of Mark on Kevin's state, but he was as unresponsive as a rock. Eventually they arrived at her home, and when he told her to pack up her things in order to move to Kevin's, she gave him a death stare. "Excuse me? You and Kevin need to be protected for a short while. And the only way that can be done is by moving to Kevin's? I'm safer here." He did not know how to respond to her, so he just stood by the door watching her without a word. "Make yourself at home," she said, and went into her bedroom too worried to chase him out. She quickly turned on the television, but still there were no updates. Eventually her phone rang, and when she saw that it was Matthew, she answered it immediately. "Matthew, I'm sorry I missed your call. My phone wasn't with me." "Where are you? How is he?" "He just got out of the operating room. He's still unconscious, but the doctor says he'll be fine. Mark just called about your refusal to come to the house. Going there is not going to make anything better. This is really alarming, Brina. Horton is countless stories up, filled with state-of-the-art security, and yet he still managed to get to Kevin so effortless. He's going to target those he cares about, so please, for just a little while, cooperate. I beg of you. It will be one last thing for us all to worry about." Brina took a deep breath, remorseful. "Okay," she said. "Thank you. I will be home shortly myself, so I will see you soon." Chapter 8. Kevin awoke from a long restless sleep to meet his brother by his bedside. Matthew himself had been asleep, but the moment Kevin stirred he sensed it and got up. "How are you?" he asked, and Kevin managed a nod. He looked around the room. "Is everyone okay?" Matthew nodded, his eyes glued to his face. "Mom? She just left. She needed sleep." "Kevin and Brina? They're at the house. Mark sent them over." He nodded again, his appreciation, and shut his eyes. "You seem so mighty most of the times that seeing you this way is making me revere reality more. Do you know who attacked you? And it was a stab wound. How weren't you able to defend yourself against this?" "I was distracted," he said. Do you know who it was? Matthew repeated. Kevin nodded in response. Do you remember when I got busted for the sack of cocaine in high school? You mean when you allowed that pool part-timer to frame you for the sack of cocaine? Matthew looked away from him, clearly still disgusted from the incident. She wasn't responsible for it. Eddie Bretman was. Then why did you take the blame for it for years? Our relationship almost didn't recover from that. I'm sorry for bringing it up again. He apologized half-heartedly. There was no proof to get him then, and dragging it all out was just going to make everything messy and hurt a lot more people. I couldn't not take that on at the time, but I won't let this go this time around. Matthew spun back to him. What do you mean? Is he the one who did this? Kevin nodded and Matthew stared at him in shock. Wow, and you let him do this to you? He also had a gun. What? Has he finally run mad? What is his problem with you? By ruining his father's financial status, I seem to have ruined his life. He claims that the poverty eventually made his father pass miserably away, and thus he lost the will to live. Is he joking? Does he know what that little prank that he pulled did to our entire family? If it weren't for your resiliency and Dad's preparation, we would have been kicked out, and on the streets also. At least they had the option of joining together to dig themselves out of whatever mess they were in. Did you tell him that we lost our father because of it? Furious, he pushed himself out of the seat and the chair fell out of the way. I should have been there, Matthew said, grabbing his hair. I would have killed him myself. He turned around, and Kevin saw the tears in his eyes. Did you tell him how Mom still cannot sleep at night? And how much you suffered? How much everyone blamed you for this, and the guilt that you still haven't been able to get rid of in your heart? Did you tell him any of this? What a selfish bastard. Kevin sighed heavily. You have to be extra careful from now on. He threatened all of us. He didn't respond, and Kevin realized how sore the wound deep within still was. Do not waste your fury on him. I will deal with him accordingly when the time comes. I want to go home immediately, he said. They can monitor me from there. Mark settled Brina into one of the bedrooms on the ground floor of Kevin's home within their private compound. She and her son had both fallen asleep shortly after, so when a little past midnight he awoke and was too restless to fall asleep again. She knew what was wrong. He was normally a quiet child, but today all he was doing was walking around the suite, finding whatever seemed interesting enough to either put in his mouth or throw to the ground. When the remote somehow ended up being stomped on, she took his hand and they both began to saunter quietly across the house. It was not difficult to find the kitchen, because although the house was huge, it was filled with high ceilings and open spaces, thereby giving off the feel of an oversized condo. She pulled the refrigerator open to find what she needed for a quick sandwich, and then the pantry to reveal some jelly and peanut butter. She had expected Kevin's food supply to be non-existent, but given that Matthew was in town, she was not surprised at its decency. She found the bread and started to put together a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, offering a spoon of the spreads to little Kevin to keep him busy by her side. Eventually, however, she sensed someone behind her. Jittery from the account of the day's events, she instantly jumped, her heart threatening to fly out of its chest. However, when she saw who it was, her heart calmed to where it didn't threaten her life. It was Kevin's father. For the first few moments, words were lost to her as she gazed at him in his pajamas and the bandages on the back of his hand. Mr. Horse. His son called, and Brina could not help but smiling back at her son. She lowered herself to his ears and whispered to him. Exactly, Mr. Horse. Go ask Mr. Horse if he is doing alright. The little boy ran up to him, and without heeding instructions just hugged under the parts of Kevin's leg that he could reach, just above his knees. The only indication of the attack was the bandaged needle on his hand, but still Brina was a bit concerned at his ability to withstand the little boy's hold. No, she mouthed with animated and kind disapproval. Ask him if he is alright. The little boy looked away from her and back up at his father. But instead of saying anything, he let go of his captured legs and almost ran into Matthew as he attempted to hurry away. Matthew immediately picked him up, and the squeals that accompanied his excitement brought much needed light to the room. "I'll take him back," Matthew said, able to discern the current charge between the both of them in the room, and Brina smiled gratefully at him. Kevin pulled the refrigerator open and retrieved a bottle of water. She saw his face contort into a slight wince in pain, and she found herself almost moving immediately to help him, but stopped herself in time. She reluctantly returned her gaze to her meal, and then it occurred to her to ask if he was hungry. She turned and watched him as he leaned against the counter. "Do you want me to make you a plate?" Kevin couldn't sleep, so I had to get him something. "No, I'm not hungry," he said to her, and she returned back to her sandwich. For the first time she truly wished that their relationship wasn't destined to be so sour, otherwise now was one of those moments when she would have given anything to speak to him, to hear from him about the attack and the pain that he felt. It greatly saddened her. "Why did you name him Kevin?" he suddenly asked, and she was so surprised by the direct question that she stared at him for a few moments before her brain kicked in enough to answer. I don't know," was all that came to mind. Turning around, she hid her face and shut her eyes at the regretful answer. What a missed opportunity to converse with him. She was about to leave, however, when he spoke again. "There are some things that I need to say. Come have a seat for a moment." She did as he asked and settled on one of the dining table chairs, while he pulled the overhead hanging lights and sat down opposite her. She pushed the sandwich a bit to the center so that he could still take from it if he wanted. His hair was quite damp, and as he lifted his gaze to her, she made sure to look him straight in the eyes with confidence. Despite such a weakened state, her perception of his dominance seemed to have intensified with the quiet home and dimmed surroundings. "What led to us sleeping together?" he asked, and the question surprised her. She had concluded earlier that perhaps he was never going to ask for the details, because he had either remembered or was truly not interested in anything that had to do with her. The assumptions were stirring up a headache, so she decided to grant herself peace and just come out with it. "Before I respond, I want to know why you haven't asked me about this earlier." "I have asked you before," he said. "You were just too upset to respond properly." She couldn't recall what time he was referring to, but she accepted the answer and hid her wringing hands underneath the table. "It was in Positano, 5 years ago. Do you recall the pharmaceutical competition that was hosted by Horton and comprised of a trip and a scholarship for the completion of studies of our present university?" "I do," he said. "I had just taken over the company." She nodded. "We met on the hotel's elevator and you stumbled in. I could immediately tell that you were drunk, so I moved away. However, when you raised your head, I recognized you. I was quite taken aback to see you that way, so I immediately supported you as best as I could. I found your key card from your jacket pocket and escorted you to your room." This was the first time she was narrating the story to anyone ever since that night, and she couldn't believe that it was possible to feel that uncomfortable. "After letting you lay down, I turned around to leave, but then you had risen once more, stumbled and crashed down into the coffee table. The huge flower vase atop it crashed to the ground, and it seemed as though you had frozen in place on the ground, staring down at the shattered pieces. I was terrified, so I went to you, and when I turned you over I saw that tears were rolling down your face." "Me?" he asked, his voice thick with skepticism. She nodded, resisting the urge to roll her eyes. "You sobbed quietly as you called out to your father. You kept apologizing, saying that you were not worthy of being born to him, and that you were trying your best to fix it all, but that it was beyond you. I wanted to leave, but I was scared that you would harm yourself, so I waited until you dragged yourself from the ground and were trying to head over to the bed again. I hurried over to support you, but your weight was too heavy for me. So we fell onto the bed together. You began to tremble, as though something had made you very afraid, and she had been about to explain the fright she had felt at that sight, but she decided at that moment to leave anything personal out of it. I embraced you, and we stayed that way. I didn't know when I fell asleep with you that way, but then when I woke up, you were kissing me. She lost eye contact then, her eyes now lowered. I wanted to leave, but you wouldn't let me, and to be honest I couldn't bring myself to either. You kept your eyes closed, and said that you needed this, that you needed to take your mind away, that your head was too heavy. So, I agreed, and when I was sure you had fallen properly asleep thereafter, I left you to yourself. She rose to her feet then, ready to leave, but his words stopped her. Why? He asked. Who in this world would let a stranger do that to them if they weren't after something else? What exactly did you want to use me for? You weren't a stranger to me, and yes, I wanted to use you. I wanted to use you for the things that only you could give to me, your touch and your love. All the things that I could only dream about all through my younger years. He narrowed his eyes at her. In my heart I knew you almost as I knew myself, or at least I had stupidly managed to convince myself that I did. That I knew your heart, and that it was kind, and so I never wanted you to feel pain like that. That was not the first time we met. You might not remember this, but when I was about 5 years old you saved me from a bunch of bullies at a playground, and since then I never took my eyes off you. I remember, he said, and in surprise, her eyes widened. I remember the little girl I carried away from the playground. It was the opening ceremony of the factory, and I had accompanied my father and a group of executives. That's right. She narrowed her gaze at him. Do you then remember that I stalked you basically through all of high school? He frowned in confusion and the look on his face made her laugh. I've never been normal when it came to you. You're a problem to me. And do you remember that drug possession incident just before you left for good? His expression turned properly sour then, and she wondered if she should have mentioned it. She pushed away her hesitation and went ahead. Anyway, what about it? I was the pool part-timer that placed the towel in your locker. I didn't even realize how much trouble it caused thereafter. I think the school tried to keep the whole thing as quiet as possible so as not to damage its reputation. I only got questioned a few times, and it was only a while after you left that the explanations started to fly around. I found out then that I should have either been expelled or thrown in jail as an accomplice, but you took the blame for everything and told them to drop it. Why you did that confuses me to this day. When she raised her head to meet his gaze he seemed speechless. You were the pool attendant? He asked, unable to believe his ears. Brina's mouth fell open. Why you didn't know? Wasn't that why you told them to let it? She looked away in shame at the romantic assumption that she had held in her heart for the last 8 years and wanted to punch something, preferably him. He sat up. Wait, but why were you working at the pool? She glared at him, unable to even register his question. You took clean towels from me every day you were there, and the key to a locker. I never really pay attention to people's faces, except something strikes me. The heavy dining table somehow moved and hit him in the stomach. He winced in pain and lowered his head for a moment. My bad, she decided like someone void of life. With a murderous look at his bowed head she snatched her plate of food and was about to leave when he stopped her again. Wait, I'm not done. What else do you want to know? She asked, her feet tapping themselves on the floor. Why didn't you contact me when you found out you were pregnant? Shouldn't the answer to that be at least obvious to you now? She responded, for the first time wondering if she was just plain stupid or if he was the one emotionally and observationally dead. Are you always just in your head? Don't you notice anyone or anything else around you? He brushed her question away and moved on to the next. I still cannot understand why you chose to have the baby. You were quite young at the time, and with so much potential ahead of you. It couldn't have been easy. Tears filled her eyes then at the flash of memories of the fear and abandonment and survival. "Why didn't you just get rid of it?" he asked. "I'm a complete fool," she answered, but then muttered to herself. "Especially when it comes to you." "I'm not done," he said as she began to leave, but she did not pay him any mind. Suddenly however she heard him stumble and turned around to see him grabbing onto the edge of the table for dear life, his entire face contorted in pain. He had tried to rise much too quickly. With a gasp she hurried over to him and put his hand around her shoulder to support him. "I'm fine," he said to her. She helped him to rise, and only when she lifted her head did she realize how close she was to him. Her heart began to pound within her chest as she gazed with such sadness at this man that she had invested so much of her emotions on. How was she to make it stop? As she currently stood, so close to him, she couldn't breathe, and she couldn't take her eyes from him. That was all it took to make her lose all reason as she started to lean into him. But then, someone cleared their throat, and she was rescued from herself. "Am I interrupting something?" Matthew asked, and she turned around to see the mischievous smile on his face. "No," she cleared her throat and picked up her sandwich. "You're okay, man," she heard him ask his brother, and then he was after her. "Hey, I've been waiting for that sandwich." Little Kevin eventually fell asleep. She stopped and turned around. "Really? Don't worry, I'll eat his share," he said to her, and walked with her to her door. He pushed his way in before she could shut it on him. "Hey." He took one of the sandwiches from her and began to eat it. He made himself at home on the couch in the corner of the room and let out a deep breath. "What a day. It's not right for you to be here, Matthew." "Says who? I'll leave soon, don't worry. This is quite good, sloppy but good. Not everyone can be a chef like you." "True," he said, and she rolled her eyes at him. "What's that?" he asked, and she turned to the box of baby clothes that she had forgotten to drop off at her home. "I got that from my mom. Shouldn't have brought it over, but I forgot that it was in Mark's car." "What is in it?" "Nothing much." "That sounds like something." He rose then and went over to the box, and when he opened it, he pulled out a fluffy dress that she had when she was about 2 years old. He looked stunned. "What is this?" he gasped. Immediately she hurried over. "Time to leave, mister." "I think my heart just collapsed." "Is this yours?" "This has to be most adorable thing I have ever seen." He held the dress to her chest, and she slapped his hand away. His laughter was almost contagious. "What else is in there?" He bent down, but she pushed his hand away and began to haul him out of the room. "Out, right now," she said, but he struggled half-heartedly against her until finally she was able to get him to leave. He stood at the door with a smile. "You're chasing me out?" "Exactly. Go check on Kevin. Make sure he's okay." "He's fine. I'm the one who's now not okay." "Why?" she asked. He held up one of her pink and fluffy lace baby socks. "This just might make my heart stop," he said, and ran away laughing before she could seize it back from him. "Hey," she called out with gritted teeth, her voice resounding across the house. "Come back here." He didn't respond, so shaking her head, she returned back to her room and gazed at the box, wondering what she was going to do with it. She decided to send it back the next day, so she began to lift it up as it had toppled over. She didn't think that she would be able to sleep until Kevin woke up once again, so she sat beside it and brought out all the clothes to fold and inspect. Nostalgia came over her as she went through clothes that she couldn't recall ever having been in. However, when she got to the bottom, she saw a Disney Princess's story box that she had once had sitting at the bottom. She was surprised to see it there as she remembered vividly misplacing most of the storybooks that it came with. Thinking that her father had found them somehow, she opened it up but saw nothing. Instead, it was a washed up travel journal filled with papers and notes. Curious, she opened it up, and the moment she found her father's handwriting, she gasped as it struck her what it was. She began to go through the notes and came across one of his earliest entries. I regret my life in so many ways. Working at Horton used to be one of the greatest joys in my life, but the day my neighbor hit me straight in the eyes, the foundation of my world was taken away. I went in last weekend for a check and the doctor said to her that she bore the likelihood of having type 2 diabetes just like I did. It alarmed me, but my confidence and rest were guaranteed when he said that the drug I had spent my life producing for millions would help her out. But still I had my doubts, just as I have all these years. Tiodoxin. A few days later, Neil Ralph came to the house, and when he saw that she was taking the medicine, his reaction, I will never be able to get out of my heart. He has worked in the research department at Horton for 10 years, and when he saw that my wife was taking the drugs that he had produced, he slapped it out of her hands. That will kill you, he said to her, and I stared at him in shock. I told her to excuse us, and he explained something to me that stopped my heart cold. Over the years, numerous complaints and lawsuits had come in about tiodoxin, causing heart-related deaths over time, as well as bone fractures, but somehow news of them had either disappeared or been concluded as false accusations. On this day he couldn't even explain himself to me. All he said was, "Keep her and every member of your family away from that drug." My quest in finding out what was wrong with one of the drugs I had spent the last 10 years of my life producing began from then. So many things that had not made sense in the past began to make sense to me. How the janitor on the last floor, Frida May, along with the 7-month-old baby in her stomach, had managed to die of a sudden heart attack, and how it had been so easy to dismiss and not pay attention to the continuous stream of suits from long-term users of the drug. It was never mentioned in the company, and he as others had found it easier to judge the suits as inconsequential, rather than consider the truth to these claims. I along with others have shut my eyes and covered my ears, and it makes me wonder if at the end of my life, I will consider it worthy. What did we hold so dear, or cherish so much, that it justified ignoring the blatant murder of others? I gaze at my wife sometimes at night as she sleeps, my insides raging as I imagine, if she had ended up being a victim of the drug, I would have burned Horton down myself, and murdered all the executives without a single ounce of remorse. Knowing what I now do, I cannot live ignorantly anymore, but I also realize that I'm too small to attack this normally. So that I do not regret my existence, I must do what is needed. Brina panicked at the entry and turned the pages rapidly. Does he mean? Eventually, and as she read on, the answer was shown to her. Her suspicion had been confirmed, and as she flipped through pages of him recording his intake of tiodoxin to combat his diabetes, she could not contain the sadness that overwhelmed her. She rose from the ground when she could read no further and know of what she could do. It was obvious to her then what was truly going on. The executives had probably been aware of his records, and that was why their home had been robbed so many times. She had to be careful with this. It held the key that she needed to expose Horton. However, never had she felt so conflicted. Was Kevin truly in on these, and had chosen to ignore it all? Everything told her that was the case, but yet again she remained as conflicted as her heart. You need to give him a chance, it kept urging her, and she raked her hand through her hair in frustration. She had forgotten earlier, but as she had recalled the night they had slept together, his words had rung bells in her head. Then they hadn't made much sense, and thus had been easy to forget. But now that it seemed as though she were in the midst of the problems with his company, it all came together. However, that had been almost 4 years earlier. Was he still in the same frame of mind? Matthew had implied to her that he still was, but did she dare believe it? She did dare once again put her entire world at risk because of her stupid insistence on believing in him? The very next day she could go to the press with all the information that her father had left behind and begin the destruction of Horton. She didn't even realize when she left the room and started heading up the stairs. She didn't even know where his bedroom was. She had not even thought to bring her phone, so after staying at the door to the office that she had been led to the last time, she turned around and was about to leave when the door down the hallway clicked open. She turned and watched as Kevin pulled the door open and stopped in his tracks, surprised to see her. Chapter 9. Kevin had been unable to sleep. The painkillers that had been pumped in him had to a tolerable extent taken care of his sutured wound, but as he lay in bed a lot of realizations now made clear to him. His body refused to quiet down. He was now certain that the memory that had haunted him for so long had perhaps actually happened, just as his doctor had suggested. Otherwise, how was it possible that as she had spoken to him tonight, he would have at that moment done anything to have his lips on hers? Her revelation in detail of what had happened on that night was out of character for him, but looking back now he didn't find it that hard to believe. However, his further realization of just how much they had been acquainted without him even knowing was also another surprise to him. He wasn't sure what to make of it yet. At this moment, the memories of the dreams he had been haunted by over the last year seemed to come in waves now as a face had finally been put to his tormentor. Bothered, he rose from his bed and picked up the phone to call his doctor. The moment the line connected, he went straight to the point. "Are you certain that these dreams might be arising from actual but suppressed events?" The doctor had been obviously asleep and thus took a few moments to get himself on track before responding. "I'm not," he responded. "But as of now it appears to be the only feasible answer." Would getting close to her be enough to obtain some answers? Getting close to whom? Do you remember anything? Perhaps. I'm not certain yet. Alright. How close are we talking about? I'll get back to you, he said and ended the call. That was the same exact question that he also wanted to ask himself. Exactly how close was he willing to get to her, and what would be the consequences of it? They were now tied together with their son, and would be for quite a while, thus he had to be careful not to make unforgettable mistakes. However, just the thought of her in the same house with him, and the shocking realization that his dreams might have actually happened, brought chaos to his mind. Finally accepting the impossibility of sleep, he rose from his bed, and brought his mind back to the encounter with Eddie that he had had. He still couldn't believe that he had been stabbed just a day earlier, but just as the doctor had confirmed, it had not been with the intention to kill him, but to severely harm him. Eddie's excuses amazed him. He would never be able to understand people who were so weak of heart and of mind that blaming others for their shortcomings was easier than making something of themselves. But he had always been this way, so Kevin wasn't surprised. From blaming him for the incident to now, still being unable to take responsibility for his own life. Even thinking about it all again made him furious. The sudden sound of footsteps broke through his thoughts then, and made him turn towards his door, to see the corridor lights automatically come on as someone arrived. His first thought was that it was Matthew, but he had long bid him goodnight. "Brina," he thought, and immediately headed over to the door to pull it open. True to his suspicion, she was standing there. However, for the first few seconds it was as though she was staring through him. She looked so disturbed that his gaze immediately looked down the stairs to seek out any problems. He headed towards her and held her gaze. Her eyes were swollen, as though she had been crying. "What is the matter?" he asked, trying his hardest not to sound overly concerned. She just stared at him, as though on his face were the answers to some inner turmoil within. "Brina," he called. "I need you to tell me the truth," she said. "Are you aware of the disaster brewing within Horton? Are you aware of the problems with Ty Darksin that have been hidden for years?" A frown replaced his previous concern. "That's not for you to know," he said and turned around to move away. However, she held onto his arm to stop him and he did. "You need to answer me," she pleaded quietly. "I cannot keep tormenting myself about this, and I cannot keep still any longer." He turned around to her. "What do you believe?" She gazed at him, and for some reason, something warm seeped into his heart. It sent tingles of awareness down his arms, and taken aback, he took a step away from her. "I don't know what to believe," she said. "You tell me what to believe. Tell me to believe that you are fully aware, and that you are not amongst them. That you are going to live up to the Kevin that I have in my mind, and that you are going to fix this, no matter the cost. I know this sounds naive and crazy, but you cannot not do anything. I will not let you." He knew exactly what she was talking about, and gazed in wonder at her. "Did you find out something new?" he asked. "Ty Darkson is responsible for thousands of deaths," she said, and tears rolled down her eyes. "My father may just be one of these." "Your father? What are you going to do about this, Kevin?" she asked. "I don't want to have to move before you do." He watched her, confused as to the response to give, if any at all. "You won't have to," he said. "But first of all, I need to confirm something. Kiss me," he said to her. He expected her to hit him the moment she recovered from the suddenness of the question, but it was a request he didn't know how else to make, except directly. Her response, however, shocked the life out of him. "Me too," she said. "There's something I need to confirm." "What do you need to confirm?" he asked. "If I should ruin you, or maintain my stupid faith in you?" He lost coherence after that as he headed towards her, and took her lips in his. It was a slow kiss, but there was nothing soft about it. He took his time with it, her lips covered with his tongue in her mouth, their bodies glued inseparably, and his hands somehow finding their way to her head. She was the first to pull away, and he almost couldn't let her go. His eyes fluttered open to watch as both of her palms went up to cover her face. It was only then that he realized that his hands were still in midair. She turned around then, just as he brought them down, and he watched her go. He looked down at his feet, and questioned his ability to move from that spot. What had just happened? What had just coursed through him? He felt as though he had been set on fire. He shut his eyes once more in recollection, and his breathing seemed to freeze. His eyes flew open as he fought to return to normalcy, looking around to check if someone had caught his state of momentary stupor. The moment he returned to his room, he found his phone to call his doctor once again, and the man did not sound too happy this time around at being awoken twice in one night. "I just kissed her," he said to him, and nothing but silence followed for a few moments. And he asked, "I think I'm in trouble." That was the best goddamn kiss that he had ever had. He had gone to bed with this thought, and woken up from a dreamless and restful sleep thinking the exact same thing. The early morning sun was shining brightly through his floor-length windows, and a strange feeling overwhelmed him at first. He realized what it was when he glanced at the electronic clock by his side, and realized that he could not remember the last time that he had slept so late. The painkillers had truly done a number on him. Lifting himself off his bed, he brought his hand to his forehead, and noticed then that his body was warm. It seemed as though he was running a fever, but it was not that bothersome yet. With a sigh, he forced himself to rise, and lifted his shirt to gaze at the bandaged wound on his side. He gazed at himself in the mirror, a bit disoriented at many things. He didn't feel like himself. Eager to clear his head and get back on track, he took a long shower, and just as he got out there was a knock on his door. Thinking that Matthew would have just come in, so he quickly put on a pair of dark slacks and a sweater and headed over to open it. He met Brina on the other side, and that further threw him out of balance. He frowned as he stared at her, realizing how that came off when she outrightly rolled her eyes at him. She seemed extremely upset. "Your doctor is here," she said, and walked away. "I'll send him up. Matthew is out for supplies." The doctor came in to address his wounds a few minutes later and administer the necessary pills. He went down afterwards in search of breakfast, and Brina, for some reason, the sulky look and eye roll she had given him that morning amused him. He couldn't remember the last time someone had been that fearless. and that made him a bit concerned, because she usually was very guarded with him. He headed over to the kitchen and found her seated on one of the stools by the counter, drawing invisible circles on the marble. She was on the phone. I don't know, it doesn't make sense. She listened for a short while. I'm so angry right now, she said, and he heard her voice break at the end of the statement. Not wanting to be caught eavesdropping, he walked towards the refrigerator and pulled it open to search for an apple. He found himself still listening carefully despite not wanting to. Her voice lowered when she saw him, and the stool scratched against the mosaic tiles announcing her departure. He almost rolled his eyes too, just like she had, and caught himself in the act. He turned around with a frown on his face, wondering when expressing his displeasure was best done with a roll of the eyes. There was no doubt that she was going to give him annoying mannerisms. He turned around with a frown on his face and met her watching him, her cell phone by her side. "Why do you always frown when you see me?" she asked. She wasn't even trying to bother him, he noted. She genuinely seemed upset. "What's wrong?" he asked, and she seemed taken aback by his perception for a moment. "When can I leave? I have matters to handle." "You can leave whenever you want. Just inform Mark before you do, so that he can assign someone to keep watch over you." "I don't mean just going out, I mean returning back to my apartment." "I'm not sure about that," he said, "but it shouldn't be long. Just till we have a handle on everything. By the way," he gazed at the grandfather clock by the corner, "aren't you going to work today?" "That's part of the problem I need to address from my own home. I was forced on leave this morning in order words politely fired at me." "Why?" "My association with you now poses a risk to the children because of the stabbing incident." Their phones went off with parents calling in to express their concerns. "Well, you don't need to work for the time being," he said, and began to walk away. "I don't see why that is a problem. Is working just all about making money to you?" she asked, and he stopped in his tracks. "What else is it about then?" He turned to glance at her. "I actually love my job. It means more to me than just money." "Good for you," he said, and started to leave, but she stopped him yet again. "Is that why it's been so easy for you to ignore what Ty Darkson is doing to people's lives? It's all about the money to you?" Her comment right then made him furious, but just as he always did, he controlled his temper and only turned to face her when his expression was neutral once again. "You make a lot of assumptions," he said, and she glared at him. It was almost as though she was itching for a fight. "Come to my office when you're done lamenting over nothing," he said. "We need to talk about your father's notes." He returned to his office then, and a short while later there was a knock on the door. "Come in," he said, and she did. She leaned against it and folded her arms across her chest. "I'm here." Brina watched him as he pounded away at the keyboard before him, a pair of circle glasses atop his nose. Next to him was an enforced stand that sent liquids into the needle inserted into his arm, and more than ever she couldn't understand him. "You were stabbed just 2 days ago," she said. "Don't you need time to recover?" He didn't bother responding and proceeded into what he wanted to say. "What exactly did your father's journal reveal?" he asked. If she had held any hope that last night would change anything between them even the slightest bit, it was crushed in that instance. His tone and gaze were as cold as his office felt. "Enough. What are you going to do?" she asked. "I need to know so that I can decide to trust you or not." "Why do you need to trust me? I'm not doing this for you." "Then why haven't you moved yet?" "Who says I haven't? You obviously have not. Otherwise Ty Darkson would have been called out of the market by now. Have you even fathomed the loss that would bring if done carelessly? Why is gain always so important?" He sighed and narrowed his gaze. "Do you know what a company is? Do you know how many mouths and lives that we are responsible for? Ty Darkson is not our only drug. My goal is to fish out those that were involved all these years in falsifying clinical data and trials and arranging bribes to administrators and purchasing committees. My job is to fix the hole and pail out the water, not sink the entire ship and murder everyone. All I hear are excuses, Kevin, and this is why Tide has remained on the market killing thousands of people. You have been aware of this for so long and now I know why nothing has been done. Her disappointment in him was heightened by how sour everything appeared to be that day. Ever since that phone call from her vice principal, every which way she looked seemed void of any light. Okay then, he said to her, and she returned her gaze to him. Okay what? Let's immediately call for a withdrawal of every capsule of Tide in the market, and publicly apologize. Let's shut the company down, and be stupid enough to allow those who had the guts to orchestrate the whole thing in the first place, go on to push it onto innocent members of the company. Let's create more victims like your father. He had caught her attention. This is not a game of emotions, he said. If we move stupidly, both of us will be thrown out of the company and charged with it all before we realize what's going on. Do you know the importance of meal tickets to people, both the employers and the shareholders? You think that they are going to so easily allow us destroy their livelihood? Am I the only one who has suspected Tide side effects over the years? You think that even the government is unaware? We are sued by thousands of people every single year and somehow, we've always managed to get away with all of it. Do you know what Horton Pharmaceuticals is? It's bigger than any one man, even my father, and he founded the company. For the last time, I will ask you, what do you have? She sighed deeply, unwilling to but unable to ignore the truth and fact in all that he had just spewed out at her. What do you need? She asked him instead. What's been holding you back? I need a victim who can win over Horton Pharmaceuticals. I'm yet to. I know a victim who can win, she interrupted him. Who is it? My father, she responded. I found that he has been taking Tide over the last year and has logged its effects on his body. I also believe that he has gathered and been able to hide incriminating evidence against Tide and those responsible for this over the years. Where does he have this log recorded? She automatically hesitated, but then she eventually allowed the words to come through. In a journal he left me. Anything else? Is that not already more than enough? That could all turn to dust under the objection of a good lawyer. Nevertheless, I will need to see the journal that you have, he said to her, and once again her guard went up. I will make a copy for you, she replied. He gave her a sharp look before he continued his conversation. One more thing, we will need to get you a better lawyer. Why do I need a different lawyer? She asked, her mind racing at the thought of the still unspoken about child custody battle. It disappointed her so, because of how easy it was for her to sometimes forget the ruthlessness of the man that she was dealing with. Because you are going to be suing one of the biggest pharmaceutical companies in the US, and you must win at all cost. Alright then, she said. Where do we go from here? This is what you need to know. There are a number of executives who have been behind the clinical. He stopped and stared, and she wondered why. What is it? He shook his head to clear it, and looked briefly away for a moment. Is this conversation between us being recorded? Brina was taken aback. What do you mean? This was out of character for me. I'm usually much more careful. Does your father's journal truly exist? She couldn't believe him, but at the same time she felt as though she was starting to understand him a bit more. What are you so afraid of? She asked him, and to her surprise he responded. People, he said. People only consumed with their well-being. If you're not going to trust me then I'm not going to trust you either. Why should I always be the one dancing to your tune? My father is currently terminally ill, but locked behind the bars of a prison cell. Your company might mean everything to you, but my father means even much more to me. He rose from his seat, took the fourth out, and began to walk towards her. The company on its own doesn't mean much to me, but the dream and person who T was behind it means everything to me. So yes, I'm very afraid that I might lose it and disappoint the one person that it will break my heart to fail. My time is limited right now, So it's either I search you, or you hand the original journal over, otherwise we won't be able to work together. If you're not comfortable with me doing it, I can wait for Mark's return with Kevin from preschool. Brina wanted to turn around, but instead, she found herself spreading out her arms and looking him defiantly in the eyes. He began from her fingers and much too slowly ran his hands across her arms and down her sides. She shut her eyes then, so that she could focus on remembering how to breathe, because between her current anger with him and the burn of his hand through her coat, she didn't put it past herself to pass out from the proximity of contact. Suddenly his hand grabbed her waist, and she was being pushed back against the wall until her back connected with it. Her eyes flew open, but she saw that he had no other intentions. To her surprise, however, he slipped his hands inside of her blouse and began to run them up her sides. "Hey," she protested and started to move away, but his gaze stopped her. "If we have truly slept together before, then this shouldn't be that big of a deal. I'll be done in a moment." Her brain ordered her to leave in that instant, but then he moved his hands around her back, feeling for the straps of her bra, and then just slightly under her breasts, and down the middle, and onto her stomach, until she found her legs unable to move. He crouched down then, and she watched the laptop on his desk, as though in a trance. With the fingers on both sides of each leg, he moved his hands up until they got to her core, and she jumped at the slight hint of contact. Then he slipped his finger slightly into the waistband of her jeans, and she held onto his arms for dear life, her head lowered at the ground. She was trembling from his touch as the memories from their night together came flooding back to her. The words slipped out of her mouth before she could stop them. "This is improper. The line between what's proper and improper for us has long been blurred. Why did you kiss me yesterday?" she asked him. "I told you my reason, but I never heard yours." "Quite frequently I have dreams of sleeping with someone," he said. "It's been a mystery to me for quite a while, and since I didn't know of our night in Positano, I couldn't even fathom the possibility. However, I'm beginning to suspect that perhaps they are just restrained memories in my subconscious, since I was too drunk that day to think clearly. I kissed you to confirm if you felt familiar." "And did I?" she asked. He shrugged and began to turn away, but then she held onto his arm and pulled him back to her for a kiss. It was the deepest and most passionate kiss she had ever given in her life, and that was because a kiss was all that she could get from him, and she needed it to cool down all that he had just stirred up within her. "This will be the last time," she told herself as she stood on tiptoe and pulled him as tightly as she could onto her. She was in complete control of the kiss. However, when she started to let him go, he acted so quickly that for a moment she was confused. In one moment her feet had been on the floor, and in the next they were around his waist, his hardened core pressed against hers. His wound, she thought, but he did not seem to care. Her hold tightened around his shoulders as she threw her head slightly backwards, in revelation at the fire that was coursing through her body. He took over then with a kiss, and her hands went limp by her sides. She actively remembered his hand on her waist, but then the moment they found their way to her breasts, some sense began to come back to her. However, the moment she felt his mouth on her nipples, she held onto him for dear life, trying but failing desperately to hush the whimpers of torture that escaped from her lips. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and as it flew open, it brought reality back to her like a pail of cold water dumped on her head. "Get out!" she heard him roar, but it was too late. She caught Mark's bowed head as he quickly exited the room, and immediately fought to be allowed back on her 2 feet. She pushed her hair out of her face, momentarily confused and unable to meet his eyes. "I'll bring you my dad's journal," she said, and half ran out of the room. However, just before she pulled the door open, she remembered his wound again. "Are you alright?" He nodded and turned away from her, his fingers raking through his hair, and somehow that made her relieved. Perhaps he was as affected as she was. She hurried from the room and returned to her bedroom to ponder on what the hell had just happened. She wasn't allowed the time, however, as the moment she got in there, her phone began to ring. She picked it up and sat on her bed to listen to her mom. "Are you still at Horton's home?" "I am," she said, emotionally exhausted. "How are you?" "There's nothing wrong with me. You're the one I'm worried about. What are your plans towards your son's father?" "What do you mean? Aren't you going to give your son a family?" Brina could not believe the timing of her questions. She decided to brush it away. "What do you mean?" She returned the question back to her. "What do you mean? You haven't thought about it? You don't have any plans?" "I don't have any, Mom. We're fine the way we are." "Aren't you in love with him?" "That doesn't mean anything." "But it meant enough to get pregnant by him. When you refused to tell anyone who Kevin's father was, I thought you had gotten raped or made a mistake and couldn't remember. You actually managed to land a great catch and you're sleeping on opportunity." "Mom, you sound really cheap right now. Do you know what a family is? Do you know how much better Kevin's life would be if he had both of his parents living happily together? And his father is commendable enough. He would learn so much from him and have the chance to be a part of a great family, both yours and Fizz. How do you have absolutely no ambition?" "Mom, they already think I practically drugged their son to get pregnant." "Did you?" "Of course not." "Then what do you care? Doesn't your son deserve to have a complete family?" "Mom, I can't deal with this right now. I'll call you later. I'm just having a conversation with my daughter. That too seems to be impossible to get." "Mom," her mother's voice softened then. "Try, Brina. You've had a crush on Kevin since forever. If there is even a tiny part of you that wants to have a life with him, then I don't want you to dismiss it. Why do you think he's too good for you?" "I don't think that." "Well, you could have fooled me. You act like you wouldn't dare even suggest what I have just said, and I wonder why. Aren't your wishes important? Also, I'll help you. I'll come by your school, and we'll hash out a plan together." "Mom, not today. I'm not in a good mood." "Why, what happened? Are you not with your kids? That always puts you in a good mood. Did something happen overnight over there?" "I got fired this morning, Mom." "What? Why?" "The attack on Horton makes me a threat to the kids, since I'm now attached to them." "So where are you now?" "At Kevin's home." "Send me the address and I'll be there." "Mom," she began to protest, but the older woman had already hung up the phone. After sending her the address, she went to retrieve her father's journal from the box where she had returned it to for safety, and got ready to leave the house. As she was heading out, however, she ran into Kevin coming down the stairs. She ignored him and hurried past, but he stopped her. "Where are you headed?" She spun around, her hair bouncing around, however she had turned way too quickly, and her legs intertwined with the other. Down she went, but just before she could hit the floor there was a shout behind her as Matthew ran towards hers. They both went down together, and for a few seconds after neither of them could move. Beyond embarrassed, she started to pull herself up. "I'm so sorry, are you alright?" Matthew, however, was all smiles as he rose. "I am." However, he sucked in his breath when she saw that the bag of groceries that he had flung to the side so that he could catch her had let out the bag of clementines that it had held. "I'll get them," she said, and hurried to retrieve them while he joined her and picked up the paper bag. "Can't you help us?" She heard him snap at Kevin and turned to glance at him. With his hands in his pocket, he gave them both a disinterested look and completed his descent down the stairs. However, Matthew made a mistake. He took a clementine and threw it at him, and it hit the side of his injury spot on. Brina gasped as he doubled over at the pain, holding his side as though he would pass out. She wanted to head towards him, but stopped herself when Matthew hurried over. "Damn it, I didn't mean that. Are you alright?" Kevin held out his forefinger to warn him, and she watched, eyes widened as Matthew stopped himself just before he touched him. He wrung his hands behind his back, full of remorse, but Brina could see that it wasn't just because he had hit his wound. It seemed as though this kind of playfulness had occurred between them 100 times. Matthew bowed to Kevin as he rose to his feet and stepped away immediately the moment he began to move. Brina was so worried, so she went to stand by Matthew, and they both watched as he headed over to the refrigerator to get an apple. "He eats a couple of those every day," Matthew whispered to her, and she couldn't have cared less. She was watching him carefully for any signs of bleeding or pain, so when he briefly shut his eyes, she almost took a step forward. He didn't bother cutting the apple, and after washing it just began to munch on it. "Where did you say you were headed?" he asked her. "Just out for a bit. I want to make a copy of the journal." She tapped the bag strapped across her shoulder. He stopped eating. "You intend to use a public service to do that?" "Well, I don't have a photocopier here with me." "Do you know what that is? It could cost you your life if it's found on you. You truly don't what we are dealing with, do you? What's going on?" Matthew asked her. "I'll explain later," she said, and he headed into the kitchen to arrange the groceries. "So, what do I do then?" she asked. "You can use the photocopier in my office." She said, and turned away to hurry back up the stairs. It was better to do it now that he was not in the office. "Mum is on her way over," she heard Matthew say, and Brina felt her heart sink into her stomach. Chapter 10. Kevin counted till 20 after she left, and then rose up from his chair to return to the office. Mark, however, appeared out of nowhere and bowed his head slightly in apology. "I apologize for barging in earlier, Mr. Horton. I'll knock from now on." Kevin waved his apology away, however Matthew did not miss it. Mark barged in. "What's the big deal? Did he see something he shouldn't have?" Kevin frowned at him, his side still aching from the Clementine blow that he had received earlier. "Lawyer Horton sent this over for you. He says that all she needs do is to accept the offer for representation and the suit against Horton Pharmaceuticals." Kevin took the envelope from him and started to head up the stairs, but Matthew called out to him, "Send Brina back down so she can help me out with dinner." Kevin ignored him and headed to his office, his steps faster than they had even been. As expected, he met her, confused as she stared at the countless buttons atop his copier. She pressed something, and at the jerky sound the copier made, she slightly jumped, and he almost couldn't contain his amusement. After putting the letter down, he went over and stood behind her before she could move away. Their bodies were just shy of touching, but he pretended that the scent of her and the warmth from her body didn't tease him senseless. He pointed to the appropriate buttons, and when she didn't follow, he took her hand in his and began to guide it through the quite simple copier. For some reason her hand went limp, so he pressed the buttons with his own finger. He didn't let go until they were done. "Come, sit down," he said to her. "You have some documents to sign." He walked away, and he noticed her seeming inability to move a few seconds thereafter. She eventually cleared her throat, and he settled down to read the documents his lawyer had drafted. Reviewing the contents took his complete attention, and only when she was dragging out the chair before his desk did he look up once again to acknowledge her presence. He passed the document over to her and waited for her to review it carefully. When she was done, she lifted her gaze to his. "Is it clear? You've already drafted it? There's no time to waste. That lawyer will represent you, and we'll work together to ensure that Ty Darkson is exposed. However, we also have to ensure that it is dismissed from the civil court and moved into the criminal court to get the executive director. He is second in command after me and has been there since my father founded the company, so his authority is incontestable. He has been the one behind all the manipulation and the one person with the power to turn this all against us and send us both to prison, so caution is needed. He is as slick as a snake." She gazed at the contract again. "This will cost the company billions in compensation and insurance, won't it? It's high time we paid for our crimes. No matter how bad it gets, it won't destroy us. I will ensure that with every ounce of strength I have." "Is there a deeper reason why you want to save the company so badly? It has been making you calculate your steps for years, I presume." Another reason as compared to what? Well, the obvious. It does bring you wealth. Do you love running a pharmaceutical company? I only love it because my father built it himself. And that's why I have to protect it, because he put his life into it. Do you have a dream? I do, and I'm already sort of living it. I was in pharmacy school because my dad had hopes of me joining Horton after I graduated. However, I had to drop out when I got pregnant with Kevin. Truth be told, I wasn't as sad as I thought that I would be. At first it was scary, but after a while I secretly felt relieved. What did you want to be, then? It's not very impressive, but I love being a teacher. Being with and playing with kids makes me so happy and fulfilled, and I guess most people wouldn't be that surprised. Being bubbly and playful is my exact personality. Except when it comes to me, he said, and just like that, her awareness of where they were returned. You're extremely guarded around me. With good reason, and moreover so are you around me. That is my personality. I've chosen to be this way. Well, you're not exactly the easiest person to be unguarded around. It's for the best, he said. When people get too comfortable, unwanted liberties are taken. It sounded like a message to her also, so she asked for a pen to sign the papers, and after she was done, slid it over to him, and rose to her feet. I left the copies of the journal in the copier, she said to him. I truly hope that my trust in you won't be all for nothing. She turned around to leave, however he stopped her. What are you going to do for work in the meantime? I'm not sure, but I'll start looking into other schools. Hopefully I'll be able to go home soon. How long do you plan on keeping me here? Until that idiot has been caught. It won't be long, we are working on it. How about coming to work for me for the time being? This will be filed immediately, and our battle will be launched the moment you decline the settlement from Horton. I will need confidentiality around me at this time, so perhaps taking over as my secretary until the trial is concluded will keep you busy and give you enough time to get things sorted out. He could see that she was taken aback by his offer, and so was he by his suggestion of it. However, he didn't want to take it back. He began to look through the files that she had signed to conceal his anxiousness at her potential response, and when she finally did, he didn't bother looking up. Won't this affect your image? I'm not hiding where I stand, he said. I've made my stance known a long time ago, so it wouldn't come as a shock to anyone. I'll consider it, she said. One more thing, my mom insisted on paying me a visit today. Is this okay? He took a moment to consider it, and then nodded in response. Alright then, she said, and took her leave. He watched her go, and wondered on what his true motive was for offering the position. Just a short while ago he had wanted nothing to do with her, however, without even knowing when or how, he now didn't seem to mind being too close to her. Things were beginning to spin out of his control, and it caused him quite the worry. The moment Brina knew that Kevin's mom had arrived, she retreated into her room and bolted the door for extra safety. She had been in the kitchen with Matthew, assisting him in preparing dinner, when he had overheard the phone call, and she instantly excused herself. She was just settling into rest, however, when her own phone began to ring. The moment she saw that it was her mother, her heart jumped in her chest. She immediately picked it up. Mom, you can't come today. Tomorrow or some other time would be perfectly fine. Why? She asked calmly. I'm already walking towards the front door. How were you let in so easily through the main gate? Mr. Horton called earlier and told them to let me in if I showed up. Why are you now the one sending me back? Come to the door, her mother snapped at her and ended the phone call. Brina sprinted from the room and hurried towards the front door just as the bell rang. She pulled it open and met her mom dressed in what she knew to be her most expensive suit and with a box of fruits, berries, and nuts gift in one hand. Mom, she greeted with a painful smile, and the older woman took off her sunglasses to assess her. With a pad to her cheek she walked in, and Brina quickly shut the door behind them. She immediately grabbed her mother's hand and began to pull her towards her room, despite her protest. Kevin's mother turned around from her conversation with Matthew to see who their guest was, but Brina sped her mother past as quickly as she could and locked her up in her room. When they were safely inside, she leaned against the door and allowed herself a deep breath. "What is the meaning of this?" her mother asked. "Why are you locking me up here? Mom, it is awkward having you here and quite unnecessary. There is absolutely no need for you to be here. We do not have much of a relationship with them." Her mother stared at her. "Then why are you here, then?" "I didn't have a choice." "Well, neither did I, since I have a dimwit for a daughter." She looked around the fancy suite she had been lodged in and began with her comments. Brina braced herself for them. "So, this is what extreme wealth looks like. There are probably 20 more of these rooms lying around, and I spotted some other buildings in the compound as I walked over. Is this the main one?" "It is Kevin's own." "Oh, then why are you imprisoning yourself in this room?" "I'm not imprisoning myself, Mom. I'm just avoiding any awkwardness." "And why are you so dressed up? Isn't this the suit you bought 3 years ago in preparation for?" She stopped when the memory became clear to her and lowered her head in shame. "When will you stop living in such condemnation?" her mother asked her. "I bought it for your graduation, but you weren't able to, and so what? Is that the end of the world? I'll wear it for your son's graduation then. This baby is endless. Lift your damn head up. I didn't raise no victim." She did as she was told, and her mother inspected her face. "Are you being bullied?" Brina shook her head. "Then open this door, and do not give others the permission to disrespect me." Brina stepped aside, and her mom unlocked the door and strode out with her box of fruit. "Introduce me," she said, "or I'll introduce myself." They arrived at the kitchen and Matthew had a gigantic smile waiting for them, and spatula in hand. "Mrs. Webb," he greeted brightly, and hurried towards her, and her mom had an equally bright smile for him. "Is this Mr. Horton?" she asked Brina, unsure. "No, this is Matthew. I'm Kevin's younger brother." "Oh," she said and patted the hand that he held out. He quickly excused himself to return to his stir fry and Brina brought her mother over to Kevin's mom, who sat by the counter sipping on a glass of wine. She spared them both a look the moment they appeared by her side and smiled dryly. "This is my mother," Brina introduced, immediately on guard for any hint of disrespect to her. However, her mother was more than capable of handling herself. "I'm Brina's mother," she said, and held out the box of fruit. However, Kevin's mother nudged her head towards the elderly housekeeper standing by the corner. "You can have these she said to the woman, and she came over as instructed. However, just before she took the box, Brina's mom snatched it out of her reach. "Why should she have it? I got his for Mr. Horton, but since you're unable to receive it on his behalf, I'll hand it over myself. It's not your house, so I understand." She turned away, and Brina did not miss the slight hit with the cardboard box of Kevin's mother at her departure. Brina didn't know what to do. Her mom placed the fruit on the dining table and was about to comfortably take her seat when Kevin came down the stairs. The moment she saw him, she went around the table to him and introduced herself. "I'm Brina's mother. You must be Kevin's father." "I am," he said and shook her hand. "I'm Kevin Horton." Brina couldn't remember ever feeling so nervous as the two of them met. "I got a gift for you," her mother said to him, and Kevin went over to the box of fruit on the table to take a peek at it. "I love fruits," he said and picked up the box. "Thank you so much. Please have a seat. You're very welcome to my home." "I heard about the attack," her mom said. "How are you feeling now?" "I'm doing very well." Please wash up some of these for us," he said to the housekeeper, and she did as she was told. "Have you met my mother?" Kevin asked, and Brina quickly answered before her mom could say something provocative like, "Unfortunately I have." "She has," Brina replied. "Mom, do you want to join us?" he asked, and she swirled the wine in her glass. "No, I'm fine where I am." "Alright." Kevin said without even bothering to plead with her, and Brina's mom widened her eyes at him in approval. He sat opposite them and apologized. I'm not very talkative, so please pardon any long silences as we go on. I hope you will stay with us for dinner. Of course, I will, she said, and that is perfectly alright. Brina must talk your head off, I imagine. I apologize on her behalf. Kevin stared at her, and at the remembrance of what they had been doing as opposed to talking earlier in the day, she was unable to meet his eyes. She doesn't talk very much when she's with me. Her mom's mouth fell open. This one? Are you serious? I know exactly what you mean, Mrs. Webb. Matthew said and came over also. He pulled out a chair and sat a bit too close to her mother, in Brina's opinion. Even Kevin subtly lifted a brow at the immediate familiarity, but her mom was all for it. She's always jumping around and making jokes, isn't she? She is. He rested his elbow on the table and stared directly at her mom. He made a face at Brina. I don't blame her though. Kevin is a bit difficult to talk to. He communicates better in other ways. Apparently, her mom said, and Brina almost choked on the water she had been sipping down. Matthew chuckled in comprehension and lifted his hand up for a high five, and her mom accepted it. Brina wanted to bury herself into the ground. Well, proper people are raised to communicate verbally, Kevin's mom said, and came over to stand by them, probably tired of being left out. Brina's mom ignored her and touched Matthew's hand. What do you do, young man? Do you work at the company also? No, I do not, ma'am, he said. I own a few restaurants in New York City. She gasped. Then why are you here? You always have to have your eyes on the restaurant business. My sister used to run a diner, and if she left for even a few hours things were a mess. I know, he sulked. But I truly needed the break. Are things hard? She asked, and Brina was surprised at her mom's question. However, when Matthew looked her in the eye for a moment, before he laughed it off and shook his head, she began to suspect that perhaps he had some problems that he was letting no one know about. Of course, things are not hard, Matthew's mom commented. I raised my children to be winners. Brina watched her mom give Matthew her famous but comfortable knowing look, and then patted him on the cheek. She sensed his discomfort, as though she had touched an unexpected spot in the depthless laughter that followed, before he excused himself to check on his meals. Kevin's mother eventually took her seat and soon dinner was being served. Kevin, could you check if your son is awake, so he can join us for dinner? Brina's mother asked. Everyone was taken aback by the seemingly ordinary request, and for a few moments only silence followed. Brina immediately rose. I'll do it. I wasn't speaking to you. She glared at her, and Brina sat herself back down. Sure, he said to her, and excused himself from the room. Your daughter should at least be useful for something, Kevin's mother commented. Brina's mother turned to her, and Brina immediately placed a hand on her arm to hold her back, but Matthew interjected. That is an extremely rude comment, Mom, he said. Brina and her mother are both our guests and you should know better than to speak that way. His mother looked at him in shock. Did you just scold me? You're better than this, he said, and rose from the table to head over to the kitchen. A very uncomfortable silence followed as Matthew returned, and they began to eat. A few moments later Kevin returned with his son walking clumsily by his side. He had his hand in his father's, and was trying the best to scrub the sleep out of his eyes. This was one of the few times that Brina had truly seen them like this together, and she could not look away as something melted within her heart. Our angel is here, her mother exclaimed, and rose to take over from Kevin. He was just waking up when I got to the bedroom, Kevin informed her. Her mother lowered herself to the little boy's height, and after landing a kiss on his puffy cheeks, picked him up and carried him over to the table. She sat him on her lap and the little boy looked around at all the faces surrounding him. Her mother glanced from his father to him and exclaimed, "Wow, you do look alike. Except from the curly hair, you got that from this one over here." Their personalities are similar too. Brina responded without thinking. Really? How so? She stopped to chew her food and gave her mother a look. Mrs. Webb remained unfazed. I've noticed that too, Matthew said, and Brina breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, then you can explain. She picked up her fork, but Matthew threw her back into the wild. Nope, I don't know little Kevin that well yet. The ball is in your court. The entire table stared at her, even Kevin's mom, and she swallowed painfully. This pasta is too soggy, she spat quietly, and Matthew snorted in amusement. Thank you. Well, little Kevin is quite reserved. He has always been that way. He barely ever cried as a child. Kevin cried a lot as a child, his mother commented, and the entire table turned to her. No one had any comment to that, so Brina just went on. He observes people a lot, rarely speaks unless spoken to, and he's really smart. She patted his head and went back to her meal. Kevin is not that smart, Matthew said, and Brina smiled at the quiet look that Kevin gave him before returning to his meal. What else do you know about Kevin? His mother asked, and Brina's eyes widened. More so because she didn't ask in a salty tone, but with genuine interest. I don't know much about him, she automatically replied, and her mother interjected. That's not true. You've known him since you were a child. His mother turned to Kevin with widened eyes. Is that true? Her heart pounded at what he would say, but when he just gave a nod without any further explanation, she relaxed. I thought you only just met on that night. What's going on? I'll explain, Matthew said, and clinked a fork against his glass to get the attention that he already had from everyone. Brina wished that he wouldn't speak. She had a crush on Kevin in high school, and then Brina didn't know whether to be annoyed or amused that he didn't know much else. She just lowered her head and stabbed at the meal he made. That's all I know, he concluded, and she rolled her eyes. To her surprise, however, Kevin stepped in. We met when she was about 5 years old. I saved her from some bullies. We also met several times in high school. So, you knew her before she slept with you? His mother asked, and Brina wanted to bury herself under the table. Sleeping together is done by 2 people, last time I checked, her mother said. Oh please, my son was not conscious. He couldn't even remember it. Brina, her mom turned to her to offer an explanation, and she felt tears swell in her eyes. Kevin stepped in. I was fully aware of it, Mom. His mother grew furious at no one defending her. Then why are you just finding out that you had a son after 4 years? That's because she didn't tell me about it. His mother's gaze moved to everyone's in the room, and then she rose up and let her fork clang noisily to her plate. I'm not hungry anymore, she said, and walked away from the table. The entire dinner was plunged into silence at her absence, the only sounds from little Kevin's amused giggle as her mom fed and planted kisses on him. No one spoke after that, and the moment she was done, Brina started to get her everyone's plates. The housekeeper took over from her, and she returned to the table. I need to use the bathroom, she said, and disappeared from sight. Her mom's silence ever since Kevin's mother had left the table was currently bringing her down. Her mother was usually one to say how she felt, but when she resorted to silence that way, it meant that she had been hit too close to home. She laid on her bed and dragged the covers over her head, fighting the urge not to cry. This was something that she would never recover from, disappointing her parents. Her mom deserved all the respect in the world, but yet she was being subjected to such blatant insults by a complete stranger, and all because of her foolishness. At this moment, this was one of the rare times where she full regretted that night. At that moment she wished that she could turn back time, because causing her mother this much pain and embarrassment before her friends and the entire world was something that she knew she would never be able to forgive herself for. A short while later someone opened the door, but she continued her pretense of sleep. She felt her mom sit on her bed and then tapped her softly to get her attention. Sit up, she says. We need to talk. Brina dreaded this with all of her heart, but she knew that this was one of her mom's rare but serious moments. "This is what I was afraid of," she said. "You getting disrespected. Me being disrespected means nothing at all to me, but when it is directed at you, it tears my heart apart. I cannot allow this to be your reality for the rest of your life. And it is because of this reason that if, and only if you truly have Kevin in your heart, then I want you to try setting up a family with him. Both for yourself and your child. Put your pride aside, and love yourself enough to give yourself what you deserve. I know the daughter I raised. Up till then you were a virgin, were you not?" Brina lowered her head and nodded in response as the tears flowed down her face. "I know this, but the world doesn't care as much, and neither should you. Kevin seems like a kind person. He is a little difficult to reach, but I think I can understand why you're so in love with him. He is not bad looking at all, even I'm attracted to him, I think." "Mom," Brina complained, and moved away from the older woman. Her mom pulled her back into a long bear hug. "Fight for what you deserve," she said to her. "And if it does not work, then at least you would have known that you tried your very best." She responded, too choked up to speak, and Brina shut her eyes as she allowed herself to fully rest in the arms of the one person that loved her above everything and anyone else in the entire world. Chapter 11. A few days later, Kevin was dressed and ready to return to the office, despite the protest of both Matthew and his doctor. He was working as much as he could at home, but the newly filed lawsuit and the battle he was about to go into with Horton disrupted his peace of mind. The other night, he had watched Brina excuse herself from the table, and for the first time, truly considered the condemnation that she had probably received both from others and herself, from not only having a child out of wedlock, but for refusing to identify the father. To so many this would have no doubt insinuated a lot of negative circumstances, but still, she had ridden through it all alone, and pulled herself up. Thinking about her brought Eddie to mind, and the remembrance of his complaints at his inability to save himself from the damage that he had fashioned with his own hands annoyed him to no end. He descended down the stairs, and was surprised when he met Brina passing by, and fully dressed. She stopped to address him the moment she noticed him. "Hey," she said, and the softness of her voice sent something that felt like tiny warm needles of sensation down his body. She was dressed in dark slacks, a flattering silk blouse and a jacket. "You're going job hunting?" he asked. "Not really," she replied. She lowered her head, and the wringing of her hands told him all that he needed to know. "You're coming to work for me?" She cleared her throat. "I'm if the offer is still on the table. I will do my best, and also ensure that I quickly find one of my own. Could I ride with you and Mark until we are out of the compound? I'll come down and get a taxi before we arrive." "There is no need," he said, and continued his descent. "I'll disembark at the entrance and you can ride with Mark down to the basement car park." "Alright," she said, and moments later they were riding together in silence. As agreed, she went in through the back, with Mark guiding her as needed through the necessary controls, until they arrived at the executive floor. "Someone will be here in a short while to guide you through all that you need to know, Miss Webb," Mark said. "You're a bit early, so please forgive the wait." Brina was a bit taken aback by how politely Mark spoke to her. "Just call me Brina," she said to him, but he didn't respond. He just bowed slightly and headed into Kevin's office. Her current seat was in the lavish and expansive reception that led to Kevin's door. Once again it amazed her the sheer wealth of Horton Pharmaceuticals, and it truly worried her just how much financial damage that the suit was going to cost the company. Would they be able to recover from it? Kevin had assured her that they would, but the more she considered the amount of insurance and settlements and fines that they would be subject to, her heart grew heavy for him. It was not long thereafter that a woman came into the office. After introducing herself as belonging to human resources, she began to run her through all that she needed to do as Kevin's secretary to ensure that his affairs were all in order. As the day progressed, she sat and prepared memos, responded to inquiries, and prepared his schedule. However, he never once called for her. Needing a break a few hours later, she rose to go to the break room when the executive director of Horton Pharmaceuticals, Branson Foreman, arrived. Finally laying eyes on him after her awareness of all the disaster and chaos that he was masterminding caused a bitter rage to rise up within her. She found herself holding his gaze in contempt until he stopped right before her desk. He was taken aback by her bold stare, but behind it all she could also see the intrigue. "Kevin has a secretary," he said in a noisy tone. "That's a first. What are you called by, young lady?" "Brina," she replied, and dialed Kevin to announce his presence. "Let him in, and please get me something to drink," he said, and she led the way to the door. He gave her a wink just before he went in, and she fought the urge to gag in disgust. He made the hairs on her body curl at the reminder that Kevin had probably not had anything to eat for most of the day. She hurried away to fulfill his request. When the cup of steaming coffee was ready, she took the liberty of heading in without waiting to be granted permission, and met the two men engaged in small talk about the attack to Kevin. Kevin, for the most part, kept his eyes on his desktop screen, nodding where necessary, and supplying the briefs of responses to the man. Brina wished that he would just kick the slime out. "Would you like something to drink, sir?" she asked the director, and his smile once again made her want to throw up. "I'm here for serious business right now," he puffed. "Perhaps on my way out I'll make a request. I hope you will be willing to meet it then." "Sure sir," she replied, and stepped out of the room. "I like your new secretary," Branson Foreman said to Kevin, and for a moment, Kevin pretended as though he had not heard him. He however kept making sultry comments, so Kevin eventually looked up from his documents and said to him, "Why exactly are you here? Did you need something?" The distaste on the man's face at Kevin's rudeness was clear, but he had long come to accept it as the arrogance of the boy. "I just received news that Mr. Webb's family has filed a lawsuit against Horton. Are you aware of this? Why is this news worthy of your visit?" Kevin asked. "We are sued all the time." "Well, it is news, because her father has just been put in jail for embezzlement, and I found out also that his daughter is the mother of your son. That is as far as our relationship goes. I'm sure that you are also aware." "Well, I just had to confirm your knowledge of this. What will you be doing about it?" "Absolutely nothing," Kevin replied. "I believe I have expressed to you many times my displeasure at Tide Arxon and my awareness of its true nature. You have time and again managed to prevent any drastic actions from being taken against it, so I have left you to your influence. However, if you're asking if I intend to use mine as a result of our relationship to stop her, then you should already know my response to that." The man watched Kevin, and after a few moments Kevin returned to his work. "If you do not have anything more to say, then please leave. We have the Miana-filled drug launching soon, and as you are aware, there is much to be done." With a dry laugh, the man brushed away his dismissal, and it made Kevin truly wonder if he had ever in his life laughed genuinely. Not just ugly throaty sounds that he concocted for show, but genuine stomach-deep expressions of amusement or perhaps even joy. He felt truly sorry for him, and a bit for himself also, because he too could not remember the last time he had truly laughed. The man rose to take his leave. However, upon his exit the thought occurred to Kevin that he might bother Brina, and before he knew what he was doing he shot to his feet. The director turned around at his rise. "What is it?" "I'll show you out," Kevin said, and strolled away from his desk. They both exited the office together, and just as he had suspected, when they arrived at his reception he stopped at Brina's desk. She had been typing away at her monitor, and the first thing that Kevin noticed about her was how particularly beautiful she appeared today. She had always been attractive to him, but pretty women around him was the norm and had never been a thing to point out or take note of. Today, she had swept her curly hair into a half ponytail, while the rest cascaded softly around her shoulders. He couldn't take his eyes off her, and wondered why he hadn't bothered to notice her earlier in the day. They had literally ridden in the same car together. Shaking his head, he returned his gaze to the director, and listened to his conversation with her. "I would like to make my request now," he said with sickly excitement. "I would like you to bring me the drink you just served, Mr. Horton." Brina shared a look with him, however he allowed her to make the decision herself, so he kept his expression neutral. She would have to oblige him anyway given Foreman's position in the company. "Sure sir," she responded, and walked away. Kevin watched as Foreman stared at her retreating backside, resisting the urge to break the pig's head apart. "That's a beautiful one you've got there," he commented. "Don't you have your own secretary?" Kevin asked. "Hey, we can share, can we not? Plus, she is new to the company and will have to visit my office frequently in running your errands. It's good for her to get to know the faces around here." Kevin turned around then and headed back to his office. On his way he pulled out his phone and found himself dialing Mark. Brina just headed over to Foreman's office to serve him some beverage. "Keep your distance, but also keep your eye on her. If she stays there past 10 minutes, then immediately give me a call." "Yes sir," he replied, and Kevin hung up the phone. He started to get back to work, however when he saw that he continued to read the same line as the minutes passed by, he gave up on concentrating and awaited Mark's call. Brina walked towards the director's office with the tray of coffee in hand and met his secretary, a bone-thin middle-aged woman filing her nails. She perused Brina up and down as she approached and through the frames of her red-rimmed glasses. "Mr. Foreman requested this," she said, and was about to lay it on the table when the woman shook her finger at her. "If he requested this, then he requested both you and the drink. You need to take it in yourself." "Are you new?" Brina picked the tray back up. "Yes I am." "Who are you working for?" she asked. "Mr. Horton." Her eyes widened as she sat up from her reclined position and placed both hands on the table. "Are you joking?" "No, why? He hasn't had a secretary in years, ever since that Mark guy came along. You must be special. Why did he hire you?" "I didn't even know he was looking for a secretary. I would have pushed my niece to apply." Brina just smiled politely at the woman and turned away to knock on the director's door. When there was no response, she pulled the door open and walked in to see the man facing the floor-to-ceiling windows that framed the skyline of the city and speaking into the cell phone against his ears. He turned around when she came in, and his face instantly lit up. He directed her to place the drink atop his huge mahogany desk and disappeared into a corner for a moment. "I'll be right back," he said when he had ended the call. "Wait for me." She placed it hurriedly and headed towards the door to wait for him, and true enough, he exited from the room she assumed was his restroom, only dressed in his dress shirt and a pair of barely there shorts for underwear, revealing hairy, sagging and freckled skin. She was appalled, but just stared at him with as much lack of surprise as she could muster. "Why are you all the way over there?" he exclaimed. "Come over here, let's have a talk. Oh, and don't mind my lack of pants. We older guys have a lot less propriety. Something spilled on it back there, so I will have to get it changed. I have to return quickly, sir," she said, and started to take her leave when he barked. "You better stop right there. Do you know who I am? I'm being courtly to you, and you're blatantly being rude, just like your boss. Or do you think that, because he hired you himself, that I can't get you thrown out of this company?" "I apologize, sir. I didn't mean to be rude," she said, and placed her hands inside of her pocket to feel for her phone. With a slide to the right, she activated her camera, and praying that she didn't miss the record button, pressed the center of it, and went a bit closer to him as he had requested. "I had wanted to have a conversation with you, but now I'm not even interested anymore. You've made me very angry. I'm sorry, sir, she said. I was just taken aback to see you in your underwear. What's so surprising about that? Haven't you seen lots of men without their underwear? Brina didn't even know how to respond to that. Take off your blouse, he said, and for a few seconds she was speechless. What? If I have to repeat myself, you will be out of this company before the hour ends. I'm sorry, sir, but I cannot do that, she said, and he glared at her in shock. Is it because you work for that entitled bastard? You think he's more powerful than me? All he has is the title. My dear girl, I own this damn company. He rose then and started to head towards her, and she could see that he was getting a bit excited. Perhaps your defiance is not that distasteful, he said. It's always best with the ones unwilling at first. I will take you places, he said to her, and it will cost you nothing more than just showing me a little love. Now take off your blouse, I won't ask you again. Suddenly he slipped his hand into his underwear to stroke himself, and Brina almost threw up right there. Unable to withstand anymore, she whipped her camera out of her pocket, confirmed to see that it had been recording and captured all of his frame in his current state. What the hell is that? He immediately stopped in his tracks. Sir, please don't come any closer to me. Put that away right this moment or I will completely destroy you, he swore, his face turning red from anger. She kept it on and focused on his face until out of fury he sprinted for her. With a yelp, she turned around to pull the door of the office open before he could reach it and burst out into the reception area. There she met two men awaiting her and instantly stopped in her tracks. Mark and Kevin. Mark had his hands folded across his chest in a military stance, while Kevin leaned casually against the frame to the reception's door, both hands in his pocket. He assessed her the moment he saw her, and then his eyes moved towards the director as he too came out of the office in his underwear. Just then, Kevin's phone began to ring, so he straightened and pulled it out of his pocket. Are you alright? He asked Brina, just as he calmly placed the phone to his ear. She nodded in response. Go ahead then, he said, and she hurried past him. The call was from his lawyer about an update on the case, but Kevin could barely hear a word that he was saying. He was so angry that he wondered how he was standing still. He kept his bald fist hidden in his pants pocket and his eyes on the disgrace for a human being that stood before him. He could not understand why his father had ever been friends with such a person. The director pointed at his face, unrepentant at his stupidity. Is this the reason why you sent her over to my office? It would do you well to know now that whatever you both have planned I will personally use it against you, so you better take caution. He turned around then and slammed his door at them, and Mark turned around to face him. What do you want me to do, sir? Kevin shut his eyes briefly to contain his anger, and then raised a hand at Mark to not do anything. Go on, he said to his lawyer, and turned around, his hand still in his pocket, and strolled out of the office. When he arrived back in his office, he met Brina facing her computer screen and clicking on her mouse as though nothing had happened. Come see me, he said, and headed into his office. He took his seat at his desk and paid attention to his phone call. She came in a few moments later looking more composed than he had expected. Call me back, Greg, he said when he could wait no longer, and threw the phone aside. Have you experienced something like this before? He asked, and she shook her head. I have not, but my neighbor Joan has. It's why she stopped working at corporations and started her own business. She always tells me what she wished she would have done, so in a way I was not surprised at the situation. I got a video of it, she said, and raised her phone up at him. Let me see, he said, and she headed over to his desk to place it atop his table. After playing it until the end, he placed his phone beside it to transfer the footage, and when he was done he deleted her copy from her phone. Hey, she immediately protested, and he slid the phone back to her. I'll take care of it, he said. However, she didn't move an inch from where she stood. That was very rude. I took that video, so the least you could do was at least share with me what you plan to do with it, or at least ask me if I wanted my copy deleted. What do you want to know? Well, what are you going to do about it? Nothing, yet, he responded and rose to his feet simply because he couldn't sit still any longer. He headed over to her and found himself leaning against his table and facing her directly. He wanted to stare into her eyes as she spoke to figure out if she were truly okay. What do you mean by nothing? That footage is more than enough to cause an outrage and even get him dismissed from his position. I want him charged for murder and thrown in jail, not fired as executive director. For that to happen, he needs to remain where I can have my eyes on him. She fumed at him, and for some reason it almost made him smile. She was truly beautiful. Got him. Without even realizing what he was doing, he reached out to grab her hand and pulled her towards him, and she melted. He literally felt the resistance and anger in her body melt away at his touch, and he gazed at her in fascination. Did he truly have this much effect on her? Are you alright? He asked. His voice softened at his concern for her. He truly wanted her to share how she was feeling. I am, she said, and took a deep breath. I was scared at first, but then I was more angry than scared. Don't let him get away with this, Kevin, she pleaded, her gaze directly on his. I won't, he promised, and for a few seconds they just remained that way, her hands in his. There was a knock on the door then, and instantly they broke apart. Mark came in, and although he hesitated at seeing them both so close to each other, she turned around and immediately exited her office. I apologize for barging in, Mark said, and Kevin ignored his apology. He returned back to his seat and accepted the document from him. What do you have? We've been keeping track of him for the last few days, and he doesn't seem to be based in Boston. He spends the nights in his car, and during the days he just wanders around, eats cheaply where he can, and gets into quite a lot of unnecessary fights. He is quite bitter. Has he sought Brina out? He has. Yesterday he drove by her apartment and waited there a while, but then realized that she was not home and drove away. He hasn't been back since. I'm yet to receive intel on his movements this morning, if he went to her school or not, but so far he hasn't made any more drastic moves. Do you have eyes on my son at all times? Every waking second. We'll protect him with our life. Alright, he said. At a few minutes past 1 later that day, Brina looked up from the memos that she had been organizing to see her son clumsily walking hand in hand with Mark. The comparison in size between the two males was a sight to behold, and it got her laughing quietly to herself. As a result, she didn't see the moment Kevin walked out of the office with the 4 men that he had been in a meeting with, but the moment she did and then saw her son's eyes fluttering towards her at the same time, she lowered her head and hid it away from view. The last thing she wanted was a scream from the innocent child saying mommy, and Kevin having to explain that the mother of his son was now working as his secretary. Little Kevin was introduced to the executives, and after several compliments, was led into his father's office. Brina watched him go, and felt her heart warm up at the sight, her mom's words filtering through her head. She picked up the phone then, and called her mother. I've been thinking about what you said, Brina began. Any ideas? Well, you need to find situations where you both are alone, especially with your son, so that he can begin to taste what life can be like with you both around. I have one now, Brina said. Little Kevin just returned from preschool, and they're together in the office. And, where are you? At my desk. What desk? I told you I decided to take his secretary offer. It's only temporary though, but it's needed for the time being. Her mother sighed heavily into the phone. Have any of you had lunch? No, we haven't. Start from there, and don't leave the office. Order something in, and have it together in the office. Oh, why not go out? Because it is more intimate, you child, her mom said. That's his personal space. He needs to get used to you both being there enough to never want you to leave. Wow, mom, was this how you got dad? I didn't have to think this hard. Thanks, Mom. Brina said dryly. Just be yourself, she told her. Kevin is quite smart, and he will sense it otherwise. And don't try too hard. Creating the situation is more than enough, but then trying to control every single thing will land you in trouble. Sure, Mom, she said and hung up. After encouraging herself, she rose and then knocked on the door to Kevin's office. It was too big for her to receive a response, so she just went in and met Kevin in his father's arms. He was being showed the different buildings lining the skies of downtown Boston, his chubby hands trying to imitate those of his father. She quietly kept the stack of memos on his desk and then took the time to watch the both of them. Kevin turned around then with the boy, and the moment he sighted her he screamed, "Mama!" She felt her heart melt at the call, especially at the corresponding and amused smile from his father at his excitement. He stretched out his arms, and when she reached them, she dodged little Kevin and went behind his father to hide. He squealed in laughter and kept trying to reach her until she finally came forward and stretched out her hands to receive him. She placed a big kiss on his lips and took a good look at her beautiful son. "Did you miss me?" she asked, and when he nodded, she hugged him close to her heart. "But you're getting too big though," she complained. "Soon I won't be able to lift you up anymore." He just smiled quietly at her, and she fell even more deeply in love with this boy who was so much like his father. "Let's have lunch," his father said. "Where do you want to go?" "Let's just order something in," she said as he brought out his phone. "You don't mind, do you?" Sure," he said. "What do you want? And what does Kevin usually have for lunch?" "The last time I brought him here I stuck to rice and vegetables." "Rice and vegetables is good. Joan is Korean, so I'm quite used to Korean food for lunch. It's really light and doesn't make me feel drowsy thereafter." "Alright then, I like Korean food too. What do you want?" "Pork bone soup with some side dishes and rice." "I'll share mine with Kevin." "Alright then," he said, and she went with her son to sit on the couch in the guest area. She placed him on the floor and began to ask him about his day at school and all that he had learned, and soon Kevin joined them. "Does Kevin have any allergies?" She glanced back at him. "He has the same ones as you do. Peonies and most things with nuts inside of them." "How do you know I'm allergic to nuts and peonies?" he asked, and she could see the surprise on his face. I just came across the information somewhere." "Where?" "In one of your many interviews." "I don't give personal interviews." Perplexed, she straightened and frowned at his persistence. She didn't know what it was, but at the face that she made, he smiled, showing all teeth, and it took her aback. She couldn't remember ever seeing like that. She didn't even know when the words left her mouth as she stared at him. "You were in an interstate math competition in high school and they interviewed you for the school magazine." "I was in our high school's magazine?" "I didn't even know that." "How much exactly do you know about me?" "Not a whole lot," she said, and returned her attention to her son. His phone began to ring then, so he rose and walked away to take the call. After a short while he returned and spoke to her. "We are assuming that you're going to deny the settlement from Horton? It's 6 figures. You shouldn't be asking me such questions at this point in time," she said, without looking at him, trying to keep little Kevin from chewing the edges of his father's cushions. "Alright then, the first trial will probably be set for sometime next week. I'm ensuring that it processes as quickly as possible. The fight has begun." Brina took a deep breath and nodded her acknowledgement to him. She looked her son in the eyes and wondered what the future held for them all. She was worried, but took solace in the fact that whatever happened, this was one of the moments where she was happiest. Their food soon arrived, and in order to feed little Kevin without getting food all over his father's rug, Brina sat on the floor, Korean style, and kept little Kevin on her lap. His father sat beside them watching the meat, and although she was conscious at the current scene that she could only have ever dreamt of in the past, the child's giggles and laughter brought a peace to the room that held the tension at bay. But still she could not be less aware of him eating with his chopsticks and watching the both of them as they played. She fed little Kevin most of her food as she had expected, wiping off the stains of the spicy kimchi sauce and rice grains on his cheeks with her mouth. She turned to his father then, and when she saw him pick up the deep fried pork cutlet he had ordered for himself she wanted to try it also. "Is that good?" she asked, and he nodded. It was the last thing she expected, but before she knew it, he was holding his chopstick to her lips. It had been so sudden, so she wasn't able to accommodate the entire bite, but then when he took the remainder of what she bit off on the chopstick to his mouth, her heart melted. He went in, as though nothing had happened, and she wondered if he realized the intimacy of such little moves. He finished off his last piece and rose to begin gathering the taquilla at packs. He tied it all together in the plastic bags and called for its disposal. Brina wiped off little Kevin's mouth, but then when she rose she saw that her dark blouse had stains of food and wet patches on them. Laughing at the incontestable evidence of being a mother, she turned to Kevin and asked for the bathroom. "It's over there," he said, and, after hurrying out briefly to grab her lipstick for a touch-up, she returned to the bathroom and met Kevin there. He had just finished brushing his teeth and offered her a spare toothbrush. She accepted it, and when she was done placed the pink one next to his. She left the room and met him already back at his desk and on his phone, while Kevin played at his feet. She was a bit confused then and wondered what she was going to do with the little boy so that they both could get back to work. He seemed to realize the direction of her thoughts, because the moment he was done with his call he said to her, "You can go home with him, it's just 2 p.m, she said. "Of course not. My mom and Matthew are at home. Should I send him over to them?" "That would be best," she said. "Thank you." Mark came in a few minutes later and hauled an already drowsy child away. She re-entered the office, and just as she did, she heard his conversation on the phone and immediately knew who he was speaking to. "Don't bother coming after her. I've deleted her copy of it and sent one to my phone. Come for me instead, if you have the energy for it." He ended the call and turned around to see her at the door. "I left my jacket," she explained, and looked around the sitting area, but found no traces of it. "It's on my rack here," he said, and she saw that he had already put it up along with his on the rack beside his work area. When she was done retrieving it and putting it on, she gave him a smile. "Thanks for lunch. If you're not too busy tomorrow, lunch for us three will be on me." "Alright," he said, "however right now I want to kiss you." "What?" she asked, and he leaned casually into his chair as though he hadn't just been shockingly direct. "I want to kiss you," he repeated. "I've been pondering on it all day, and if it doesn't happen concentrating will be quite torturous." She pushed her hair out of her face. "Why have you been thinking of it all day?" "I don't know," he said. She held his gaze and thought to mention that what he was asking for was not much different from the attack she had received earlier in the day from the director, but she judged rightly that that would be too expensive a joke. Plus, there was absolutely nothing similar with that situation to this. She wanted to do the same to him even more than he did to her. So, she kept her mom's voice at the back of her head and walked towards him. She lowered her face to his and then shut her eyes. In the next instant she felt his lips on hers, and the first shot of ecstasy to her core nearly buckled her knees. His kisses were always deep, and she wondered when she would ever get used to them. At that moment she didn't think that there was anything she feared more than that, getting so used to his kisses that this burst of fire through every bit of her, and the stupor-inducing ecstasy would someday not mean much to her. Kevin eventually rose from the chair and guided her to a seat on the edge of his table. He placed both hands by her side, caging her in, and lowered his tall frame to stare into her emerald green eyes, set ablaze by the incoming late afternoon rays. Her mind warned her that she was listening too much and dreaming too much, and that this was a man that not many understood, and his world even fewer had access to. But then her mom's question came through her head once more. Why do you think that he is too good for you? Why was she the victim? She wanted him as much as he did her, and perhaps even more. In memory of that night that they had had in Positano, and of which she had never been able to recover from, she rose with him and guided him until his back hit the wall. Chapter 12. Kevin held her gaze as she stared into his eyes and wondered if she could also feel the tremors that shot through his body. He had the thought earlier in the day about how he completely had her, but now he was beginning to suspect that perhaps it was the other way round. Because right at that moment, all he could think about was the countless emotional and physical consequences of what would follow, and he did not give a damn. Nothing except her outright rejection could make him stop right now, and it made him not recognize himself. His will had been flattened to the ground. The door, she muttered to him as she undid his tie. You're not out front so no one will dare come in. Mark. He will take a while before he returns. I truly only wanted a kiss, he said, and she pulled the tie from his neck. Well, I want more, she said to him, and in that moment, if he could ever come close to falling in love with someone in his lifetime, it was sure that that moment was it. His heart seemed to drop into his stomach and relay to him the clear message that he would come to be unable to live without her. He ignored it, and with one hand through her buttons, popped her blouse open. I didn't mean that, he said, and pulled the silk top from her arms. She got to the strap of her bra before he did, so he focused on guiding her to the edge of the table and pushed all that he could out of the way before laying her back on it. Papers flew into the air, and he thought he heard something crash to the floor, but he couldn't have cared less. He took her breasts in his mouth and suckled on them, as though he needed them to live. She groaned in response, and the sound filtering through his ears began to slowly drive him mad. He needed the taste of her in his mouth again, so he moved up and kissed her deeply, her tongue exploring within his as he drank in as much of her as he could. He didn't want to stop, but he knew that time was against them, so he dragged his lips from hers and began to trail kisses down her body. When he got to her belly button and teasing the knob made her squirm, he chuckled at her reaction and went on his way. Her slacks took a moment to unzip and get out of the way, and soon enough he had complete access. The first thing that surprised him was how shy she was. She kept wanting to rise, uncomfortable with being so exposed, but he held her down with an arm across her midriff and gave her a lick through with his tongue. Her nails bit into the arms that held her down, and the sting made him even harder. He couldn't even remember the last time he had wanted someone this badly, but in that moment, his dreams came to mind, and he could barely stop the smile from spreading all over his face. He was determined to make the reality more than enough to put his dreams to shame, but Brina could barely handle it. He worshipped her bud with his mouth, driving tongue and fingers deep into her to stroke and lap up as much of her juices as he could. Eventually she came in his face, and so violently that when she realized what she had done moments later, her hand shot to her face in a gasp. I'm so sorry. Are you kidding me? He asked. She cleaned the juices from his face with her tongue, and he concluded it was the most intimate and sexiest thing he had ever had done to him. He pulled her up with him and kissed her, wanting to share in the taste of her. However, when she reached for his slacks he stopped her and nudged his head towards the time. At first, she couldn't think straight, but when she recalled his schedule and remembered that he had a meeting in less than 10 minutes, she gasped and started to straighten herself, but he stopped her with a frown. Do you want to render me useless for the rest of the day? We'll get to that another day, but I need to be in you right now. Pulling her up, he turned her around and hugged her to him, savoring more than anything her warmth and the way she felt encapsulated in his arms and pressed fully against him. She reached behind to set him free, savoring his kisses, and then stood on tiptoes while his hand found its way down her front to grab her mound. She sucked in her breath and so did he as she began to stoke him. He slid his fingers inside of her to ready her, and she dropped from the tip of her toes, curving him to the shape of her, and holding on to the edge of the table for dear life. He gazed at the time and regretfully had to pull his fingers out of her. He however wanted to savor every moment of sliding into her, as he was sure that he already had a pretty good idea of what it felt like. He shut his eyes and felt her stretch as he slid slowly in, and eventually encapsulated him like a glove. She was so goddamn tight, and as he threw his head back, he fought to recall if he had ever felt anything even remotely close to this in his lifetime. After being alive for almost 30 years, and only now feeling this level of ecstasy blew his mind. He held onto her for dear life, scared that she would somehow disappear right then. She began to move, and he grabbed her bottom, and buried her even deeper into him. "Kevin," she called, and he knew what she meant. They were in a race against time. He began to move inside of her, and her moans drove him faster, until he was pounding into her without abandon. She placed her hands across her mouth, but he could still hear her whimpers through her fingers and the tiny tremors that shook her body. He never wanted to stop, but just as they reached the peak however, he grabbed into her, and buried his face in her neck, to muffle his animal-like groan. They quaked together in the aftermath of such mind-numbing ecstasy, and he could not let her go. "Kevin," she called after a few moments, and with great reluctance, he loosened his hold on her, but found that he could not meet her eyes. In that moment, he was unshielded, bare, and in the depth of his eyes he worried what she would see in them, the depth of feeling that he was beginning to develop for this woman. She pulled him out of her herself, slowly, and he turned her to him once more, planting kisses along her neck and a deep one in her mouth. "Let's go again," he said to her, trying to control his breathing, but she found the discipline where he could not and moved away. He held onto the table at her absence for support. "We have 3 minutes," she said, a shy smile on her face, and quickly began to adjust her clothing. Kevin finally found the will in himself to also do the same. Soon they were done, and without a word she helped him as they worked together to restore his desk to a workable state. It was as they were arranging that his phone rang, announcing the arrival of his guests. "There's no one outside to receive us," his guest complained. "My secretary is with me in the office," Kevin said. "My apologies. She will be out there in a moment." He turned to see that her jacket was now on, and that she had buttoned it up to cover the rips he had made to her buttons. "I'm sorry about that," he said, and she nodded shyly in response. "I'll go and receive them," she said, and hurried out, and he couldn't help but smile as he watched her go. She made him feel as though they had just been caught doing something that they shouldn't have, and as he took his seat he wondered if that was the case. Had he just made a mistake? It was a blatant one, as they had not used any protection, but he expected that she wasn't now as naive as she had been back then. She should have a system in place for protecting herself in these kinds of situations, to prevent accidents from occurring, although in her case, he wasn't as worried about it as he would have been if it was any other woman. The worst case scenario was that she gave him another child, perhaps even a daughter this time around. He did not see himself complaining. Brina thought herself less able to comprehend what had happened between them at lunch than she had expected. In many ways, it was as though it had been their first time. In this case, unlike the last, they had both been aware and continued to communicate with each other afterwards. She left her room the moment she put little Kevin down for a nap and headed over to the kitchen. She met Matthew brooding over some dishes that he had made and laid out across the counter, and for a second she stopped to watch him. He truly looked pissed as he stared at them, and for a second she was concerned. He used the fork in his hand to taste one of them that looked like pork and dried apricots drenched in curry sauce, and then tossed the fork angrily into the sink. She jumped at his aggravation, and only then did he notice her presence. Hey Brina," he greeted, a smile immediately spreading across his face. It was then that she realized that most of his smiles never reached his eyes. They were bright and comforting, but underneath it all there truly was something going hidden beneath the constantly joyful demeanor. He reminded her so much of herself. "Come over," he said. "How was your first day working with the devil?" "It was good," she answered absent-mindedly, and went over to meet a few of the most aesthetic-looking dishes that she had ever seen. "You're amazing," she said, and he playfully brushed her compliment away with his hands, but she could see the worry and lack of confidence in his eyes. "I'll just put these away and start on dinner." "Why, let me taste them," she said, and picked up a fork. "Nah," he said, but she stopped him. "Hey," she forced him to meet her eyes. "They're not good," he said. "Trust me. I was trying out some new menu ideas and nothing seems to appeal to me. I even tried putting my own twist on these. That's why they suck. Still, I want to try them," she said, and pushed him out of the way. He hovered over her as she tasted each of the dishes. "What do you think?" he asked, but she didn't respond. "What do you think?" She turned around when she was done to face him. I didn't really like any of them, but his one seems as though it would be amazing if you made the sauce a bit creamier and the rice a bit less sweet. The vinegar in this is too sharp, and the texture of this meat doesn't feel quite right. Why don't you try again? You'll get it." "I've been at this all day," he said with a smile, and began to empty the food down the bin. She didn't need to ask to know that he was seething inside. They soon started with dinner, and then midway through the sound of heels clicking against the marble floor made her turn around to see that Tiffany had arrived. She instantly felt her spirit deflate at the sight, and Matthew chuckled in response. "Be a good sport," he said. "She's not that bad." "I'll try," she said, and began to set up the table. Tiffany completely ignored her and went over to Matthew, and they struck up a conversation. Eventually she was done with the table and Matthew called out to her. "Could you get Kevin to come down? It's already so late." "Alright," she agreed. However, Tiffany came out of nowhere and announced, "Don't bother, I'll do it." Brina stopped in her tracks immediately and reordered her steps to her room to check on her still sleeping son. Soon she returned and dinner began, but Kevin only joined them about halfway through. Tiffany instantly filled his plate and he thanked her. They all kept eating with little talk passed around, but Kevin seemed to be deeply occupied with his thoughts. Eventually he spoke to her. "Do you want these, Bree?" he asked, and she looked up in surprise at the shortening of her name. "Sure," she said, and accepted the piece of beef from his fork. She didn't miss the burn of Tiffany's looks on her body, but she ignored it all and continued with her meal. When it was done, she escaped to her room and only came back out past midnight for some fruit. She wasn't able to sleep, so she sauntered lazily across the house only to meet that someone was already in the kitchen. When she saw that it was Kevin, she spun around and began to leave, but he had already seen her. "What are you doing?" he asked calmly, and she spun back around to face him. I just wanted to get an apple, but didn't want to bother you." "Come get the apple then," he said, and her heart began to pound within her chest. She walked over, fully aware of him leaning against the counter and watching her as she pulled the fridge open and retrieved the fruit. "Are you alright?" he asked, and she nodded. "Why aren't you meeting my eyes?" She turned then to meet his gaze, a shy smile spreading across her face. "I didn't use any protection earlier," he said. "I was careless." "Did you take care of it?" "I did," she said, and started to walk away when she felt his hand close around her wrist. In the next moment she was against him, and his arms holding her face in place as he slipped his tongue into her mouth. Waves of ecstasy coursed through her body as she held onto the front of his sweater for dear life, wondering what the hell they had just started between them. Both of them were on fire, his hands on her ass and grinding her against him, while she had her arms around his shoulders holding on for dear life. Eventually they heard footsteps thumping across the board upstairs and instantly broke apart. It was a few moments later before either of them was able to recover their breath, and when they did, Brina could not meet his eyes. It was a cool night, but she could feel the beads of sweat gather across her forehead. "Come to my office," he said. "I have something to show you." She started to refuse, not sure what this was, but he said, "Will you be able to sleep tonight? Because I won't." He finished his glass of water and then took his leave. Brina watched him go, never having been as conflicted as she now was. Where would this go, she wondered. She had no idea, but then she had to ask herself if at this point it mattered so much. She was in love with him, always had been, and as her mother had told her, she was no victim, just a willing participant in something that drove her out of her mind. She shoved her thoughts aside and made her way up the stairs, and the moment she was let into the room, her t-shirt was pulled over her head and flung very far away. The days passed by quite rapidly, and for quite a while she was distracted enough to keep her worries about the upcoming first trial at bay. But then the evening before, as she sat in a meeting with Kevin and his lawyer, she couldn't help but voice her concerns. "How sure are you of Arwen?" she asked him. "I've been researching, and drug side effects cases almost always end up in settlements or completely dismissed. How are we going to make sure that we can trump this? I know we have the journals and the memos from some of the researchers, but is that enough? The memos greatly increase our chances." The lawyer said, "In most cases these are impossible to get, but Kevin has been able to gather them over the years. That alone was already a great boost for us. But with a witness such as your father and the journal he has used in recording the drug's effects on his body, I can say that we are as equipped as we could ever be. We have evidence that the other party still is not aware of," Kevin added. "That is another aspect in our favor. The moment, however, that they get word of our possession of the proofs of the clinical test fabrications, and those responsible for it, things will get more dangerous. So we all could take caution." At the concluding sentence his gaze lingered on Brina, and she didn't miss the deep worry for her in his eyes. He felt the same towards him. All she had to do was win the case, while he had to brave the aftermath all on his own. He would be fighting alone for quite a while to keep his already damaged boat from sinking to the depths that she worried about the extent of the price that he would have to pay. When the lawyer left, she leaned into him on the couch, reveling in the rub of his hands up and down her arm. "This will bring you a heap of trouble," she said. "People will be furious and speculate as to why you didn't just come out to the public with this information and seek forgiveness, especially as you're the one in charge of the company. I'll explain myself as much as I can and leave the rest up to whatever they choose to believe. This is a war that can't be without casualties anyway, so I best be strong enough to weather it. Are you hungry?" he asked, and she shook her head as he buried his nose in her neck, inhaling her scent. "What can I do to calm your nerves?" "A good night's sleep will do," she said, "and one best far away from you. I won't be able to sleep a wink otherwise." His low laugh made her smile as he kissed her on the lips. The next day at court, Brina sat in the pews and watched as the case began to unfold before her eyes. Tide Arkson's market share of almost 38% and its sales numbers in the hundreds of millions were called out by her lawyer, and for the first time she began to fully realize how much damage it had the power of causing, and how many more lives it had access to ruining. She wondered at the audacity of people only after their own greed and the absence of conscience. Her father's x-rays were brought out. First, those that were taken before he began using Tide Arkson to combat his high blood sugar, and then the x-rays taken progressively to show the degradation of his bones and heart over the course of his consumption of the drug. A final x-ray and the tests he had carried out just before he had left for prison were revealed, and the lawyer called the court to thoroughly review these documents and to see if he had the damaging effect that Tide Arkson had made to his bone density over time. The argument went on hopefully, but then, when Horton's lawyer came back with her family's genetics and heart-related history over time showing how her grand and great-grandfather had died from heart-related diseases, she was shocked. Soon the trial was over, and the moment she exited the courtroom, She met up with Kevin back at his office and expressed her concerns to him. I was truly thrown off by the dig into my family's medical history, Brina said, her tone full of worry. If we didn't have my father's journals, I would have come out of there believing that Tydoxin had nothing to do with his illness. To her utter surprise, he seemed unfazed and went about the signage of the documents on his desk. I expected as much. Lawyer Kim, the attorney who prepared the report, was trained to be ruthless in his dealings with patients' families. He's one of the partakers in all of these that I truly feel sorry for. He knows too much, and so he is easily dispensable, but at the same time he has been here since even my father was alive, so he is too intertwined in it all to go scot-free. It's a tough spot to be in. He was the one who buried my father with the embezzlement case. Why do you even hold an ounce of pity for him? That's because just like me, I'm able to sense his silent plea for escape. It's a deep dark hole he has dug himself into, and not knowing how he could ever come out from it seems to be too much of a tragedy. Money seems not to be a motivation to him, at least not anymore, since he is getting older. So it has to be that the safety of someone he loves somewhere is at stake. That reminds me, he said and looked up from his files. You need to be on extra guard from now on. Director Foreman has his eyes on all of this, and it would be of no surprise to me to find out that our steps are being watched. I will, she replied. Also, I will need an extra hour from lunch break today so that I can attend a middle school interview. Also, is it okay to stop by Joan's place on my way? Joan is not being watched over by us. For the time being, wouldn't it be better to keep your association from her so she doesn't become a target also? That's true, she replied and sighed deeply. And are you certain that you want to return to working in a middle school? Of course, Brina smiled. That's my dream, working around kids in that way. It's not very grand, but it makes me very happy. Perhaps I might even get to be the principal someday, but interacting constantly with the students is more than enough for me. You wouldn't eventually want a position here when things calm down. Are you certain? Everyone has their own path, she said to him. This is yours and that is mine. Alright, he said to her, and the smile he shot her made her warm all over. I'll be back, she said, and exited the office. Chapter 13. Brina is being followed, Mark reported to Kevin a short while later. He dropped what he was doing and paid rapt attention. By whom? There are two vehicles. It was just one at first, but now they've become two. The first one is Eddie Bretman in his old pickup, and the other is a black Hyundai. Hyundai? Yes, I cannot run the plates, right, but I've noted them down, and will do that the moment I return. The Hyundai seems more to be trailing Bretman though than Brina. Perhaps it's someone from the company? Perhaps. Don't take your eyes off Brina. Where is she right now? What is she doing? She stepped into a middle school a short while ago. Dawson High. Go with her, he ordered, but Mark hesitated. It might draw too much attention. What if something happens to her in there? Kevin yelled, and he could hear the surprise in Mark's silence. I'll keep an eye on my men out here, Mark eventually responded, and send someone more discreet in. Connect me with whoever you're going to send. Go, now. They moved into action and Kevin began to pace up and down his office. He thought of calling her but then hesitated. Perhaps it would cause too much fear in her. Have you located her? He asked Mark. No sir, he repeated. I'll call her, Kevin said and hung up the phone. Brina picked up immediately. Kevin, are you alright? Of course. Did you need something? I'm a little far away now, but I can return. No need, he said. Where are you? I'm in the human resources office. I think there might be a place for me here. That's a relief. Well, good luck, and take caution. Okay, she replied and hung up. Kevin just stared at the phone and calmly replaced it on his desk. He told himself to return to work and that all would be well, but he could not even get himself to move until the phone rang again. The cars just left, Mark reported, and that confused Kevin. I called Brina, but she didn't pick up. Tyson says he is outside the door to the office, where she is speaking to the high school's personnel. Kevin breathed easy then, and just closed his eyes, unable to answer anymore. That evening, Brina returned home with a lightness in her step, but it all went away the moment she got in, and saw that Kevin's mother was present once again. Ever since the night she had walked out of dinner, Brina had put in special effort. To stay out of her way, and tonight was no exception. She began to tiptoe backwards so that she could escape to her room, but then she bumped into something solid and turned around. "Hey Matt," she greeted with a bright smile, and he narrowed his eyes suspiciously at her. "What are you doing?" "Heading to my room. I need to change." "No, you don't," he said. "Dinner first and then you can go change. I just fed baby Kevin, so you don't have to worry about that." "Or what?" She tapped him on the cheek. "Thank you so much. Having so many people around to take care of him is amazing. Now let's go for dinner and stop avoiding my mother," he said, and before she knew what was going on he had lowered and hoisted her across his shoulder. "Put me down," she said through gritted teeth, and pounded on his back, desperate to be back on the ground before his mother saw them. "Matthew, I'm not playing with you. What's going on here?" someone asked, and both of them turned around to meet the cold gaze of Kevin Horton. Matthew still refused to budge. "She was running away from dinner because mom is here." "Put her down," Kevin ordered, his tone unpleasant. Matthew was a bit taken aback, but he did as he was told and gave his brother a peculiar look. Kevin walked past them, and by then their mother was already aware of their presence. Resigned to the circumstance of the evening, she walked with Matthew back to the table and took her seat beside Kevin. His mom seemed as unpleased as ever to see her. "Why are you still here?" she asked. "It's been weeks since the attack happened." "Mom, the bastard hasn't been caught yet," Matthew said. "She and little Kevin still need to be protected." "Kevin's son, I understand, but why her? Do we have to be responsible for her safety too?" The woman's words once again hurt her, and Brina was planning to brush it off as she usually did, but not this time. "I need protection too because I'm Kevin's mother. If you truly gave birth to these two here, then you should understand the implication of that statement. I'm sure you wouldn't have been happy if your sons had to grow up without you." She pushed her chair backwards and turned around to leave. However, Kevin held her hand. "I apologize on my mom's behalf," he said. "Please sit down and have dinner with us." Her phone began to ring then, so she found it in her purse and was happy to see that it was her mother. "Mom," she greeted, but met with hysterics at the other end. "Your father," she cried. "What are we going to do?" "Mom, what happened?" "He collapsed," she said. "What?" "He's being rushed to the hospital. I'm on my way there right now." Brina didn't know what to say as the life drained from her face. Kevin instantly rose and came to her. "What is it?" "My father just collapsed," she managed to say, and lifted frightened eyes to his. "Be calm," he said to her, rubbing her arm affectionately, and turned to Matthew. "Get me the Range Rover keys," he said, and Matthew ran to do as he was told. In no time they were out of the house, she in the passenger seat and Kevin at the wheel. She input the address into the GPS, and he was zooming onto the highway. According to her mom, he had started showing symptoms of a stroke a few hours earlier, but was only now being transferred to a hospital. Her heart ached, as though it were filled with shards of glass, and through it all, Kevin held on tightly to her hand. Soon they arrived at the hospital and she ran in to find her father. She eventually did, but stopped at the door as she looked through the glass pane to see her mother sitting by his side. "Aren't you going in?" Kevin asked quietly behind her, and she turned to him, tears in her eyes. "I haven't spoken to him in 5 years. What do I do?" He wiped the tears from her eyes and brushed tendrils of her curly hair out of her face. "Today is a good day to begin." He held her hand and pushed the door open, and her mom rose as soon as she saw him. "Mr. Horton." "Good evening, Mrs. Webb. Is he awake?" She shook her head, her smile incredibly weak as her gaze went to her daughter hidden behind him. "Come over here," she said, and Brina nodded. She let go of Kevin's hand and walked towards her father. She gazed at him for the first time in 5 years, and it struck her just how much he had aged. The tears came rolling down her eyes at the machines that were attached to him and the pain that he was probably going through. "He just had surgery," her mom said. "The doctor said that we were just in time. It was successful, but it might take a while for him to recover." She sat down beside him and held the hands that had once guided her through life before her choices had broken off his hold. "Have you had dinner, Mrs. Webb?" she heard Kevin ask, but didn't turn. She held onto her father's hand and then came to rest, her head beside him. She remained that way, running through their countless memories together in her head and praying that soon he would awake and be stronger. She eventually fell asleep by his side, but was awoken by her mother, who nudged her head towards Kevin seated in the corner, asleep, his head resting on the back of the chair. "You need to take him home," she said. "He has to work tomorrow." Her father, however, was still unconscious, his breathing slow and even. "You can come back tomorrow," she said. "I'll be with him till then. Take Kevin home. You'll also need to get your son ready in a few hours." She saw the reason in her mom's words and reluctantly rose to get Kevin. He awoke, bid his goodbyes, and soon they were on their way back home. When they arrived, she started to head back towards her room when he held her back and asked, "Do you want to spend the night with me?" She nodded eagerly, needing his warmth and comfort, so she went with him and they fell into bed together. Thus far she wasn't certain that she could put a number to how many times they had made love, but sleeping in this bed together, doing nothing but just holding onto each other and listening to the beat of his heart, was something that she couldn't put a price to. As she listened to the steady beating of his heart and the warmth that engulfed her, she felt a weight lift in her heart. "Did you have the chance to see your father before he went to prison?" he asked, and she shook her head. "I haven't spoken to him in 5 years. He turned to her in surprise. "Why? When I got pregnant he wanted me to get rid of my baby, especially since I refused to say who his father was. I couldn't do it, so he sort of disowned me." Kevin was quiet for the longest time, and she wished that she could be let into his mind to know what was going through it. Eventually he asked, "What about your mom? You still saw her frequently, didn't you?" "I did, but that was because she wanted to see me. She didn't seem to mind that I had disappointed them so greatly." "And your dad did?" "To be honest, I don't know. I just felt too guilty. He had worked so hard, and I felt like I had just hurt him way too much. It was more of a punishment to myself that I didn't get to see him, that I didn't get to remind him of the daughter that had disappointed him so much. So I just stayed away, and so did he." Mom was not having that when it came to her. "She helped you to survive?" "More or less, but now that I think about it, she wouldn't have been able to do anything if my dad hadn't wanted her to. His pride just wouldn't let him reach out directly to me. She helped me with the motel for a little while, but then I moved on my own and came to Boston. I got a job at my friend Joan's coffee shop, and it was then that she told me that her husband would rent out the vacant room by their place out to me. She was a godsend. We've been best friends since then. It was really hard, but then she would bring my food sometimes, and side dishes. She's Korean, and it was even from her that I came to like Korean food." They were silent for quite a while before he asked again, "Was it all worth it?" "For the longest time I wasn't sure, but all I knew was that I hadn't made a mistake. I had given it a thought before I'd accepted that night, and I had decided to accept the consequences whatever came." "But why?" he asked, and she could hear the genuine bafflement in his tone. She turned and looked up at him. "For a while back there I was sure that I had been crazy, but now that I've gotten to know you a bit better, I can say that my emotions weren't wasted on you." He smiled, and it caused butterflies in her stomach. You make me feel like I'm worth more than I ever even imagined I was. I don't know if I deserve it. Well, you do. When I had heard that you'd completely kept me out of that drug incident in high school, I think that had solidified whatever feelings I'd had for you. But then when I found out a few weeks ago that you knowing I existed had nothing to do with it, wow. I think my heart broke just a little. He let out a low laugh and she giggled along with him. Your honesty is quite crippling sometimes. It makes me feel safe with you. And even though I didn't know much about your existence then, I do now, and am I glad you held on to me. I would have missed so much, and I wouldn't have even known. But what made you ensure that the school kept me away from it? I knew that you had had no part in it, and that it had all been my friend's doing. His actions had caused a lot of damage to my family, and I just didn't want it getting worse. I just wanted to move on. My dad had already been dealing with so much stress from work trying to resolve the Thai Darksin case that we are still battling with till today. Hearing that I had been caught with drugs and was facing possible jail time was the last straw. He just slumped as he was roaring at me, and that was how I lost him. I remembered thinking that I would never recover, and in a lot of ways I don't think that I have. This greatly saddened her. It wasn't your fault, she said to him, and he sighed. My heart knows that, but it's taken my mind a while longer to accept this. Even now it still needs some time. He turned to draw her even closer to him. On a lighter note, do you know that dreams from our night in Positano have haunted me for years, but my mind couldn't remember it. All I knew was that I would sleep, and it would be as though someone were making love to me. I could never put a face to her, but it was maddening. She turned to him. Really? He nodded, and then leaned forward to whisper in her ear. It was only when I heard you for the first time that I realized what had been going on. She couldn't help the giggle that engulfed her, but then suddenly his door flew open, and Matthew came in. Brina dove underneath the covers, and laid as still as a dead. What the hell are you doing? She heard Kevin ask as he sat up. Did you leave Brina at the hospital? I was hoping I'd get a chance to talk to her, but she got the call for her father. She must be having such a hard time. What are you doing here? Kevin asked again, and Matthew leaned against his wall. I need your help, man, he said, his face towards the ground. The restaurants aren't doing well. There's a problem with the management that I can't seem to put my finger on, and just the overall turnover is heartbreaking. He turned to his brother. You already knew this, didn't you? Of course, I did. I was just waiting for you to bring it up. Mom found out too, by the way. Damn, guess my supposed vacation wasn't fooling anybody. It really wasn't. I'm out of ideas, man, and sometimes it feels like I'm going insane. The first one did so well, and from then on I was sure that I had a handle on things, but then everything seems to be spiraling out of control. Kevin pushed away his covers and got out of bed. The problem is that you expanded way too quickly without an efficient enough system to manage it. I remember quite vividly telling you this before you jumped. You don't have to rub it in, Kev. I'm not, Kevin responded. Come with me, let's hash out some details. You have 1 hour. The two men exited the room together, and Brina was left to herself with the task of calming her racing heart. Director Foreman walked into the emptied private bar and watched the young man awaiting him. He was seated, a restless, deeply distraught air to him that was expected, and was already halfway through a bottle of whiskey. I hear you're the director at Horton, he said to him. I am, he replied, and I heard you have a score to settle with Kevin Horton. The young man put his glass down and folded his arms across his chest. What am I doing here? Kevin Horton is getting on my nerves, and since you already want to handle him, I figured why not give you the support that you will need. What kind of support? I found out about you, he said. I know your story, and handling your fury the way you want to will be a complete waste. What you need is money, lots of it, and the necessary support to get you back on your feet. Finishing Kevin Horton as you go along should be the icing on the cake, and not the nail to your coffin. The young man took a sip of his drink. I'm listening. He slipped a picture across the bar to him. Brina Webb. I just dealt with her father for daring to speak up a few weeks ago, and she is already stirring up trouble. She has a journal that her father left behind, while Kevin has some memos he has managed to obtain over the years from the company's researchers. I need both of these gone before the next trial. The easiest way to Kevin right now is through her, because you cannot get to his son, but still she is important enough, I believe. He has his men following her everywhere. The young man chuckled as he picked up the picture. She's more than important to him. He has known her since high school. I would recognize her anywhere. I used her to get him into trouble, and where he should have come for me, he let her go instead, and came for my family. I also have a score to settle with her. Perfect then. All you need do is get her, and hold her till the trial is over. Then I'll give you both Kevin, and as much money as you will need. So how do I do this? First of all, you need to get a job. What? At her friend's cafe. The next morning Brina came to work by herself. She had intended to leave immediately after Kevin had left the room with Matthew, but she had fallen asleep and awoken at dawn to tiptoe back to her room. Kevin hadn't returned, so that implied that his 1-hour talk had been extended far into the night. She got Kevin ready for school and herself for the office. She spent the morning rescheduling Kevin's appointments, and just as she'd hoped, he'd taken the opportunity to sleep in a little later than usual. Their lawyer dropped by, however, and found him absent. He will be a bit late today, Mr. Kim, she explained. He was about to leave however when Director Foreman walked in. Her entire spirit seemed to fall at the sight of him, and it made her wonder at his uncanny ability to bring the absolute worst out of people just by being present. Lawyer Kim, he bellowed in his usual boisterous manner. It has been a while, has it not? I got the reports on your defense on the first trial and I have to admit that you're still a great lawyer. I would have thought that your skills would get rusty during your days as a judge. Thank you, the lawyer said, and was about to walk away when the director placed a hand on his arm. Brina stared nervously at it. You would have a brief word with me, would you not? The lawyer subtly removed the director's hand from his. We're in the middle of a suit, he said. I cannot do that. Perhaps afterwards would be best. Not many have the patience for afterwards, he said. You should be familiar also with the annoyance of the word. He smiled at him, and with a tap, took his leave, wondering why he had even come to the office in the first place. She said goodbye to the lawyer, and continued with her work. Director Foreman watched the cousin of his late business partner walk into his office to take a seat, and it caused a surge of anger through him. Many were starting to push him to the end of his fuse, claiming to have a conscience about his running of the company, but yet still enjoying and squeezing out every ounce of benefit from it all. Lawyer Horton, I'll get to the point, he began. We've known each other since we were practically boys. I built this company with your late cousin and now his son is trying to ruin it, but I guess all is fair in war, so I won't bitch about it. All I need to know from you is what is behind his confidence. The lawyer smiled at his directness. You know that I cannot tell you that. I do, but still I brought you here. What does that tell you? The lawyer gazed defiantly at him, so he explained. People that work in the law shouldn't have weaknesses, Franklin. However, you have many, both those gifted to you, and others you handcrafted for yourself, and I'm aware of them all. He could see the vein of anger budding along the lawyer's forehead, and couldn't help the smile that came to his lips. Your daughter is still down with leukemia, is she not? She needs you to be around for a long while. Being thrown in jail for your misdemeanors on the Aston case during your judgeship days will not be a good problem for your family. The lawyer rose abruptly to his feet and Foreman gritted his teeth in irritation. Lots of people around seem to be under the misconception that I have become lenient. You can leave, he said. I guess all we both have to do is wait for the doom lurking in the corner. All I need from you is information. I'm not asking you to do anything which is a rarity. If I find hard. He clucked his tongue and rose to his feet from his couch, muttering under his breath. I've gone soft. Even worms thinking they're snakes are now beginning to take me for granted. The final chapter. Kevin did not realize just how strangely he was beginning to act until he took the employee's elevator up to his floor. The executive's personal one needed a few more minutes for its maintenance to be completed, since they had not been expecting him to show up to work so late in the day. However, his eagerness to reach his office would not allow him any ounce of patience. His employees rarely saw him in person as he came earlier than most, had a private elevator, and left later than most, so the moment he walked in with Mark behind him, he heard gasps. He rode quietly with them, and each time it stopped to take more people in, those who noticed him before they got in would just stop and stare, struck at who was before them. He had never realized before how rare his appearance was in the building, where he spent most of his days, and as a leader he was not sure how that made him feel. Mark, however, seemed to get a kick out of their reactions, because when he glanced at him, the slight tilt of his lips in amusement was hard to miss. Enjoy that? Kevin asked when they finally arrived at his floor. Yes sir, he replied, and his response amused Kevin. He headed into his reception area, and again not until he saw her did he realize that for a brief moment he had held his breath in expectation of the warmth to his heart at the sight of her. It was a sweet kind, and he was getting addicted to it. She rose the moment he walked in and slightly bowed her head in greeting. He responded neutrally and walked into his office. As he took off his coat and got ready to settle down, she came in and placed his schedule on his desk. These are the documents that have been awaiting your review, and the heads of the departments called me earlier to remind you of these. Without a drafted response before the end of the day, their preparations for the launch will be delayed yet again. Your meetings have been rearranged. 2 have been cancelled and rescheduled, and the first one for the day will be in 45 minutes. For the first time since she walked in, she lifted her gaze to his and smiled. Kevin folded his arms across his chest to play off the catch to his breath. Sometimes it terrified him that she could hear and see all of this in his eyes. Did you sleep well last night? He asked. She gave the room a quick glance to be sure that they were alone. Yeah. How did the brainstorming session with Matthew go? He's been quite tormented lately, but yet still managed to keep his humor. He amazes me sometimes. Again, there it was. Kevin noted that slight twinge of envy he felt whenever she spoke of Matthew in that manner. Clearing his throat, he sat up and drew the files to himself to review. However, he could barely see a word. Have you heard from your mom? He asked. Her tone instantly sunk, and it made him look up to see the worry on her face. I have. He still hasn't woken up, but the doctor assured her that he is doing well. When will you return to? He'd wanted to say that he would take her back to the hospital for a visit, but then his door suddenly flung open. They both turned around to see Matthew walk in looking like a new spirit. Brina, I was searching for you, he said. I came to get you for lunch, then from there we can head over to the hospital together. I was in a bad place as well yesterday and didn't get the chance to see you before you left this morning. I'm sorry. He brought his face close to hers in apology, and it made her laugh. Kevin wanted to drown him. Well, you came just in time for my break, she said, with a pinch to his nose. I know, he replied, and then turned to acknowledge Kevin for the first time since he had come in. Can she take a few extra hours off a lunch break? For the first few moments Kevin didn't know what to say to him. The both of them were stirring up emotions in him that he didn't want to have to deal with at the moment, so he just let them both go so he could get back to normal. Brina, take the rest of the day off, he said. Spend the time with your family. I don't need to, she began, but Matthew placed his arm around her shoulder and began to lead her away. Thanks man, Matthew said, and soon Kevin was left alone in his office. As he looked around he wondered why this place had suddenly begun to seem much too big and much too quiet to him. Shaking off the thoughts, he whipped himself into work mode and got on with his already delayed day. By the evening, Brina had called twice to ask if he was getting along well, and he had to remind her that before her there was Mark, and he did great with just him around. He didn't need that much assistance. It was past 9 in the evening when he called her once more and found that they were still at the hospital, so he decided to head over. Upon his arrival in her father's corridor, he saw her mother speaking to a doctor, so he walked up to them and she introduced him. "I was just getting an update," she said to him, and they headed towards her husband's room together. Upon his arrival, however, he pulled the door open to see both Brina and Matthew asleep on the couch in the corner. Her head had fallen onto his shoulders and he watched how peacefully and so in tune with each other they seemed. "Don't mind those two," her mother suddenly said, and for a second he thought he had spoken out loud. "They're like kids when they're together. They've been playing around all day here." Kevin turned away and went to look at her father while his mom recited the updates to him. He was indeed getting better. "Please take them home," her mother said, concerned at the way they were both twisted in the couch. He began to nod, but then his phone rang, and he excused himself to pick it up when he saw that it was from his lawyer. "Can we meet?" his lawyer asked, and Kevin found his request peculiar. He would usually just speak to him on the phone, or come over to his home. He was also his uncle. They met in a bar close to the hospital and Kevin met him already a good way through a bottle of Blow label. He was alarmed. "What is it?" Kevin asked, as he took his seat. "I met Foreman in your office today. He insisted I come talk to him, and when I did he tied my hands and got me to tell him about the existence of the journal and memos." Kevin's blood turned cold. "What? I unfairly tried a case a few years ago upon a request, and he is well aware of this. I had to manipulate the trial, and thus the innocent party was put in jail. This coming out could put me behind bars for up to 4 years, so I panicked and told him. I'm so sorry." Kevin scanned his mind for what to say, and when he found nothing, he just grabbed his briefcase, and with one last look at him, Kevin turned around and left. He sent Mark back to the hospital to get both Brina and Matthew, and went straight to bed. The next morning, his temper at the lawyer's actions was still brimming, so he decided to go on a run, hoping that it would put a lot of things into perspective for him and bring him back to normal. Franklin Horton was his father's cousin, and Kevin had known and followed his career for as long as he could, reveling in his reputation for keeping to the law and upholding it without any fear or favor. He was the first and only person that had come to his mind for a legal representative when he had begun to plan towards taking Tide Arxin off the market, so hearing what he had from him the previous evening had been a quiet, but no less impactful blow. He headed down the stairs to invite Brina to come along with him, but just then he heard voices in the lobby and descended to see that she and Matthew had just returned to the house from a run. They were laughing heartily about something. Matthew then sighted her loosened shoelace and lowered himself on one knee to assist her in retying it. For the next few moments afterwards, Kevin felt as though he did not recognize himself. He heard them speaking about baking plans, and the words just fell from his lips. "Have you told her that you are leaving?" he asked, and they both lifted their gazes to his. "You should," he continued, "so she will have the time to think of whom she would rather remain with." The entire room went silent at his statement as he headed over to the kitchen. She eventually spoke. "There will be no need for that, because I'm remaining on my own. I will be leaving today." He spun around to face her. "You can't do that. Are you going to stop me?" she asked, and from across the room he could see the defiance in her eyes. He had truly messed up this time, and it made him feel vulnerable. He hated feeling vulnerable. "Both yours and Kevin's safety is still very much at risk. It doesn't make sense for me to deploy manpower to 2 different locations just to protect you both. Leave if you want, but you cannot take Kevin with you. She stopped then, and at the smile on her face he could almost feel her disappointment. You're right, she said. We have ignored our custody situation for too long. However, as of now I'm his full guardian, so I will be taking responsibility for him. She turned around then and stormed away. Matthew turned to him. What was that? Kevin ignored him and headed over to the refrigerator for an apple. Although you both had settled your animosity, don't you still know anything about Brina? Of all the things you could have said, and you chose that? Kevin couldn't even explain himself and was convinced that he had sunk to one of his lowest points. Are you interested in her? He asked Matthew, and for a few seconds his brother was taken aback. He then folded his arms across his chest. And what if I am? She just may accept me now, since it's apparent that you do not know the value of what you have. You better get your head straight and fix this, he said and stormed out of the room. Kevin contained the turmoil twisting his insides and headed out for his run. He returned to meet Mark's report that Brina was already gone, and that he and a few others were keeping their eye on them. Refusing to notice the emptiness of his home, he headed over for a shower, and despite the fact that it was Saturday sat in his office and caught up on all the work that he could find. He kept her out of his mind as much as he could, but when he could stand it no more, he left the house the next day and headed over to the hospital to visit her father. There he found her seated in the corridor and watching Kevin play at her feet. He missed her, but never in his life had he had to share such a vulnerability with anyone. He headed straight into the room and met her mother there, looking a lot more rested as she peeled apples by her still unconscious husband's side. Her face lit up when she saw him. Kevin, she greeted and came over. How are you doing, Mrs. Webb? I'm holding on. He's still not awake yet, but the doctor assures us of his improvement. He spent a few more minutes updating her about the case and soon there was nothing to do but leave. As he exited the room, he crouched down to pat his son on the head and to watch him for a bit, and then his phone rang. It was a perfect excuse to leave and he did. He had been all but a step from her, and she hadn't even spoken to him. He knew that he had to apologize, but he couldn't remember the last time in years that he had put himself in a position where he had to apologize to anyone. Determined to sit it all out, he headed over to the factory, and for a few hours, until nighttime, his mind was fully occupied. Mark gave him updates on their safety when needed, and all was well, until he got in his car once more to head home. Matthew called him then, and he turned the car's speakers on. Have you apologized? Matthew asked. Kevin did not respond. I'll take that as a no, Matthew continued. Well then, this is a public service call to inform you that the longer you drag this out, the more you will alienate her. You have just gotten her to become comfortable enough with you and to trust you, even, but this will cause almost irreparable damage to you both, so you better proceed with caution. I warned you that she was a proud one. If you do decide to heed to good advice, then you're welcome in advance. He ended the call, and Kevin wanted nothing more than to punch his brother's lights out. However, he soon found himself heading to the direction of Brina's home, and when he was parked outside of her apartment complex, he raised his eyes to her window and wondered what the hell he was doing. So, has he called to apologize yet? Joan asked Brina. Brina was sitting in Joan's home and sharing a bowl of dried persimmons with her. Their kids were in the playpen a distance away from the living room and chasing each other around. He hasn't, Brina said, and Joan did not bother to hide her amusement. What's so funny? She asked. It still doesn't seem to me that he wanted to insult you. It just seems as though he was jealous about your relationship with his brother. That's ridiculous. What is there to be jealous about? And he's Kevin Horton. One would at least expect that he would be above such condescending emotions. Is Kevin Horton not a human being? From all you have told me, I'm kind of happy that he reacted that way. Now at least we know that you've been getting under his skin. Congrats, girl. Brina ignored her raised hand for a high five and returned her annoyed gaze to her child. Do you miss him, though? Her friend asked, and it took her a short while to respond. I'm scared that one of these days I'll not be able to take it anymore. That I'll just suddenly find myself in front of his door to apologize. Her friend burst out laughing. You won't, you're too proud. If I do, I'll just disown myself. No questions asked. They both turned then at the sudden sound of someone knocking. Is someone at your door? Brina asked. I don't think so, Joan replied and rose up to head towards the door. There's a doorbell right by the side. I see no reason why they should be knocking. Joan checked the keyhole, and when she saw no one, pulled open the door to confirm. She looked around, but then, when she saw the tall, well-dressed man at Brina's door, she shut hers immediately and ran in like an excited schoolgirl. Kevin is at your door, she said. What? Are you joking? Of course not. Brina pondered on this for a bit. He is probably just here to see his son. Perhaps, Joan said. Well, what are you doing? Leave. With a nervous sigh, she rose to her feet and headed over to the door. A few minutes later she was standing in the middle of her apartment and wondering if letting him in had been a good idea. She'd almost forgotten how handsome he was. Standing there with his hair brushed away from his face and dressed in crisp white shirt and dark slacks, with his hands infamously in his pocket, she didn't know what to do with herself. I'll go get Kevin, she eventually said, and started to walk past him. However, his hand shot out and held onto her arm. He brought her to face him and lowered his gaze to hers. I've never had to do this before, he said, and her heart began to pound within her chest. She too tucked her hands into the pockets of her shorts and looked away. I'm sorry, he muttered in such a soft voice that she thought that she just might melt right there. I guess I got jealous for a moment, but I shouldn't have been that rude. I was just lashing out. I apologize. She turned to him then, and the sincerity in his eyes almost brought tears to hers. He lifted his hands to pull on the tendril of hair escaped from her ponytail, and it curled right back into position before her eyes. You have beautiful hair, he said, and she lowered her head to hide her blush. He took a step closer to her then until his chest almost brushed hers, and then whispered in her ears. Can I kiss you? She didn't lift her head, but then after a few seconds she rose on tiptoes and, with her hand on his shoulders, pulled his lips down to hers. She planted a simple kiss on him, but he was not having it. His arm slid around her small waist, and she was pressed against him. You like torturing me, don't you? He asked, and she bit her lip in amusement. He took her lips in hers then with a slow and sensual kiss, and she felt the strength drain from her legs. Grateful that he was holding onto her, he led her onto the couch by the corner. He turned around to sit on it, and pulled her to sit across his lap. You seem to laugh more with Matthew than you do with me, he said. Well, my heart melts when I'm with you, she said and nibbled on his upper lip. Which would you prefer? I want both, he said, and she broke out in laughter at the utter seriousness in his face. Yes sir, she said, and he slipped his hands past the elastic band of her shorts and into her underwear. She began to lose coherence right there and rested on him, lifting her backside for as much access as he needed. Come back with me, he said as he tormented her. I can't sleep properly knowing that you both are out here alone. No amount of monitoring can ever be enough. She barely knew what she was saying. Her eyes shut as she tried to get some words out as she laid kisses to his neck. She then leaned away and began to unbutton his shirt. To be honest, I can't sleep well either. I keep remembering the blood I found on little Kevin the first time you came here. She started to pull the shirt away, and when she realized that he would have to take his hands off what he was currently doing, she stopped him. Don't even dare. Leave the shirt as it is. Yes ma'am, he laughed, and did as he was told. She occupied herself from then on with his muscled chest. So, when will you be coming over? He asked. Tuesday would be best. Tomorrow is Joan's birthday and her husband and a few of our friends are planning a surprise at the cafe for her. I'll have to get all of that ready for tomorrow evening. Alright then, he said and slipped his fingers out of her, rising with her to his feet. Let's move us somewhere with more room. She giggled and clung onto him, her heart soaring in mind-numbing expectation as he slipped his tongue into her mouth. Asterisk. Asterisk. Thanks Mark, Brina said as she got out of the car, and Kevin came down to help her with the bags of party decorations and gifts that she had brought with her. I have to return to the office and then head over later to personally take little Kevin home, he said to her. She turned to him. Sure it's best not to bring him? Joan hasn't seen him in weeks. Both of you being in the same place and with that many people is too dangerous. Alright, she sighed and headed into the coffee shop. Joan's husband was at the counter attending to a customer and the moment he saw her, he waved her over. Joseph, she smiled, and he immediately took the bags from her. How have you been Brina? You look great. Thank you, she said and took the remaining bags from Mark. Call me when you're done, he said and she waved to him. Is that Horton's bodyguard? Joseph asked. Not really, he's also his assistant. He takes care of most things for him. Joan must be enjoying herself on her day off with Sally. Where did you send them? This spa downtown, and of course some shopping, and a late lunch. I'm left here all to myself, and struggling on my day off. Why is that? Where's Karen? She quit this week. She said she needed to move back to New York for some art programmer. These youngsters are so flaky. Hey, I'm young too. Exactly. You've left your home vacant for almost a month now. Should I rent it out? Why would you do that? I'm still paying my rent. Well, I'm just asking in case you came and said you didn't have to live amongst us commoners anymore. Brina stopped and gave him a sour look and he smiled, displacing his crooked glasses even further. That would be awesome, Joseph said unapologetically. I don't know why you want me to be sorry about that. She didn't argue any further. However, as she turned around she saw someone in a uniform wiping off the tables in the coffee shop. I thought you said you didn't have anyone. Who is he? Oh, he's the new staff I hired about a week ago. He looked like he really needed the help, so I just gave him a chance. He's just cleaning up after the customers for now, but let's see if he lines be able to handle more responsibility. Oh okay. Do I start setting up the decorations? Sure. I'll close for the day after these customers leave. Alright, she said and went around to start looking through her bags and bringing out all that she needed. It was as she was sorting through that she realized that she had forgotten to get tape. Damn it, she cursed and turned towards Joseph, who was wiping down the counter. I forgot to get the tape. Oh, that's fine. I'll just send him to get it for you. Alright, but first of all, how many people did you invite? I'm thinking that we might need more plastic plates. He looked around at the shop. We definitely will. Some of her relatives came in from Seattle yesterday, and I invited them all. I'll tell him to get those too. You know what? I'll just go with him, she said. It'll give me the chance to search again for last minute supplies. Alright, Joseph said. He has the keys to the minivan. Hey Spencer, he yelled. Drive her to the store will you? Brina saw him nod, so she followed him and got into the passenger seat of Joan's brand new minivan. Hi, she greeted, but he only nodded in response. He had a hat low on his head that hid most of his face from view, so she assumed he probably wasn't that social. She buckled in her seatbelt and they zoomed away from the parking lot. A headache had driven Kevin from the office. It was just a 6:15 in the evening, and he was heading to Brina's home to retire for the day. Mark kept sneaking him looks through the rearview mirror, unable to understand what was going on with his boss. Do you have something to say? Kevin eventually asked, when the stolen glances became too bothersome. No sir, he responded, but Kevin kept his gaze on the mirror, waiting for the question that he knew was coming. It eventually did, and it almost amused him how even Mark could not contain his curiosity. "Are you alright, sir?" he asked. "Is there something wrong with Miss Webb?" "No, there isn't. I just want to rest." Kevin watched as Mark glanced at the dashboard clock, perhaps wondering if the battery had given out. Kevin didn't blame him, as even he was beginning to understand himself less and less. In over 7 years, he had never, not once, retired anywhere from work before 9 p.m., whether there was the call for it or not. His phone began to ring then, so he pulled it from his pocket and frowned when he did not recognize the number. He never received calls of such nature. "Hello," he answered, and the frantic tone that came through instantly put him on edge. "Hello, is this Kevin? I mean Mr. Horton, Kevin Horton? Who is this?" He responded. "It's Joan. I'm Brina's neighbor. She was going to attend my party, but now she's nowhere to be found." Fear gripped Kevin's heart as he sat himself up. "What do you mean by she is missing, Mark?" He called, asking for an explanation, but his gaze through the rearview mirror was equally as perplexed. "She was dropped off here, and then she went for supplies with our staff. It's been 2 hours now to a store that is just 10 minutes away. She left her phone here, so we can't reach her, and neither can we get to the staff. We are alarmed and thought to inform you." "I'm on my way," he said, and ended the call. A few minutes later, Kevin walked into a cafe partly filled with people. Most of them had drinks in their hands and chatting away, while the ones who knew what was going on were clustered in corners with concerned looks on their faces. A tall Asian woman with a red bob hurried up to him the moment he walked in, and so did a Caucasian man he assumed was her husband. "Joan," Kevin called out. "I'm Joan," she replied. "My husband, Joseph." She pointed to the man and they quickly briefed him on what had happened. As he was speaking to them, his heart cold with panic, another call came through. He quickly pulled the phone out of his pocket, and when he saw who it was, something cold passed through him. "This is Director Foreman," the announcement came in his ever amused and gritty tone. "What is it?" Kevin asked. "I heard something quite disheartening," he said, "and I just had to pass on any assistance that I could give." Kevin's hand tightened on the phone. "Where is Brina?" he asked. "Now hold on," he said, his tone serious. "I do not know why you are asking me of Miss Webb. I do know, however, that a friend of yours asked me to pass in a message." He recited the address to Kevin. "He says that he would very much prefer that you come alone, since it has been quite a while since your last meeting. He is still as fragile and distraught as ever, so he hopes that you will respect his wishes and do nothing to provoke his instability." A few moments of silence passed before Kevin responded, speaking with deliberation, so that the man knew that he meant every single word. "If anything happens to Brina, I will kill you myself. I promise you." With this he hung up the phone and turned to her friends. "I need to check out something," he said. "I will be right back." He sprinted from the cafe, Mark at his heels, and jumped into the driver's seat of his Mercedes. "Sir, I think the director is working together with your attacker." "That's what the director is doing. However, the attacker is just being used as a pawn and he doesn't know. Call the cops and be on standby, but keep your distance." "Yes, sir," Mark said, and Kevin zoomed off. Kevin had been led almost an hour away to a boarded up home in New Ashford, void of life, use, and seated on a lonely and unkempt street. He found his way past the overgrown grasses and shrubbery out front, and made his way around the house, until he found the makeshift entrance that had been created through one of the windows. He took a deep breath, and pulled the swinging shutter open to gain entrance into the dark space, unaware of what he would meet. "Who's there?" he heard a shout, and the moment his eyes adjusted to the dimness, he found himself staring down the barrel of a gun. "Horton?" The question came with incredulity. Clearly, he had not been expected. Kevin's lifted his gaze to meet those of his former classmate, and then around the room until his eyes connected with a gagged and unrepentant hostage by the corner. She refused to remain still in the chair that she had been tied to, especially at the sight of him, and kept struggling within it until eventually she was knocked over to the ground. "You chose a feisty one," Eddie commented and circled him to eyeball his clothing. "I'm not here with any weapons," Kevin announced. "My wonder is how the hell you're here?" Eddie roared, clearly taken by a very unpleasant surprise. "How did you track me?" "Director Foreman sent me the directions." "That's impossible. We had an agreement to hold this one until the trial is over, and you both got rid of whatever evidence you were going to present against him." Kevin gauged the three of them present in the room. "Well, I guess he got a bit greedy." "What do you mean?" said Eddie, clearly startled and completely thrown off by his presence. He didn't know what to focus on. "I see why he chose this space," Kevin said. "All the openings are boarded up but barely. There are still tiny openings for the streaks of light to pass through, as well as a barrel as sleek as that." Agitated, Eddie held the gun up with both of his hands and directly pointed it at Kevin's head. In the distance there was the screech and scrape and protest of Brina's chair. He wished that she would just remain calm and not panicked. Provoked, Eddie turned and without warning, fired a bullet in her direction. The shot shook the entire room. In that moment Kevin felt his soul leave him, but then when he turned around and saw that he had fired into the beam a few inches above her head, he grabbed onto Eddie's collar without thinking and punched him across the jaw. The attack was so unexpected that Eddie crashed onto the ground, losing a hold on his gun, but instead of bothering to obtain it, Kevin turned around and strolled over to Brina. "Are you alright?" he asked as he righted her chair and slipped the gag off her mouth. "Kevin, be careful," she said the moment she was free, her face soaked with tears. "You shouldn't be here," she screamed. "Why are you here?" "Calm down," he said and wiped her tears away. "We'll be fine." "Hey," Eddie yelled from behind them. "Hey." Kevin rose from his feet and walked back towards him. "Don't you fucking see what is going on here? He has given us a set time to self-destruct, and if we don't, then he'll do it himself and put the blame on you. He purchased that gun for you, didn't he?" Eddie looked even more confused. Why wait for the trial to pass and stand the risk of such a situation rising up again, if he could just use your vendetta against me to his advantage and get rid of us all once and for all? You will be blamed for it, no further questions will be asked, and his behind will be as far away from it as possible. "What are you talking about?" Eddie yelled, and Kevin couldn't believe the stupidity he was forced to continue dealing with. He probably has his men outside, and we are probably on a timestamp. Maybe a few hours, or even a day. Whenever he wishes he could instruct them to send bullets through these openings and we will be finished as easily as that. You already had a record against me. This would be a no-brainer. Why the fuck should I believe you? He yelled, and Kevin could see that he was truly worried. You should, for the main fact that I'm here. How else could I have found this palace so quickly? Eddie, let's all save our heads right now. The cops are probably already on their way. Shut the fuck up, he yelled. How in the hell am I going to ever get out of this? Well, this is news. I got the sense that you wanted to take it to the end. Furious, Eddie came over and placed the barrel directly on Kevin's forehead. "Kevin," Brina screamed. "You're showing off your smarts, aren't you?" Eddie said. "Let's see how much that mouth can still move when I pull this trigger." Kevin stared boldly into Eddie's eyes. "Is it revenge that you want? Because if it is, then I'm equally entitled to also be pointing a gun directly at your forehead." He had no clue what he was talking about, so Kevin explained. "You want to know why I did that to your father? It was because you made me lose mine and everything else paled in comparison. That little setup that you caused for me, that was meant not to cost me anything, ended up taking away the one person that meant the whole world to me. So, tell me, what right do you have to come for me? Let's both take it to the end then, and waste both of our lives over the mistake that you made." Kevin saw that Eddie's hand began to shake as tears welled up in his eyes. He truly had not known. I've already come too far, he said, and Kevin nodded. You have, but you haven't reached the end. You're still a long way off. You can still turn back, but that will be once again your choice and your choice only. The cops will be here soon. We either find a way to get B out of harm's way for them, or you let another person thoroughly use you the way you did me and cost you a price that you were not able to pay. He wiped the tears from his eyes once more and held Kevin's gaze until his lips moved. What are my options? Let's put an end to this mess, Kevin said. Once a long time ago we were friends, true friends. Let's end this mess now. I'll stand up for you in court, and you'll get away with just a light scrape. That bastard, however, will bear the brunt of it all. You can start all over and so can I. How the hell am I supposed to trust you? In all the time that you've known me, Kevin said, I have never gone back on my word. With one last look at his former classmate, Kevin turned around and began to head towards Brina. She, however, did not keep her eyes on him and instead focused it on roving across all the available openings and the gun that was still boldly pointed at them. Kevin found a sharp stone by the side of the building and went behind her to begin cutting through and loosening the ropes that had bound her. Don't be scared, he said, tears welling in his eyes at her bloodied hands from her earlier attempts to loosen the rope. We'll be out of here soon. The rope came off, and he rose to come around and bring her to her feet. However, she suddenly screamed into his ears. Kevin! She cried, and everything that followed happened in a flash. Helplessly, he saw her twist herself around to shield him, just as the bullet pierced cleanly through her chest. Kevin's heart stopped. He held onto her in shock, her eyes opened wide in unbelief. The splatter from her blood had sprayed his face and the eyes she held his gaze with welled up with tears. Brina, he mouthed, paralyzed beyond reason. She collapsed into his arms, just as his legs gave out, and he went down with her. Brina, he called, but she could not respond. Don't say a word, he said to her, and after what seemed like the longest moment, she nodded, for once in agreement with him. Her hands lifted slowly into the air as she brought it towards him, and the moment she touched his face, he broke into tears. In her eyes he saw it all. Her love, her sacrifice, her faith in him. We will be fine, he swore to her. She nodded at him with a smile, and her eyes fluttered shut. Epilogue. It was days after before Brina awoke, and when she did her body felt numbed with pain and a brokenness that seemed to emanate from her very bones. It took a while for her eyes to adjust to where she was, and when it did, the first thing she saw was him, unshaven and wide-eyed with worry as he leaned into her. Are you alright? How do you feel? Brina? Can you see me? All she wanted to do was touch him, so she tried to lift her hand, but it felt like lead. Eventually, however, he noticed her struggle and lifted the hand for her. She guided it to his handsome face and muttered with every ounce of strength that she had. It is good to see you. Tears rolled down his face and he hid it against her arms. His sorrow made her unhappy, and she began to shake her head. I'm fine. Please stop. He came towards her and kissed her, and for a second she forgot where she was and in what state that she was currently in. Please marry me, he said to her, and her eyes widened slowly. I just woke up, was all she could say, and he leaned further into her to where his eyes were staring straight into hers. I can't wait any longer, he said and glanced briefly behind him. Your dad's awake. Her eyes widened with relief. Is he alright? He is, but there's a bigger problem. Your mom told me that if I hadn't officially claimed you as mine before he did, then I could kiss my forever with you goodbye. There is no way that he will accept the man who basically threw him in jail. Brina wanted to laugh, but it was too painful to. My mom is devious, she said, and he laughed quietly, amused. I love her, and I love you. She stroked his cheeks softly, her heart filling to the brim and overpouring with love for this man that meant the world to her. I've waited so long to hear you say that. I'll say it every day for the rest of my life, he said. Please, give me a chance to be worthy of you. She nodded, and the tears fell from his eyes once more. She could barely believe that this was the same person. Just then, however, the door was pushed open and in came her son, led by her mom, and Matthew, a bouquet of stunning flowers in his arms. She's awake, Matthew exclaimed, and the look that Kevin sent him at the loudness of his voice tore a painful laugh from her. Al, are you alright? Everyone seemed to ask at the same time, and she waved her concern away. Wow, Matthew said. You're seriously beautiful. How can you look like this after what you've been through? How long was I out for? 3 days, he exclaimed, and her son took away her attention. Mommy, he called and came over to place a kiss on her nose. Kevin. She smiled, overwhelmed with joy to see her baby. She shut her eyes to revel in his childish scent. She had missed him, and the fear that she could have never gotten to see him again rushed back in. Eventually his father pulled him away to sit on his lap, while her mother sat by her bedside and took her hand. Get stronger quickly, she said. You have a lot to answer to once you get well. Yikes, she said, and winced at the soft smack to her arm. Worrisome child, her mom spat. Kevin gave her mom an uncomfortable look, and the moment she caught it her eyes widened. Excuse me, she bellowed. This is my child right here. I can discipline her any which way I want. And when you will stop making her go over and beyond for you? What is wrong with you? I apologize. Kevin bowed his head slightly, and Brina felt her heart melt all over again. Wow, he's strangely submissive these days, her mother said. I can't get used to it. Neither can I, Brina muttered. However, Matthew had a different response. I can. I say it's high time he got off his horse. Oh, speaking of which, your dad's awake, her mother said. I already told her, Kevin replied. Oh, and did you take into consideration the advice I gave you? Kevin nodded and tightened his hold in her hand, refusing to let go. She's mine. Her mom's eyes filled with tears. Mom, you need to quit your overbearing ways, Brina said. And you need to quit your underbearing ones, her mother retorted. She brushed her hair away from her face, and upon seeing the exhaustion on her face instantly rose and addressed the room. Alright, everyone, it's time to leave. Matthew, get the doctor. Yes ma'am, he said, and went on his way. She turned around and glanced at Kevin with a smile, not even bothering to pry him away. Except Kevin, she said. She'll rest with him. Her mom left, and she was left with her complete family of 3. How will everything be sorted out? She asked him. Director Foreman has been arrested, and he is facing possible execution for countless charges. I'll rectify the Ty Darkson situation with immediate effect, and also do my best to help Eddie out as much as I can, just as I promised. He leaned into her once more, and she kissed him with all the strength of the love that she held for him. Thanks for reading. Author's personal message. Hey beautiful. I really hope you enjoyed my novel, and I would really love if you could click on the subscribe button below. Thanks in advance.